The fierce brother turned into a little sheep in seconds when he saw the school beauty. My name is Jiang He, and you wouldn't believe it if I told you. I've lived for hundreds of years and became a max-level fierce god. On that very day, a blood-colored gate appeared before me, and I was summoned by a cold and beautiful school goddess. My name is Song Yuxian, and you wouldn't believe it if I told you. Just a few days before the talent assessment test, I went to a scenic area with my best friend to relax. In the pool, I saw a man with a pale face, and he even dragged my friend down with him. In a moment of desperation, I used the ancestral blood ritual. Suddenly, black mist surged, and the chilling aura filled the air. A terrifying and eerie phantom descended. I actually summoned a fierce god. Chapter 1. Zuxing. Qinghe City. A clear swimming pool echoed with the cheerful sounds of girls enjoying their youth. Have you heard? There's someone in our city who feels like his neck is heavy, really heavy. He thought it was just work stress and never saw a doctor. One day, the company asked every employee to send a photo taken at home. When his photo was developed, they found that there was a child sitting on his neck all the time. Is it an evil spirit haunting him? Definitely, they say the Spirit Control Bureau has taken him away. A short-haired girl was lying at the poolside enjoying the summer night, while another sat on the chair by the pool. When this topic came up, they both fell into a brief silence. 5 years ago, the world changed dramatically. The strange and eerie had resurfaced, and everyone was on edge. Some people created a way to sign contracts with evil spirits. Through the contract, they could summon an evil spirit and form a symbiotic relationship, where both would rise or fall together. This method was soon widely promoted, giving birth to a noble new profession, the Spirit Master. Upon reaching adulthood, one could perform a summoning ceremony. If successful in forming a contract with an evil spirit, they would be accepted into top universities. Otherwise, they could only enter regular universities. Entering a prestigious university meant wealth and honor were within reach. This had become the expectation of every person in the new era. In just a few days, we will take the graduation exam. I wonder if we can successfully form a contract with an evil spirit. If we do, we can get into a good university. The short-haired girl sighed and said, Song Yuxian, you're a descendant of a Taoist master, you should have more talent than me. Who knows? Song Yuxian, sitting on the other side of the pool in a Taoist robe, was reading an ancient text that had yellowed with age. Even in the bulky robe, her youthful form still stood out. Her black hair was casually tied with a headband, revealing her delicate, pale neck. Her face was as pure as a June morning in Jiangnan, graceful and pleasant. Her grandfather was a renowned Taoist master, but he had passed away early. His wish was for Song Yuxian to become a true spirit master. She had been raised by her grandfather, and after his death, she had no other family. So, she spent all her free time studying the ancient books her grandfather left behind, which had greatly benefited her. Suddenly, the short-haired girl screamed as she splashed around in the pool, shouting, There's someone in the water, a face, gurgling. Before she could finish her cry, she was suddenly dragged violently to the bottom of the pool. Song Yuxian thought at first that the girl had cramped, but without time to remove her robe, she jumped in. When she reached the pool, her heart skipped a beat as she saw a pale face underwater. An evil spirit. There was an evil spirit. The man underwater flashed her a strange smile, releasing his grip from the short-haired girl's ankle, and floated towards Song Yuxian. After all, Song Yuxian's appearance and figure were clearly more striking. Seeing the short-haired girl had passed out, a hint of panic appeared on Song Yuxian's beautiful face. Song Yuxian was only 18 and had never engaged in contract summoning at school. Against an evil spirit, she was powerless. Was she going to die at the hands of this evil spirit today? In desperation, Song Yuxian remembered a more domineering method of summoning than what was taught in school. According to the ancient text, this method could even summon legendary gods. It was the blood ritual. It was typically used by Taoist masters when they faced a particularly difficult evil spirit and could not defeat it by ordinary means. Using the body as a medium and blood as a guide, it communicated with the underworld and called upon a stronger evil spirit or even a god to protect oneself. Her grandfather had warned her that using this method would cause great harm to the body and was not always successful. But this situation called for it. Song Yuxian pushed off from the poolside, swimming quickly to the short-haired girl and dragging her to the shore. The evil spirit in the water, however, only watched with a playful expression. It didn't seem rushed to stop her. Instead, it freely eyed the Taoist robe clinging to her body. After pulling the girl to the side, Song Yuxian wiped the cool water off her face. Luckily, she had often practiced body strengthening skills, or she wouldn't have had the strength to pull the girl out of the pool, even if the evil spirit hadn't intervened. Heavenly soldiers, earthly soldiers, divine generals, military generals, thunder generals, the talisman works upon command, hurry, as per the law. Without hesitation, Song Yuxian grabbed a sharp fruit knife from a nearby table and slashed her palm. Blood began to flow, and she muttered incantations. As the words floated from her mouth, the blood formed a mysterious, intricate symbol. The evil spirit's playful expression quickly turned to terror. As Song Yuxian's face grew pale and weak, the blood symbol in the air began to form a shaking door. Terrifying energy surged out of the door, followed by a tumultuous outburst of black mist, and a dreadful phantom appeared, flickering in and out, like a descending demon god. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and the place seemed to descend into hell. In a grey sky and earth, the air was filled with terrifying wails, and even every grain of sand emitted a suffocating aura. A figure sat on a throne in the void, with 10 tokens floating in front of him. Each token had a dimmed name: King Qin Guang, King Chu Jiang, King Song Di, King Wu Guan, King Yang Luo, King Bian Cheng, King Taishan, King Du Shi, King Ping Deng, King Zhun Lun. The 10 Yarma kings, all were present. His name was Jiang He, and he had been dead for 100 years. The underworld's order had collapsed, and the gods of old had disappeared. The balance of yin and yang was disrupted, chaos reigned. Jiang He rose from the chaos, slaying and conquering, suppressing the chaotic underworld, and successfully collecting the 10 Yarma kings' tokens. Opening his mouth, a thick aura of yin surged out and devoured the 10 tokens. From now on, I am the new 10 Yarma king, commanding the underworld. Who dares defy me? The terrifying phantom stood up from the throne, and Jiang He's voice spread across every inch of the underworld. Obey? At that moment, all evil spirits in the underworld knelt in submission. Just then, a blood-colored gate suddenly appeared in the sky above the underworld. A mysterious force pulled Jiang He into it. After a brief moment of dizziness, Jiang He saw his surroundings clearly. A summer night. Twinkling stars. A mansion. A swimming pool. And a stunning girl, soaked and staring in disbelief at him. Chapter 2, The Shocking Event in Qinghe City, The Divine Power of the 10th King of Hell. Qinghe City, Lingquan Temple. Since the strange revival began, people have continuously flocked to the temple to offer incense and pray. The main hall, as the heart of Lingquan Temple, is filled with solemnity and reverence. Observe the Bodhisattva of compassion. When practicing the profound wisdom and perfection, one sees that the 5 aggregates are empty and transcends all suffering. Master Hui Yuan, the abbot, sat in the center of the hall, chanting sutras with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed in shock toward the south of Qinghe City. What is happening? Such terrifying yin energy, it feels as if hell has descended upon the human world, and it's shaking my Buddhist heart. Qinghe City, Yunyang Temple. The temple is grand, and the scenery is serene. The entire Taoist temple is built on the side of a mountain, surrounded by peaks that resemble a jade dragon coiling around. By stealing the golden books and jade scripts, one can enter the path of immortality. Chanting scriptures and incantations is the way to cultivate oneself. Cultivation of the self relies on the classics of the sages. By chanting the sacred scriptures and golden decrees of the highest sages, one illuminates one's true nature and mind, for without study, one cannot promote the Tao, and without recitation, one cannot preserve the original harmony. Daoist Yuanhe was teaching his disciples in the temple when his mind suddenly shifted, and he looked toward the south of Yunyang Temple. Without clouds, the moon is missing, and the stars are hidden. This is an omen of great disaster. How could this happen? Could it really be divine punishment upon the world? The disciples were shocked. They had never seen Daoist Yuanhe express such astonishment. Qinghe City, Spirit Control Bureau. Director, the yin energy value near Wangfeng Mountain in the south of the city has suddenly skyrocketed. Our instruments can't even detect specific data anymore. A member anxiously rushed into the office, placing a shattered yin energy detector on the desk. How is this possible? The director was stunned. Evil spirits were classified into 9 levels, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. This instrument could detect even level 9 evil spirits. What kind of evil spirit could directly destroy the instrument? Seal off Wangfeng Mountain immediately. I'll report this to the headquarters. The director grabbed the phone on his desk and began dialing. Yes. The member hurriedly left. That night, Qinghe City was shaken in all directions. Life force. What a strong life force fluctuation. This isn't the yin realm. Jiang He quickly understood the situation before him and couldn't help but ask in surprise. May I ask who you are? Song Yuxian was also stunned but could tell from the shadow enveloped in black mist that it was no ordinary being. She respectfully inquired. You summoned me here. Don't you know who I am? Jiang He's oppressive gaze pierced through the swirling black mist, focusing on Song Yuxian's body. I am the 10th King of Hell. The 10th King of Hell. Song Yuxian was completely stunned. She had truly, by mistake, summoned the legendary deity. When the strange occurrences began, with ghosts walking the streets and evil spirits wreaking havoc, countless people had hoped for divine intervention to save mankind from peril. Year after year, humans learned to protect themselves and gradually abandoned hope for divine intervention. More and more people started to believe that there were no such things as gods in this world. As a hereditary celestial master, Song Yuxian was no stranger to the 10 kings of hell. They are the 10 rulers of the 10 halls in the underworld: the first hall King Qin Guang, the second hall King Chu Jiang, the third hall King Song Di, the fourth hall King Wu Guan, the fifth hall King Yen Luo, the sixth hall King Bian Cheng, the seventh hall King Tai Shan, the eighth hall King Dusha, the ninth hall King Ping Deng, and the 10th hall King Zhun Lun Wang. You summoned me. What is the matter? Jiang He asked. Great deity, Song Yuxian still hadn't recovered, unsure how to address the god. She racked her brain for a title and, after speaking it, saw no sign of displeasure on the 10th King of Hell's face. She then gathered the courage to continue. I am a hereditary celestial master. Today, while out with a friend, we encountered an evil spirit. I couldn't defeat it, so I used a blood sacrifice and summoned you. Jiang He casually glanced at the evil spirit, which was still submerged in water, with a dark expression. Then, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the black mist, followed by a jet-black chain flying out, wrapping itself around the evil spirit. Upon contact with the black chain, the evil spirit melted away at an astonishing speed, like snow meeting the early spring sun. Great deity, I was momentarily overcome by lust, I lost my senses. Please give me another chance, I will never offend again. Please, I beg you. Before the evil spirit could finish its plea, it completely disappeared amidst its mournful cries. Song Yuxian stood frozen. The god summoned by the blood sacrifice was incredibly powerful. That evil spirit had no chance to struggle at all. Cling. The Yinder system has been successfully bound. Congratulations to the host for killing the evil spirit and earning 15 points of Yinder. Due to the first system binding, the newcomer's gift pack has been awarded. Next achievement. Earn 10,000 Yinder points to activate and gain the divine power of the 10th King of Hell, Xueli. 10th King of Hell Xueli specializes in sending souls to each hall, determining good and evil, assessing levels, and assigning reincarnation in the 4 continents. Determines life, death, fortune, and misfortune, registering names monthly. For ghosts with extreme evil deeds, they are transformed into eggs and made to die before birth, reborn in barbarian lands. Souls are first handed over to the Mengpo goddess and made to drink their forgetfulness soup, causing them to forget their past lives. A series of mechanical sounds echoed in Jiang He's mind, and at the same time, a holographic screen appeared in front of him, displaying all his information. To activate the 10 Kings of Hell's command tokens, no wonder the names are faintly glowing. Why has the yin-yang order collapsed, and why did the gods vanish overnight? What exactly happened? Based on the system's operation, it seems I'm being set up to become the new god. As the information flooded into his mind, Jiang He had some understanding, but more questions arose. Great deity, what are you thinking about? Song Yuxian asked. I've already solved your problem. I'm leaving now. Jiang He waved his hand, and in a burst of black mist, he shot up into the air, disappearing from Song Yuxian's sight in just a few breaths. Is he leaving just like that? Song Yuxian was dumbfounded. At this moment, the short-haired girl awoke. Song Yuxian hurriedly helped her sit down, still in shock. What happened? I think I saw the evil spirit. The short-haired girl, Liu Hui, was trembling. Rest for now, it's all over. Song Yuxian comforted her. She could tell Liu Hui was just frightened and hadn't been harmed. She picked up the ancient book and flipped to the page on blood sacrifices. She hadn't paid much attention to it when reading it before, because it was a secret technique that could only be used in life or death situations. But when she turned to it again, she found there was another page behind the blood sacrifice section that had stuck together and was unnoticed earlier. That page clearly stated: the success rate of the blood sacrifice is less than 1 in a million and depends on fate. Once successful, it goes against the will of heaven and forms a contract with the summoned being. Song Yuxian was stunned. If that is the case, then the 10th king of hell is my contracted evil spirit. No, my contracted deity. This meant that as long as she wanted, she could summon the 10th king of hell at any time. Chapter 3, Do I Look Like a Human? The Summoning Test Days. After carefully reading the page again and confirming its accuracy, Song Yuxian set the ancient book down, unsure whether to feel surprised or troubled. The 10 kings of hell didn't seem like easy beings to deal with. If he discovered that he had become her contracted partner, how would he react? Newbie gift pack, use. Jiang He descended from the sky, landing steadily on the ground. Ding! Newbie gift pack used successfully. Congratulations, the host has received 1 Yinder point scratch card, 1 human body, 1 yin pearl, 1,000 human coins. The system's prompt sounded. Is that all? Jiang He frowned. The generosity of the newbie gift pack was far below his expectations. The host may choose whether or not to use the reward items, the system said. Use them, Jiang He replied. Yinder point scratch card 1 used successfully, gained 13,000 Yinder points. Human body 1 used successfully, gained a body that can move in the mortal realm, just like a normal human. Yin pearl 1 used successfully, can refine all energies in the world into yin qi to replenish power. Human coins 1,000 used successfully, mortal bank card issued, coins deposited. With a series of system prompts, the black mist around Jiang He gradually dissipated. Under the cool moonlight, a human body appeared. This body's appearance was identical to his original form, tall and slender like a sword drawn from its sheath. When using this body, Jiang He always felt like an entity inhabiting it. After all, it wasn't his original body, it could only be considered a medium for him to act in the mortal realm. The feeling of awkwardness wasn't too surprising. He stretched his body a little and adjusted, getting used to it. The system was thoughtful, having already prepared clothes to wear, saving him from embarrassment. He reached into his pocket and, sure enough, found a bank card lying quietly inside. Having survived in the underworld for hundreds of years, Jiang He had become quite disconnected from modern human life. But fortunately, the system had provided him with some information, preventing him from becoming too flustered in the mortal world. Ding! 10,000 Yinder points task completed, gained the power of the 10th palace will king, Xueli. Immediately after, Jiang He saw the largest shadowy figure appear in front of him. The figure had short facial hair, holding a tablet with both hands. It then transformed into a stream of light and entered Jiang He's body. Jiang He looked within his own yin soul, where the symbol of the 10th palace will king glowed with divine light. The words on it gradually transformed into Will King Jiang He. Jiang He's eyes flickered, realizing that he now had the power of the 10th palace will king. The ability of the 10th palace will king was judgment. He would classify the souls of other palaces based on their goodness or evil, determine their level, and then reincarnate them. Ding! Current Yinder points, 13,015. When you reach 20,000 Yinder points, you will unlock the power of the 9th palace equal king. The system issued a new task. 20,000 Yinder points. Jiang He sneered coldly. The balance of yin and yang had been broken in the mortal realm, and the air was filled with the stench of evil spirits. As long as he kept hunting, he could quickly accumulate Yinder points. He had done such tasks before in the underworld, so it was nothing new. With a step forward, Jiang He headed toward the city ahead, where neon lights flickered. The quiet chirping of insects echoed from the grass on the side of the road, typical of a summer night. Compared to the underworld, Jiang He felt a direct, intuitive sense that the mortal realm was better. Suddenly, the insect sounds stopped. The grass rustled slightly, and a faint sound of movement came. A furry figure shot out of the grass and swaggered in front of Jiang He, standing upright like a person. Its small eyes gleamed with cunning and intelligence, and it looked at him, speaking human words. Do I look like a human to you? On a quiet night, in a rural road, with dark trees and bushes on both sides. If a normal person had seen this scene, they would probably have been scared out of their wits. A weasel speaking like a human? Who wouldn't he be terrified? But Jiang He was standing before it. Jiang He had heard of the yellow weasel's request for a title. It was said that when a yellow weasel, or a weasel in general, neared the point of transforming into a human form, it would come out at night to request a title. If it met a person, it could become whatever that person called it. It seemed this weasel wanted to transform into a human, so it deliberately spoke to Jiang He, asking if it looked like a human. The weasel noticed that Jiang He didn't speak, instead wearing an amused expression, and felt puzzled. Not speaking was one thing, but why didn't Jiang He even look afraid? Just as the weasel was wondering, the young man finally spoke, asking, "Do you think I look like a human, or a god?" Before the words even finished, black mist erupted. The mist swirled and quickly enveloped the young man, transforming into a twisting and oppressive shadow. The temperature around him dropped below freezing in the blink of an eye, and the grass around him withered visibly. The black mist was actually devouring life force. Why aren't you answering my question? I'm asking you, do I look like a human, or like a god? The massive black shadow moved closer, and the mist had already surrounded the weasel. The weasel's small body trembled like a sieve. All I wanted was to transform into a human. What's wrong with that? I've been waiting on this road all night, and finally, a living person shows up, but damn, he's an evil spirit, and a very powerful one at that. The weasel, who usually prided itself on being cultured, had its patience completely shattered and blurted out curses in frustration. "Master, spare me." It immediately dropped to the ground and begged for mercy. "I've worked so hard to reach this point, please show mercy, and I'll never appear in front of you again." Heh. With a cold laugh, the weasel felt as if its whole body had been thrown into an ice pit. The black mist quickly engulfed its body, and before it could even scream, the weasel fell limp to the ground. As for its soul, it had already been sucked into the mist, devoured without a trace. The black mist receded back into Jiang He's body, leaving nothing behind. Jiang He's expression remained as cold as ever. It was absurd to show mercy to such beings. Had this been an ordinary person encountering it, the weasel would not have spared them once it succeeded in gaining a title. For such evil beings, human blood and souls were great sustenance. He lifted his foot and kicked the weasel's body into the grass. Ding! Killed Weasel 1, gained 30 Enda points. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang He took another step and continued heading toward the city ahead. At the school, the sky was clear, and it was a perfect day. Song Yuxian and Liu Hui stood in the student line. Today was the day for their summoning test. It was as important as the college entrance exam for ordinary students. While everyone around them chattered nervously, Song Yuxian felt uneasy. The standard for a successful summoning was to display one's contracted evil spirit to the examiners. But that 10 kings of hell had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter for the fortune teller in blue. This guy is not here to pick a fight. Yang Qian, contract summoning evaluation A level. A school broadcast suddenly sounded. The content was clearly spread throughout the campus, causing the students in line to first welcome a brief silence, and then burst into shocking noise. A level? Our school actually has an A-level student. With this score, we can choose among the top 10 top schools in our Zhuzhou country. I'm afraid Yang Qian will be the first in our school this year. She will be remembered in the history of our school, and her future is not comparable to ours. Don't talk so early, everyone knows that Yang Qian's biggest competitor is Song Yuxian. When competing for the school beauty in terms of appearance, she was stepped down by Song Yuxian, and her subsequent results have always been inferior to hers. As the students discussed, many people looked at Song Yuxian, who was standing at the back of the line. There are 9 levels for the entrance test. They are F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. As for the S level, it is rare in the country. Suddenly, their voices of discussion subsided. Because Yang Qian, who was just discussed, was walking out accompanied by the school leaders. Seeing the bright smiles of several school leaders, it was clear that the broadcast just now was correct. Student Yang Qian, your performance is very good. Our school has approved a scholarship of 500,000 yuan for you. I hope you will remember the spirit of teachers, classmates, and our school after graduation. A bald man in a suit said with a smile. He is the dean of this Guanxi college. Hearing the scholarship of 500,000 yuan, many students showed envious expressions. For most families, this huge sum of money may not be saved even if their whole family works hard for 10 years without eating or drinking. Thank you, Dean. Of course, I will not forget the cultivation of the college leaders and teachers. Yang Qian smiled. I believe that many domestic universities will take the initiative to extend olive branches in the future. There is no limit to the future. Student number 759, please enter the venue to prepare for the test. A teacher shouted loudly with a megaphone. Under the gaze of everyone, Song Yuxian came out of the crowd and walked to the test venue in front. After watching Song Yuxian enter the test venue and disappearing from sight, Yang Qian stopped and suddenly said, "Teachers, can I wait a while before leaving?" Of course, then we will get busy first. Several other school leaders and teachers said kindly. Before leaving, they took a closer look at the test venue. Even the teachers had heard a little about the relationship between Yang Qian and Song Yuqing. Putting down the heavy curtain in his hand, it seemed that not only the sunlight outside was blocked, but also the temperature outside. In this test venue, you can clearly feel the cool breeze. Each test student is in a separate area, and they cannot see each other even if there is a partition separating them. When you walk in, you can see a small stone tablet on a table at a glance. There were mysterious runes on the stone tablet. Song Yuxian walked over, took a deep breath and placed her hands on the surface of the stone tablet, letting her palms touch the runes. The process and details of the test were specifically discussed in the previous class. Master Yarmer of the 10 courts, please come here. Song Yuxian said nervously, today's test is very important to me. High-rise buildings, traffic and horses. The current urbanized world made Jiang He, who was walking slowly along the street, feel very novel. Unknowingly, he came to a small park. There were people setting up stalls to tell fortunes, and there were many people in front of him. Reading faces, touching bones, 4-pillar fortune telling, 6-pillar feng shui predictions. In this era of strange resurgence, being able to see your own destiny is priceless. A middle-aged man wearing round sunglasses said, shaking his head. There was a small cloth banner next to it, and the 4 words, blue-robed saint hand, were written on the banner. Master Jean, please tell me something. A young man came up and said jokingly, since you are such a master, the first divination today is free. If it is accurate, how about I help you advertise? Sure. Zhanxing did not refuse, and casually glanced at it and said, when you went out this morning, was there a pile of ashes on the road outside the door? Yes, is there any problem? The young man asked puzzled. You were about to go to the street, and suddenly a gust of wind blew over. Did the pile of ashes blow on you? Zhanxing asked again. That's right. The young man had a half-believing and half-doubting expression on his face, as if he didn't understand why Zhanxing knew so much about this matter. Zhanxing said no more, but started to tell a rhyme, there is a pile of dust in front of your door. A gust of wind blows it away. Good things will not come to you, but bad things will blow to you. R. The young man's expression changed on the spot, and he hurriedly grabbed the master's hand and asked, then what do you think I should do? This master seems to be really capable. It's okay if he has no ability, but if he really has ability, this young man will probably be in trouble. What's unlucky about this? Isn't it his luck to meet Master Zhanxing? Can't you see it? Just now, this young man was skeptical of the master and deliberately came out to test his skills. As a result, the master was really good and scared him. If he doesn't believe in the master, do you think the master will help him? There were several people in the crowd talking. Jiang He watched with great interest. He didn't expect that after the change of the times, there would still be such people who cheated and deceived people on the street. Of course, Jiang He believed in things like fortune telling. Otherwise, if he turned into an evil spirit, can science explain it? But this middle-aged man wearing circular sunglasses is not a true master who understands fortune telling. He relies on his mouth and the few people who sing the same tune with him in the crowd. I wonder if I can add some merit to myself if I affect the plan of this liar. Thinking of this, Jiang He walked up directly. Master, can you help me calculate? Money is not a problem, as long as you calculate accurately. A hidden surprise immediately flashed in the master's eyes. He controlled his emotions very well, and the surprise was just a flash, and it was blocked behind the circular sunglasses, so no one could notice it. I didn't expect that business would come so quickly today. The master coughed twice. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. I have a destiny with you today. What do you want to calculate? Calculate who I am. Jiang He smiled. Yuenka, do you want to calculate your origin? The master didn't understand it a bit, and thought that Jiang He was lost when he was young, and now he wanted to find his original family with the help of numerology. No, I want to calculate whether I am alive or dead. Jiang He continued. How can you calculate like this? It's too unlucky. The master frowned. Could this person be looking for trouble? He glanced at the young and strong accomplices in the crowd, and immediately became calm again. Chapter 5 Master got heat stroke. Summoning S-level talent for assessment. You have been unlucky in the past few years, like pushing a cart up a mountain, walking on a bumpy road, like a heavy burden on your shoulders. The blue-clothed saint looked at Jiang He's face, as if he was reading his face, and muttered something that sounded quite rhyming. In fact, Zhanxing knew a little about fortune-telling, but he only knew the basics. If he were asked to calculate, he wouldn't be able to figure out even 1% of the fate. But for some reason today, Zhanxing looked at the face of this young man, and as he looked, he felt that the fog gradually enveloped his eyes. Then the surrounding scene began to change. It was originally a bustling street market, and his stall was still there. But the crowds who were watching disappeared, and several accomplices who were mixed in the crowd disappeared with them. The fog was getting heavier and heavier. Zhanxing raised his head and saw a tall phantom in front of him, with eyes as red as blood. Take a good look at me. Am I a living person, or a dead person? A voice that seemed to float up from the netherworld made Zhanxing feel as if his whole body was covered with ice. You. Zhanxing wanted to speak, but his mouth, tongue, and even throat seemed to be frozen. What happened to this master suddenly? His face turned blue. Is he sick? Is it heat stroke? This is what heat stroke looks like in your family. The crowd was wondering. Zhanxing, who was sitting there, was still mumbling something, when suddenly his whole body seemed to be struck by electricity. He was stiff for a long time and his face turned blue. His lips trembled as he pointed at the young man in front of him, as if he had seen a demon. He looked overly frightened. The young man standing in front of Zhanxing seemed to be puzzled, wondering what happened to this blue-robed master. Everyone, please watch carefully. This has nothing to do with me. The master suddenly became like this. Jiang He stretched out his hand and said innocently. Don't worry, young man. Everyone is watching. A kind-hearted old man said loudly. Thank you, uncle. Jiang He laughed. This master is probably fake. He doesn't look like a master at all. He seems to have some problems. Who knows if he is contagious? Let's stay away from him. An old lady reacted and took a few steps back, covering her mouth and nose. The word, contagious, made the crowd disperse. It's not easy in such a hot day. Let's send him to the hospital. Several young people signaled each other with their eyes, then stepped forward to lift up the master, and the rest helped to clean up the stall. Jiang He knew very well that these young people were the accomplices of the green-robed Saint Hand. Ding! Just do good things, don't ask about the future, and get 10 Yinder points. The system prompt sounded as expected. Only this little bit. The light in Jiang He's eyes dimmed quickly, and he turned and walked away. He didn't notice that in the scattered crowd, there were several pairs of eyes paying attention. They were an old man and a young man. The old man was a man, and the young man was a woman. This young man is very interesting. The old man said with interest. What's wrong? The young girl was confused. It's just a scam that went wrong. That Qing Yixing Shou Zhanxing is indeed a scammer, and there are also his accomplices among the onlookers. This is obviously a mature scam team. So, do you think they will really make low-level mistakes? The old man asked with a smile. Grandpa, do you mean that there is something wrong with that young man? The young girl was even more confused. Because she didn't see what the problem was at all. Har har har. Ji Kuei, you are still too young. The old man stroked his beard. Is it wrong? The old man said. The imbalance of yin and yang and the collapse of the order of the underworld gave me the opportunity to obtain the token of the 10 kings of hell. I thought I would become the new 10 kings of hell. Unexpectedly, I am just a very powerful evil spirit at best. Jiang He walked on the path in the park and reconsidered himself, but now I have the Yin system, and I have obtained the divine power of the 10 kings of the Will King, and I have the power to judge all evil spirits. Thinking of this, his mood became particularly excited, and he couldn't wait to find more powerful and evil spirits. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a familiar and unfamiliar wave that shook slightly from the soul. Master 10 Kings of Hell, please come and help me complete this assessment, please. Jiang He's eyebrows relaxed a little, because he heard that the owner of this voice was the girl who summoned him from the underworld, and her name seemed to be Song Yuxian. I don't know why Song Yuxian can send a voice message to me. Jiang He even feels that he can reach her side in a short time through this connection. Trying to control me. Get lost. Jiang He shouted coldly. A drop of sweat slid down Song Yuxian's delicate cheek, and her fair skin was slightly red because of her anxious emotions. Her hands were still on the stone tablet. In this small test room, there was a small screen with a countdown. Red numbers flashed clearly on the countdown. 10. 9. 9. 3. 2. 1. The countdown returned to 0. Which meant that the test failed, which meant that she could not even get a rating. Just when Song Yuxian was about to close her eyes in despair, the word, "get lost," came clearly. A surprised expression quickly appeared on his face, and at the same time, a dazzling light shone on the stone tablet, and it trembled violently. Boom! Then the biting cold wind suddenly spread, causing the entire test site to shake a few times. Ding! Song Yuxian, contract summoning evaluation S level. The loud broadcast spread throughout the entire campus. The entire school was instantly silent. Guangxia High School has never had an S-level genius student since its establishment. Song Yuxian, who was standing in the test site, also heard the results announced in the broadcast clearly, and a surprised expression quickly appeared on her face. S-level? Will there be any problem with this test stone tablet? The Lord of the 10 Courts of Hell just said the word, "get out," and did not come to him. Only when the evil spirit is successfully summoned can the level be determined according to the concentration of the evil spirit's yin energy. In short, the heavier the yin energy carried by the evil spirit, the higher its strength, which means the stronger the talent of the summoner. Song Yuxian's heart moved. She suddenly remembered that the god was a legendary god. Outside the testing site, the smile on Yang Qian's face froze as the broadcast sounded, her expression kept changing, and then she clenched her fists and turned away. The school leaders who were originally with her smiled even brighter and hurried to the testing site. After all, what was a mere A level in front of a student with S-level talent? Promotion? Salary increase? Add a bold stroke to the resume. The more they thought about it, the brighter the smiles of the school leaders became. Chapter 6 If you keep hiding, I will kill you. Young man, wait a moment. Two figures stood on the path leading to the main road. One old and one young. The old one was an old man, and the young one was a young woman who looked only in her 20s. You followed me all the way, what's the matter? Jiang He stopped and asked. Young people are really extraordinary. The old man stroked his beard and said, the liar who claimed to be the blue-clothed saint just now should not have had an illness or hallucinations. I don't like to beat around the bush, just say it. Jiang He said lightly. The young woman raised her eyebrows, seeming to be quite dissatisfied with his attitude. The old man didn't care and said with a smile, my name is Lu Zhiyan, and the one next to me is my granddaughter Lu Zhikue. You should be able to see the evil spirit, or to put it more directly, there may be an evil spirit in your body, which can scare a liar to death. I can't think of any other way except that you have evil magic or evil spirits. You are a person who practices evil magic and has a yin aura. You stopped me just to say this. Jiang He asked back. The old man standing in front of him had a heavy yin aura, and he should have practiced evil magic for some time. This time will definitely not be short. At least, it will start from 40 to 50 years. You are indeed a fellow traveler. Seeing that he was exposed, Lu Zhiyan's smile on his face was restrained a little. I don't know if you have heard of the Lu family in Qinghe City. If you continue to hide, I will kill you. Jiang He has no patience. You are so arrogant. Lu Zhikue's face was cold. In the entire Qinghe City, no one dared to speak to her grandfather in such a tone. Lu Jian patted the back of Lu Jikuei's hand and shook his head. Zhuozhou Kingdom is divided into the upper 3 states, the middle 3 states and the lower 3 states. Qinghe City is a city in Jinhaizhou, one of the lower 3 states. Next to Qinghe City is Jining City in Huayangzhou, one of the lower 3 states. This era is the world of humans and the world of evil spirits, but it is ultimately the world of people like you and me. The level of people like us is called the yin-yang realm, and the level of ordinary people is the secular world. The 2 cities, or even the 2 states, turn a blind eye to the struggle between the yin-yang realm. In recent years, the struggle between Jinhaizhou and Huayangzhou has been particularly fierce. As the only city that has contact between the 2 sides, it is conceivable. So the forces of the yin-yang realm in Qinghe City are trying to win over masters everywhere. There are endless opportunities in the struggle. Lu Jian paused and said, "The old man is old and his words are long-winded. After saying so much, my purpose is to win you over and become a helper of our Lu family." Not interested. Jiang He waved his hand. A Miryang realm force is also qualified to win him over? You are not interested in helping our Lu family, but you are interested in evil spirits, right? After saying that, Lu Jian saw a hint of hesitation on Jiang He's face, and he was happy and said quickly, "Why not leave a contact number? Some powerful spirit masters can control 2 or even more evil spirits for their own use. As a member of the yin and yang world, our Lu family sometimes sends people to take the responsibility of protecting the people on behalf of the Spirit Control Bureau. Sometimes when we encounter a higher quality evil spirit, we are qualified to take it for ourselves. I don't have contact information." Jiang He was a little tempted. If the Lu family helps him search for information about evil spirits, the efficiency of collecting Yinder points will be higher. "Don't you have a mobile phone?" Lu Zhiyun was surprised. "No." Jiang He spread his hands. "Jikuei, take out your mobile phone." Lu Zhiyun stretched out his hand and motioned to take out the mobile phone and put it in his hand. Lu Jikuei took out his mobile phone without knowing why. As a result, after taking the phone, the grandfather actually handed it to Jiang He and said, "This is my granddaughter's phone. It should be newly bought. If you don't mind, you can use it first. You can return it to her when you have a phone in the future. We will not have any restrictions on helping friends, but if you help our Lu family in the future, our Lu family will definitely not be stingy." "Thank you." Jiang He did have 1,000 yuan on him, which he got from the system reward. But he walked around the secular world for a few times and soon found that 1,000 yuan was not much. Jiang He was not polite to the phone that Lu Jian took the initiative to hand over. "You really don't consider yourself an outsider?" Lu Jikuei sneered. "We are friends now, so naturally we are not outsiders." Lu Jian laughed. "Let's go. Contact me if you have anything." Jiang He ignored Lu Jikuei's words at all, shook the phone in his hand, turned around and walked away without any hesitation. "Grandpa, why are you so nice to this person? Do you know him?" Lu Jikuei finally couldn't help himself until Jiang He's back disappeared from his sight. In front of that young man, the old friend in me dare not show his head. The smile on Lu Jian's face completely disappeared, replaced by fear and curiosity. He doesn't even know the Lu family, which means he is not our enemy. As long as he is not an enemy, he may become a friend, right? Lu Jikuei was shocked. The old friend in Grandpa's mouth is a very fierce, vengeful spirit. This is why he and the Lu family are so respected in the yin and yang world of Qinghe City. He was so oppressed and shrank in front of the young man who looked a little bit good-looking but otherwise ordinary. Oops. Lu Jikuei suddenly remembered something. "What's wrong?" Lu Jian asked. "I have it in my phone." "Forget it." "No. Nothing." Lu Jikuei's face flushed slightly, and there was anger. However, Lu Jian didn't care. Leaving your phone to him is to let our Lu family get in touch with him, and it is also a good opportunity for you. Jikuei, you can't be so willful anymore. I hope you can grasp it. I have lived for almost 70 years and have never misjudged anyone. I know. Lu Jikuei was helpless. The grandfather and grandson. But they didn't expect that the person standing in front of them was an extremely powerful evil spirit, or an existence that mastered the power of one of the 10 kings of hell. If an evil spirit can appear in broad daylight, if it is spread out, I am afraid that the yin and yang world in Qinghe City will usher in a great shock. Guangxi College. Conference room. Song Yuxian, 18 years old this year, ranks first in the soul control theory major of Guangxi College. She is also an ancestral heavenly master who followed her grandfather to do things when she was very young. Don't be nervous, we are just doing a routine investigation. After all, there are some inexplicable things in the assessment that day. Several people in uniforms sat in the front, and Song Yuxian sat opposite them. Being stared at by several pairs of eyes, I couldn't help but feel nervous. What's the problem? Song Yuxian asked doubtfully. According to the test surveillance of that day, someone suspected and reported your S-level appraisal as cheating. The man who asked the question was a man sitting in the middle. Chapter 7 How could I cheat? I accepted a task with a bonus of 100,000. Cheating? How could I cheat? Song Yuxian suddenly felt wronged. Don't worry, it's just the suspicion stage now. We are investigating and collecting evidence to clear your name. The middle-aged man raised his hand and comforted her. He took out another remote control and pressed it on the screen behind him. The screen lit up and started playing, and the picture was the whole situation of Song Yuxian's assessment that day. The members of the investigation team present could clearly see that Song Yuxian put both hands on the test stone tablet, with a face full of tension and hope. The video played to this point, and the middle-aged man pressed the pause button. His name is Yuan Cheng, the leader of the joint investigation team of Qinghe City's Yuling branch and the education department. The test and assessment of students' talent in controlling spirits is as important as the college entrance examination. From the current screen, we can see that the test stone tablet has given an S-level appraisal result. But the principle of the test and assessment is that students can successfully summon evil spirits to their side according to the summoning method they have mastered, and obtain the final judgment result according to the thickness of the yin energy of the summoned evil spirits. When he said this, Yu Wencheng's face showed a trace of seriousness. We don't see any evil spirits in this picture. May I ask this point? Student Song Yuxian, how do you want to explain it? I didn't summon successfully at the scene of this test and assessment. A few days before this assessment, I went out with my good friend to relax, just on Wangfeng Mountain. At that time, I was sitting next to the swimming pool. My friend encountered an evil spirit in the water in the swimming pool. She had been dragged into the water and her life was at stake. In a hurry, I could only use the blood sacrifice in the ancient book of Qianshi left by my grandfather to summon it. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. But what I summoned was not an ordinary evil spirit, but the 10 kings of hell. Although it is ridiculous to say this, it is true. On the day of the test, I tried to use this connection to let him help me complete the test. So he didn't come in person, and I got the S-level identification result. Song Yuxian concealed the fact that the 10 kings of hell just said the word, "get out," which allowed her to easily get the S-level identification result. 10 kings of hell. Several members of the joint investigation team, including Yuan Cheng, looked at each other. In fact, as early as the beginning of the weird revival, many parties had looked for traces of the existence of gods. Since even evil spirits have appeared, gods must exist. For example, Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Athena, Apollo in ancient Greek mythology. For example, Odin, Frigga, Thor, Frey, Loki in Norse mythology. For example, Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, Asura, Garuda in Indian mythology. And the gods in the mythology of Kyushu. In the end, the world was in despair, evil spirits were harming the world, and the traces of gods only existed in legends. So now suddenly hearing that someone had summoned the legendary gods 10 hells, the expressions of the members of the investigation team became particularly strange. Is it convenient to show us the ancient books left by your grandfather? Yuan Cheng asked. Of course. Song Yuxian nodded, took out a book with a yellowed cover from her messenger bag, and walked to Yuan Cheng and put it in front of him. Since that day when she successfully summoned the 10 hells using the blood sacrifice method in the ancient book, she has carried this ancient book with her. Since I can remember, my grandfather has attached great importance to this old book with a damaged cover. I thought my grandfather was just looking at the old things and reminiscing about the past. Now I think it's not just a simple commemoration. The value contained in the ancient book is beyond my previous expectations. The blood sacrifice method recorded in this ancient book is actually also available in our Yuling Bureau. And many people have tried it, but all of them failed without exception. After reading it, Yuan Cheng raised his head and asked, "Your grandfather is called Song Qingping, right?" After saying that, he returned the ancient book. "Do you know my grandfather?" Song Yuxian took it with both hands and opened her eyes wide. Okay, this investigation is over. You really didn't cheat. Yuan Cheng smiled and said, I hope you don't mind. We are following the normal process. No. Song Yuxian shook her head, said thank you to the members of the joint investigation team, packed up her things and left the meeting room. Team leader, isn't it too hasty to end it like this? How should the report be written? A member of the investigation team asked. You should know about the mass grave incident in Qinghe City, right? There were tens of thousands of lives lost. The dead souls were full of resentment and gathered together. A red-clothed resentful spirit appeared. The newly established Soul Control Bureau mobilized elite soldiers to deal with it, but most of them were killed or injured. Finally, Song Qingping took action and exchanged his life for the red-clothed resentful spirit. When he was still there, he had been committed to cooperating with the Heavenly Master, Feng Shui Master, Yin and Yang Realm, etc. to strengthen the power to fight against evil spirits. His son and daughter-in-law all died because of fighting against evil spirits. Do you think his granddaughter would cheat in a test? Or is Song Yuxian not talented in tests and assessments? Yuan Cheng glanced at the member of the investigation team. If there are any problems in the future, I will take responsibility alone. We understand. Several members of the investigation team nodded. The information in front of Yuan Cheng was sorted out. In fact, the bigger reason for the rapid determination of this investigation task. The commotion on Wangfeng Mountain that day was limited to the yin and yang world, and an extremely strong yin energy descended. The entire Wangfeng Mountain was blocked without dead ends in less than 20 minutes, but the source was not found. The news of this matter has been suppressed and investigated secretly. Perhaps the answer has been found now. To be more precise, they finally found the direction of the investigation. How is it going? As soon as Song Yuxian went downstairs, Liu Hui ran over from the corner and asked with concern. It's okay now. The joint investigation team said I'm innocent. Song Yuxian said with a smile. I knew it would be okay. Liu Hui said this, but she was relieved. It must be that Yang Qian who secretly reported it. No one else can do such a thing except her. Without evidence, it's better not to talk nonsense. Song Yuxian patted her shoulder. I understand. I'm just a D-level talent identification. I will rely on your care in the future. Liu Hui said jokingly. Although D-level talents can also enter special universities, they cannot choose a top-ranked one. However, she is already very satisfied with this result. Let me tell you something. Liu Hui said mysteriously. What is it? Song Yuxian asked. I downloaded the Soul Control Assistant and accepted a task from it, with a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Liu Hui said excitedly. Are you crazy? Song Yuxian stopped and asked in astonishment. The Soul Control Assistant is specially used for professions such as Soul Control Masters, and all the tasks posted on it are related to evil spirits. Liu Hui is just a fledgling who has not even been to a special university. Chapter 8. The trial field is open, counting your sins. Detailed identity information authentication is required on the Soul Control Assistant. How did you register successfully? Song Yuxian asked. After we successfully accept the test, our personal information will change. Just enter the ID card, name and contact information. Then fill in some other information, such as bank card number, home address, and you can easily register successfully. Liu Hui smiled proudly. Because of the strange revival, evil spirit incidents continue to occur, and the Soul Control Bureau alone is a bit stretched. So the relevant departments launched such a software, and the Heavenly Master, Yin and Yang Master, Taoist personnel, Buddhist personnel, etc. can all choose tasks from the platform. After the task is completed, you will get the corresponding reward. There is also a points ranking in the software. The more difficult the task is, the more points you will get, and the corresponding ranking will naturally be higher. Using high bonuses to promote it has greatly reduced the burden on the Soul Control Bureau. Because I am a newcomer and my level is not high enough, there must be at least 2 people or more to take it on. For this task, you can choose to form a team by yourself or randomly. The self-team means that I designate teammates to do the task together. The random team means that the platform will match and select teammates for this task. I choose to form a team by myself, and you are my teammate. Liu Hui encouraged and said, then we will split the 100,000 yuan bonus equally. You don't have to worry. If the task is too dangerous, we can choose to give up, and the platform will not have any punishment. Okay. In fact, Song Yuxian was also very curious. She had followed her grandfather to deal with several incidents related to evil spirits. Presumably, with Liu Hua's current level, the next task would not be so difficult. Under Liu Hua's guidance, Song Yuxian successfully registered on the Yuling assistant and joined her team. Okay, our task time is 7 days, and it's just right that I can witness your S-level evil spirit partner this time. Liu Hui said excitedly. It depends on the situation. Song Yuxian was helpless. After the two separated at school, she went straight home. She originally lived in the school dormitory, and would take the bus back to the village during the break, because her grandfather was still there at that time. Later, her grandfather passed away, and Song Yuxian used her savings to rent an apartment in the city. I thought her grandfather had lived a poor life, but he left her a large sum of money when he died. So, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a little rich now. She closed the door and drank a glass of water. She took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then put on the Taoist robe left by her grandfather. She knelt in front of the incense table and lit 3 incense sticks and put them in. I don't know if the Lord of the 10 Courts of Hell likes incense. Lord God, disciple Song Yuxian. She folded her hands on the ground and put her forehead against it, extremely pious. The explosive music shook the dance floor. There were many handsome men and beautiful women in the middle of the dance floor, shaking their bodies wildly to the melody. Jiang He sat at the bar, holding a glass of blue and white wine in his hand, drinking it sip by sip. He had been walking around this city in the world for quite some time, and except for the weasel last time, he had never met another evil spirit. As a result, his yinda had not increased at all during this period. The old man from the Liu family had not contacted him. Brother, someone outside called you, he said it was your friend. Just as Jiang He was thinking, a young man came over and pointed to the back door of the bar. Okay. After drinking their wine in the glass in 2 or 3 gulps, Jiang He stood up and walked in the direction the young man pointed. You still want to drink? I'm afraid you'll have to spit it all out later. The young man looked at Jiang He putting down the glass and shook his head. This bar is not formal. According to the law, it is not allowed to receive underage guests. But when Jiang He was sitting there drinking just now, many young faces appeared, and some even wore school uniforms. This back door is connected to an alley without any lights. Since it has been difficult to see the sun for a long time, you can smell the pungent musty smell when walking in the alley. There is a lot of garbage on the ground, and you can even see the small umbrellas for safety measures. Do you know why we came to you? Several figures appeared in front of the alley, some of them holding hollow steel pipes, some holding baseball bats, and some swinging daggers around. Because I exposed your scam today. Jiang He thought for a while and answered. You are not qualified to play the game of helping the weak in front of us. Now kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and then compensate us 100,000 yuan, and we can let you go. The flat-headed man standing in the front hit the hollow steel pipe in his hand against the wall, making a ding-dong sound as a threat. Kneel down and kowtow, you are too old-fashioned when you open your mouth. Jiang He couldn't help laughing. Teach him a lesson. The flat-headed man's eyes turned cold instantly. He didn't expect that they were outnumbered and the other party dared to be arrogant. A young man suddenly rushed out from the shadow behind Jiang He. It was the man who told him that a friend outside called him in the bar. The young man held a dagger in his hand and stabbed it into Jiang He's back. I like to see people like you who are sharp-tongued kneel down and cry for mercy in less than 30 seconds. The flat-headed man laughed sarcastically. If you want to stab someone with a dagger, stab it cleanly and neatly. Why do you hold the tip of the knife with your fingers? Are you afraid of hurting people to death? Jiang He asked indifferently. What? The young man who did it was stunned. It was not the first time he killed someone with a knife. As Jiang He said, every time he stabbed someone with a dagger, he would hold the blade with 2 fingers to prevent the wound from being too deep and causing death. Even so, blood could be seen. A normal person would have screamed out long ago, so why was this young man able to chat with him with a leisurely expression? Wait. Expression. Wasn't he facing away from me? Why could I see his expression? The young man suddenly reacted, and the young man's head turned 180 degrees, facing his back. The pair of indifferent eyes were looking at me. You are not a human. The young man's teeth were chattering, and he stuttered. You guessed it right. The corners of his mouth slowly extended to both sides, and Jiang He showed a cold and grim smile, and gently uttered two words, trial. In an instant, the flat-headed man standing in the alley, the young man holding a dagger, and other accomplices were horrified to find that the surrounding scene had completely changed. The place was filled with piercing fog, and the color was dark and depressing. Although it looked gloomy everywhere, someone soon realized that this place was very similar to the court where prisoners were tried in ancient TV dramas. The Yarman runners stood on both sides. The Yarman runners were majestic and solemn, and they were not holding a cane, but a mourning stick. The white paper wrapped around it made their scalps numb. And in the court sat a shadow shrouded in black fog. Chapter 9 Song Yuxian is a pure yin body, don't worry, I'm not interested. There was a person who was very naughty and addicted to the virtual network. Fighting was commonplace. His parents died in an accident, and he could only live with his elderly grandparents while studying in his hometown. Once he asked his grandparents for money, lying that he was going to take extra classes with his classmates, but was discovered by the old people. He was angry and waved the kitchen knife at them, and then took out a crumpled 10 yuan note. Later, this person was arrested, and after a few years, he was released. It was only in prison that he learned that the 10 yuan was the 10 yuan that his elderly grandparents were reluctant to spend and kept to buy him breakfast. The protagonist of this story is you, Zhang Fuxian, who is 20 years old this year. Your character is already extremely vicious when you are still young. Go to the underworld and be punished again. The shadow sitting in the court began to speak, and the black fog rolled and surged from time to time, exuding a yin-stirring breath. Every word is soul-stirring and heartbreaking. There was once a man who met a rural girl when he was young. He coveted her beauty, so he used his sweet words to fascinate the rural girl. But the poor girl didn't know that the man was a gambler and alcoholic, and forced her to have an abortion no less than 5 times. He forced the girl to have an abortion in the morning and work as a day laborer in the afternoon to earn money for him to go out and fool around. The girl ended her life when she saw no hope. After knowing that he had caused trouble, the man ran away to another place and joined a fraud gang. He also wanted to whitewash himself. Rumors were constantly spread in the hometown, saying that the girl was not disciplined and had contracted a shameful disease. The girl's parents were still alive, but they could not bear the humiliation and chose to drink pesticides. When they were sent to the hospital, they were already dead. This man did not feel any guilt. When he was in the fraud gang, he continued to harm other innocent girls. Burning, killing, looting, forcing women into prostitution, cheating, abducting, etc. It can be said that he did all kinds of evil. This man is you, Yang Chenghua. Go to hell and be punished. Yang Chenghua is the flat-headed man who led people to block. There is a man. One by one, one by one, one by one. No crime was omitted, all of them were said from the mouth of the phantom. The people kneeling in the court were already terrified. They couldn't understand why the phantom knew everything and understood it so clearly, even some of the past that the members of the fraud gang didn't know. This is the ability of the 10th hall of the Will King. In the realm of divine power, Jiang He can clearly see everyone's past. Good and evil, at a glance. As the shadow said the last sentence, the temperature in the court dropped to freezing point. The Yarman runner holding the mourning stick stepped forward and grabbed them and walked outside. Outside the court. The grey sky, the grey ground, this is a lifeless world. I don't accept it. The flat-headed man suddenly stopped and roared, why do you do that? Snap. The mourning stick in the Yarman runner's hand was pulled out directly and hit the flat-headed man's mouth hard. The flat-headed man actually shook a few times, his breath instantly weakened, and he felt unstable, and then his whole body became somewhat transparent. Once the flat-headed man had no strength to struggle, so he had to be dragged away weakly. The other accomplices were trembling, full of fear, and dared not breathe heavily. The shadow above the court witnessed everything. This shadow is naturally Jiang He. The court is connected to the underworld of the netherworld. And this court is the divine power of the 10 kings of the Wheel of Heaven, the realm of cause and effect and reincarnation. With a thought, Jiang He can determine the fate of anyone in the realm. Jiang He blinked his eyes. The alley is still the same alley, still filled with damp and musty smell. The night wind is bleak, mixed with coolness. The flat-headed man, the young man holding a dagger, and other accomplices stood in the alley like sculptures. The pupils are dim, and there is no breath of life. The soul has already gone to the underworld. What awaits them is that they cannot live or die. Looking back on their lives, it is nothing but bad. Let the miserable souls rest in peace, and the Yinder points increase by 1798. The prompt sound of the system made Jiang his eyes light up. There are actually 1,798 Yinder points. Although these people are the most evil, they did not expect to reap such a rich harvest. Lord God. A faint voice made waves in his mind. Black fog quickly gushed out from under Jiang his feet, and in a short moment, it enveloped his entire body. Then the cold black fog dissipated, and the figure disappeared. In the room, Song Yuxian knelt devoutly in front of the room with the scent of sandalwood. Then in the dark, the black fog spread rapidly. She noticed something and turned her head suddenly. There was a figure standing in the rolling fog. The temperature of the whole room suddenly dropped. Just like the season changed from hot summer to cold winter in an instant, which was clearly different from the previous sultry heat. Lord God, you are here. Song Yuxian was a little excited. If the Lord of the 10 Courts of Hell did not come to him, the S-level talent would be useless. I have 2 questions. The first question is, why can you connect with my spirit? The second question is, where is the evil spirit you mentioned? Jiang He didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. The first question was what he wanted to ask a long time ago. Song Yuxian turned the ancient book left by her grandfather to the page of blood sacrifice and handed it to Jiang He. So you are the ancestral master, no wonder. After checking the content of the blood sacrifice, Jiang He thought, you should be a pure yin body, right? Yes. Song Yuxian was surprised. Only she and her deceased grandfather knew about this. When her grandfather was alive, he repeatedly warned her not to reveal the secret of the pure yin body. At that time, she didn't understand why her grandfather did this. Until she learned more about the Heavenly Master, Song Yuxian found the answer. In the eyes of normal people, a pure yin body means a short lifespan and is easily contaminated by dirty things, which is an ominous body. However, in the eyes of some evil spirits or those who practice evil methods, pure yin bodies are excellent food. For example, if an evil spirit with 10 years of Taoism can find a pure yin body and swallow it, it can improve the Taoism to nearly 100 years in a short moment. 100 years of Taoism is enough to make this evil spirit a local hero. Grandpa told her that becoming a spirit controller might be able to find a way to solve the dilemma of the short lifespan of pure yin bodies. After that, Song Yuxian regretted it. She has a special relationship with this 10 Courts of Hell. Will the exposure of the secret of her pure yin body make the other party have evil thoughts? Don't worry, I have no interest in you. Jiang He raised his eyelids and said indifferently. After all, Song Yuxian is just a living person. If he kills and swallows her, he will probably lose a lot of Yinder points. A mere 100 years of Taoism is not enough for him to do anything. After all, the system rewards the real power of the gods. It's just that there is a gap between gods. From the moment he got the system, Jiang He had a goal. To become the strongest god in heaven and on earth. I don't mean that. Song Yuxian waved her hand guiltily. Okay, answer my second question now. Jiang He put down the ancient book. It's like this. My classmate and I, the girl on Wangfeng Mountain that day, took a mission together to investigate a special mission. It is very likely that evil spirits are behind it. We are facing evil spirits and may face great danger, so I invited you here in the hope that you can. Song Yuxian was interrupted before she finished speaking. Jiang He agreed very readily, no problem. Ding, trigger the system task. Complete the task of who is human and who is ghost. During the task, the system will rate their host according to his performance. The higher the rating, the richer the reward. Task time, 7 days. Task failure or timeout, no punishment and no reward. A series of system prompts appeared in Jiang He's mind. Who is a human and who is a ghost? What kind of performance can get a high rating? Thinking about the content of the system prompt, Jiang He fell into deep thought. Song Yuxian was very surprised. She didn't expect Jiang He to agree directly. With the escort of this 10 Courts of Hell, this task must be easily completed. A bonus of 100,000 yuan is also within easy reach. We are going to set off tomorrow, Lord God, do you want to rest now? Song Yuxian asked. Don't call me Lord God, my name is Jiang He, just call me by my name. Jiang He walked to the sofa outside and sat down, took out his mobile phone. You go and rest, I don't need to use sleep to recuperate. Okay, Jiang. Jiang He. Song Yushen was surprised to see him sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Do gods also have the worldly airs that only mortals have? But she didn't dare to ask any more questions, and turned back to the room and closed the door. Jiang He glanced at the door. After living for hundreds of years, this was the first time he was in the same room with the opposite sex. It still felt quite strange, but becoming the most powerful god was the most important thing at the moment. He lay on the sofa with his body tilted, and his finger accidentally opened something called an album. There were many photos in it, all of which were of the same person, Lu Jikue. Pajamas, evening gowns, skirts, sportswear, bathrobes. Stockings, fishnet stockings, socks, white socks. There were even quite a few lingerie photos, some of which were extremely revealing. The biting black fog suddenly surged uncontrollably around Jiang He's body. Chapter 10. If I tell you, you have to keep me safe. Peely bar. Red and blue lights flashed dazzlingly, and a cordon was set up around it. In the alley at the back door, members of the Public Security Bureau were collecting photos of the scene. This incident should be the work of evil spirits. A man in plain clothes had a serious face and a badge on his chest. On the badge, there was a sword and a shield crossed, attached to a talisman. The talisman was engraved with mysterious runes, making the badge look mysterious. The members of the Public Security Bureau who were walking around and working at the scene would occasionally look at this plainclothes man, and they would involuntarily show awe and fear. Because the badge represents the Spirit Control Bureau, an existence that is more powerful than the Public Security Bureau, not to mention that they are just a bureau. There are 5 bodies at the scene, ranging in age from 20 to 50 years old. We investigated their identities and found that they were all wanted criminals who were notorious in their hometowns. They now have the same identity, that is, members of a fraud gang that pretends to be ghosts. Another middle-aged man said. He looks calm, but if you look closely, you can still find traces of fear in his pupils. He is the captain of the security team this time. And the plainclothes man is Yu Wencheng, the leader of the joint investigation team that Song Yushen met last time. My men have verified that there is no soul fluctuation in all the bodies. The expression of each body is calm, as if they died silently from sleep. This method is very cruel and powerful, and it is not something that ordinary evil spirits or people can do. Yu Wencheng rubbed his eyebrows. You can withdraw your team, and our Yuling Bureau will take over this. He is very distressed now. His previous experience in handling cases tells him that the current case must be very difficult. Okay, thank you for your help. The captain of the Public Security Bureau immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had long wanted to stay in this strange alley. Each corpse stood there like a piece of wood. They were obviously dead, but no corpse fell down. They were still holding sticks with their eyes open, as if they were still alive. He directed the members of the Public Security Bureau to withdraw. Before leaving, he handed a document to Yu Wencheng. Yu Wencheng opened the document and paused. The document recorded that there was still one person alive in this fraud gang, who was in the 3rd People's Hospital of Qinghe City. Xiaoguang, you stay and lead the team to protect the scene and search for clues. Sherman, come with me to the hospital. Yu Wencheng walked out of the alley with the document. Qinghe City, the 3rd People's Hospital. The corridor was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Yu Wencheng and 2 of his men came to a special ward. This ward was specially arranged by the Public Security Bureau after the case in the bar alley was exposed. There were 2 members of the Public Security Bureau guarding the door of the ward. They had received a notice from the station. When the people from the Yuling Bureau arrived, they could leave. After the handover, Yu Wencheng walked into the middle-aged man on the bed in the ward. The middle-aged man was wearing a blue and white hospital gown, his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were looking out the window with a sluggish look. Are you interested in talking? Yu Wencheng pulled a chair and sat down beside the bed. Hearing their voice, the middle-aged man's dull eyes moved, and then he looked at Yu Wencheng. When his eyes stayed on the badge of the Yuling Bureau hanging on Yu Wencheng's chest, his mouth opened, and a horrified expression emerged on his face. Are they dead? Yes. Yu Wencheng took out a file bag, took out a bunch of photos from it, and placed them in front of the middle-aged man. The picture in the photo was a corpse standing there without any life fluctuations. Sure enough, it's just as I expected. I've already advised them that they are too greedy for money and have to take revenge. The middle-aged man's face turned even paler. He lifted the quilt to cover the photo, as if he didn't dare to look at the weird scene in the picture. Revenge? Revenge on whom? Yuan Cheng's heart moved and he asked quickly. The two men quickly set up the camera and started the interrogation. I can't say it. If I say it, I will be the same as them. The middle-aged man covered his head and said painfully. If Jiang He was here, he would recognize at a glance that this middle-aged man was the blue-clothed master Zhanxing who set up a stall on the street that day to pretend to be a fortune teller and cheat money. You should have recognized my identity just now. What are you afraid of with us here? Yuan Cheng asked. Do you really think I'm a liar? Zhanxing raised his head and suddenly asked a question that made no sense. What else? Yuan Cheng almost blurted it out, but he didn't say it in the end. Zhanxing did not wait for him to reply, and continued to talk to himself. My family is very poor. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are deep mountains and old forests there. There is a dilapidated Taoist temple on a nearby mountain. I was quite naughty at that time, and I often went to the dilapidated Taoist temple to play. There was an old man in the Taoist temple. After a while, we became familiar with each other. He said that I was a destined person and began to teach me some difficult things. I didn't understand at that time. I only learned a little bit of what the old man taught me, and I didn't pay attention at all. The old man often sighed in front of me, saying that it was destined by heaven and human power was beyond reach. Now I understand that what the old man taught me were all real things, but it was a pity that I didn't learn them. The old man died a long time ago, and those books also rotted in the soil. The Taoist temple collapsed halfway, and things have changed. Even the superficial knowledge I have mastered is enough to fool most people. If you say I am a liar, I have nothing to say, but it is not the case. Go on. Yuan Cheng nodded, and he did not doubt Zhanxing's words. The Public Security Bureau has launched an investigation and has made a lot of progress. There is more than 1 million in Zhanxing's personal account. For a gang of liars walking in the society, the leader can have so much money, it is impossible without some skills. That day, someone came to me and asked me to calculate. Is he alive or dead? To be honest, I have been cheating for so many years, and no one has ever calculated such an unlucky thing. So I used what I learned and wanted to calculate something through face reading. With my eloquence, I estimated that I could tell it almost right. The result. When he said this, Zhanxing began to tremble all over, and sweat kept rolling down his face, as if he was recalling something extremely terrifying. As a result, I saw a group of black fog, and the fog covered a phantom. I can guarantee that this phantom is definitely not a living thing. He is not a human. It is a fierce god. A fierce god descended to the world. What does he look like? How old is he? Is he a man or a woman? Yuan Cheng asked again. After I tell you, you have to keep me safe. If your Soul Control Bureau doesn't agree, I will never tell you. By the way, you have to use the Soul Control Bureau to promise me, not your personal identity. Zhanxing stood up and walked to the window, pulling the curtains, making the ward very dark in an instant. Chapter 11. What a terrible method. Is this the power of the cursed evil spirit? Don't worry, we will take you to the Soul Control Bureau next. Wait until the murderer behind the scenes surfaces and is dealt with by us, and then let you leave. Yu Wencheng promised seriously. He added another sentence in his heart. Let you leave and send you to the Public Security Office. After all, fraud is handled by the Public Security Office. Okay, I'll tell you. Zhanxing took a deep breath and said thoughtfully, that was a young man, a man. When he said this, his whole body began to tremble, like sifting chaff. Don't be afraid. There are not many people in the huge country of Jiuzhou who dare to act recklessly in front of the Yuling Bureau. With our protection, your safety will be absolutely fine. One of his subordinates, a young man who also wore the badge of the Yuling Bureau member, comforted him with a bit of pride. Something is wrong. He is not afraid. Yuan Cheng stood up from his chair suddenly, but found that black blood kept coming out of Zhanxing's nose and mouth, and blood vessels and veins were almost about to break out under the skin. Evil God. No one can escape the evil God. Zhanxing slowly fell on his back, his body bent strangely, and black blood foam came out of his mouth. Evil God. Evil God. Evil. As Zhongxing took his last breath, their whole ward fell into a deathly silence. How? How could this happen? The subordinate named Xiaoguang asked incredulously. What a terrible method! Is this the power of the cursed evil spirit? Yuan Cheng frowned. He was wearing a watch on his hand. In addition to the most basic time-telling function, its greater function was to measure the concentration of yin energy in the surrounding area. If there were evil spirits nearby, the watch would immediately give a prompt and determine the level based on the concentration of yin energy. The watch did not react at all, indicating that there were no evil spirits in or outside the ward. The cursed evil spirit was one of the ones that could trigger the killing effect remotely. Cursed evil spirit. The two men shuddered. If you are targeted by a cursed evil spirit, it is equivalent to installing a time bomb on your body. Except for the cursed evil spirit, no one knows under what circumstances the explosion effect will be triggered. Just like Zhongxing just now, he died in extreme pain before he finished speaking. Yuan Cheng sighed. The water in Qinghe city became more and more turbid, and even he was a little stretched. The support we applied to the general administration should be coming soon, right? Xiaoguang swallowed his saliva. Should. Xiaomang was uncertain. It will arrive tomorrow morning at the latest. Yuan Cheng said. Since the last incident at Wangfeng Mountain, the Yuning branch of Qinghe City has reported it directly. The risk level determined by the general administration is that the Wangfeng Mountain incident has exceeded the branch's tolerance and capacity, so they immediately arranged for reinforcements to come to help. In the early morning, there was a chirping of birds outside the window. Looking at the birds, the blue sky outside was filled with cotton-like white clouds. The sun shone through the glass and sprinkled on the windowsill, bright and dazzling. Creaky. The bedroom door was pushed open. Song Yuxian walked out sleepily, with the nightgown on the side of her thigh tucked into her underwear. The warm light made the thin nightgown a little transparent. Using modern human data. Is it C- or B+? Jiang He sat on the sofa, thinking secretly. The above data was found from the mobile phone. Lu Jikue is C, because there are pictures and evidence. R. A confused subconscious glance made Song Yuxian's eyes widen and she screamed. She was much more energetic, turned around and ran back to the bedroom in a hurry, and slammed the door. There was actually someone sitting on the sofa. It was a person of the opposite sex. It was only then that she remembered that she had summoned the Yarmar King of the 10 Courts last night. For a moment, Song Yuxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The companion evil spirits summoned by others can be ordered by the master at will. But for this fierce god summoned by herself, Song Yuxian not only did not dare to put herself in the position of the master, but even felt that she was his maid. Whether it was communication or other things, Song Yuxian was always respectful. Perhaps because she was a pure yin body, she was able to invite this fierce god out through the blood sacrifice that was almost unsuccessful. He just stood there, making no one think he was an evil spirit. He looked down at Song Yuxian's face and it became even redder. She didn't know when her nightgown got stuck inside her underwear, exposing parts that shouldn't be exposed. R. With a soft moan, Song Yuxian, leaning against the door, rubbed her hair. After tidying up her clothes and appearance, she walked out to the bathroom. It seemed like a simple process, but her heart was beating fast. Jiang He looked up at the clock on the wall. It was already 8:30. Song Yuxian had been in the bathroom for more than an hour since she came out of the bedroom. If he hadn't been able to feel Song Yuxian's breath, Jiang He almost suspected that she had an accident in the bathroom. Creaky. The bathroom door was pushed open, and Song Yuxian finally walked out. It must be said that Jiang He was quite satisfied with this mortal girl who summoned him from the underworld. Since the underworld, Jiang He has been looking for a way to go to the human world. All the tokens of the 10 hells of hell have been collected, but the method of returning to the human world has not been found. So for Jiang He even has to thank Song Yuxian. Hands like soft catkins, skin like solidified fat, neck like a magpie, teeth like gored rhinoceros, beautiful eyebrows, charming smile, and beautiful eyes. A real beauty. But Song Yuxian is still immature now. In time, she will surely be a beauty who will turn around and smile, and all the beauties in the 6 palaces will be pale in comparison. But Jiang He is not unable to walk when he sees a beauty. When he was in the underworld, with his transcendent status, there were countless graceful female ghosts who wanted to seduce him. Jiang He has long been accustomed to beauty. After coming out of the bathroom, Song Yuxian went straight into the bedroom again. She rustled for a long time inside before opening the door, probably because she had a mission today. She was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. She was carrying a crossbody bag and a pair of short outdoor sports boots, revealing the white edges of her socks. God. Oh, no, Jiang He, let's go out for breakfast. I don't usually eat at home. It's more convenient to go out, although it's not very healthy. Song Yuxian held a floral headband in her hand, casually tying her black hair together, revealing her snow-white neck. I don't need to eat. Jiang He said lightly. The black mist that was scattered around rolled back into the body, and their whole person was no different from an ordinary person. Okay. Song Yuxian was not surprised. Why does the evil god need to eat? After having breakfast on the street, Song Yuxian took Jiang He to a family compound in the old city, which was the location of the mission. Who is a human and who is a ghost? Jiang He thought about the name of the mission, maybe it was a hint. However, with my realm, I can tell who is human and who is ghost at a glance. Yuxian, you came early. Wow, there is a handsome guy, who is he? Another girl's voice came from afar. The waiter was chewing something in his mouth, and his words were a little unclear. Chapter 12, the sister-in-law in the black and white photo is laughing, crying, and shedding tears. The gate of the family compound was made of iron and had long been rusted, lying crookedly on both sides. Looking at the thick layer of rust on it, I'm afraid it won't be able to be closed even if I want to. There was a pile of garbage on the left side of the door, emitting a sour smell in the sunlight. Looking at the entire family compound, it was all grey, like a gloomy dark cloud covering the ground. Jiang He didn't even look at the girl who was coming over. His name is Jiang He, he's my friend. I specially invited him here this time to avoid any mistakes. Song Yuxian made up a lie. You can't say that this is the evil spirit he summoned. As an evil spirit, the 10 kings of hell are also considered souls, right? Being able to appear in broad daylight and stand in the sun without any discomfort would cause a huge sensation if the news got out. The man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Song Yuxian understood the meaning of this sentence very well. You're so mean. As a good friend, you didn't tell me that there's such a handsome guy around you. Now I can be honest. How far have you and him developed? Are you pregnant? When she said this, Liu Hui reached out and touched Song Yuxian's lower abdomen. Just as she said, Liu Hui is indeed Song Yuxian's best friend. The two of them talk about everything. She had never known such a person existed, which made her think too much. Song Yuxian's pretty face flushed, and she slapped Liu Hui's hand away. What nonsense are you talking about? Can you be serious? We are here today to do something important. He, just kidding, why are you in such a hurry? Liu Hui walked up to Jiang He and extended her hand, saying politely, Hello, my name is Liu Hui and I am very, very, very good friends with Song Yuxian. Let's go. Jiang He took a step forward and walked towards the family compound. The soil inside the family compound is paved with square stone slabs. Some of the stone slabs have warped corners, and when you walk on them, they will shake slightly and make unsafe rattling sounds. This. Liu Hui's hand stopped in mid-air, and she herself stood there awkwardly. In fact, her appearance is quite good. Although there is a big gap between her and Song Yuxian, she can still be described as young and beautiful. In the end, Jiang He ignored her. Don't be angry, my friend is like this, a typical straight man's temper. Song Yuxian held Liu Hui's hand and explained helplessly. It's okay, brother is so cool, I like it so much. But don't worry, I won't snatch it from you unless you are willing to let me join you. Life of 3 of us may also be happy, what do you think? Liu Hui stretched out her hand and said with a smile. Bar. Song Yuxian spat. This used to be the family compound of the Power Supply Bureau, and it has a history of nearly 50 years. As society changed, many people sold their houses here and moved away. So it became an ordinary old residential area. Later, a developer contracted it and wanted to turn it into a high-rise residential area. In the end, the developer ran away with the money, and it was completely abandoned. The 3 of them walked towards the back and didn't meet any pedestrians on their way. As if seeing Jiang He's confusion, Song Yuxian explained. It should be the alley ahead. I'll send a message to my employer. Liu Hui raised her hand and pointed. The alley in front is the last row of the entire residential compound. There is white paper pasted on the walls at the entrance of the alley, and scattered valuables can be seen on the ground. After the message was sent, a middle-aged man came out soon. You are. The middle-aged man stopped at the entrance of the alley and looked the three of them up and down, with a half-believing and half-doubting look on his face. We were sent by the Yuling branch. Liu Hui looked serious. The software of the Soul Control Assistant was developed by the Soul Control Bureau. So it's not a lie to say that he was sent by the Yuling branch. How do you prove that you are? The middle-aged man was still skeptical because the three of them looked too young. It's like going to the hospital to see a doctor. If the doctor is a bald man in his 40s or 50s, you can feel relieved before you even see him because he looks very authoritative and professional. If the doctor is young, no matter how capable he is, it is likely that the patient will still have doubts. The psychological activities of a middle-aged man at this moment are the same as when he goes to the hospital for treatment. Liu Hui took out her cell phone and opened the background of Yuling Assistant. After verifying his identity, the middle-aged man's expression eased a little. My name is Fang Bojian, and I'm the one who posted this mercenary mission. When the middle-aged man said this, he glanced into the alley and continued, there's a funeral going on inside. The person who died was my brother's wife, my sister-in-law. My brother used to be a truck driver. He was killed in a car accident on a highway. That was 10 years ago. My sister-in-law's name is Liao Shilan. She also had an accident a few days ago. She was not saved in the hospital. Now only my nephew, Fang Ren, is left. You suspect that your sister-in-law's death was not an accident but murder. If it was an ordinary criminal case, you should go to the police station instead of us, right? Liu Hui asked. Of course I know the difference between ordinary crimes and evil spirit crimes. Almost all of our direct relatives have come here. But what's strange is that Fang Ren didn't even inform his aunts and uncles when such a big thing happened. This doesn't make sense. When Fang Bojian said this, he lowered his voice unconsciously, as if he was afraid of being heard by something. Is there anything else that you find unusual? Song Yuxian asked. Yes, of course. My nephew is quite pitiful, so several of our immediate relatives did not leave at night and stayed to accompany him and help. It suddenly rained in the middle of the night last night, and it was chilly in the morning hall. I leaned against the door and fell asleep in a daze. I opened my eyes because I felt cold, and I saw that my sister-in-law was smiling at me in the black and white photo. I was immediately startled awake, and I looked at the black and white photo carefully again, and found that it had returned to normal without any abnormality. I thought that I was probably too tired, and my eyes were blurry, and I was already sleepy at the time. Moreover, my brothers and sisters were all in the morning hall, so I felt relieved and continued to sleep. At dawn, a scream was heard from the morning hall. The person who screamed was Fang Ren's eldest aunt. She looked at the black and white photo in front of the coffin and was so scared that she couldn't say a word. So my brothers and sisters hurriedly looked over, that photo. When he said this, Fang Bojian's eye muscles twitched a few times, and he took a deep breath before continuing. Liao Shilan in the black and white photo was actually crying, and shedding tears of blood. And my nephew was kneeling in front of the coffin, not saying a word. After a long time, he said affectionately, Mom, you are here. Song Yuxian and Liu Hui shuddered at the same time, terrified. Chapter 13, The strange flower on the palm does not look like a living person's home. So there must be something wrong with the whole thing. It's very likely an evil spirit. It must be an evil spirit in my opinion. That's why I sought help from the Spirit Control Bureau. Do you think it's possible that my sister-in-law turned into an evil spirit after she died and is harming people? Fang Bojian asked in a low voice. Generally speaking, unnatural death means not death from old age or illness, but death due to injustice or murder. Because the resentment in the body is too heavy, it is difficult to reincarnate. There is a very high chance that they will turn into evil spirits and complete the things that were not completed when they were alive. What Song Yuxian said were all theoretical knowledge from the textbooks. How did your sister-in-law die? Did she have any resentment before she died? Generally speaking, this is the most common reason for becoming an evil spirit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My sister-in-law has a very good temper. Our family is also very harmonious and friendly. She had great luck when she was alive. This kind of thing is impossible to happen. Fang Bojian thought for a moment and asked, could it be others, such as those wandering homeless people? This is not impossible, but we need to give us some time to investigate, said Song Yuxian. Liu Hui gave a thumbs up, worthy of being the top student in their school. Although it was her first time dealing with something mysterious, Song Yuxian already showed she was organized. I don't want my nephew to know about this. Once you find any traces of the evil spirit, please make sure to deal with it cleanly. Fang Bojian turned around and walked into the alley. Come with me, it's the one at the innermost part of this alley. Song Yuxian glanced at Jiang He. He is a human. Jiang He said. I know he is a human being. Song Yuxian asked, what I want to ask is, what do you think of what he said? It's a one-sided statement, I can't make any comment. Jiang He replied. He is the only one saying it, so there is no way to know whether it is true or not. Just as Song Yuxian said just now, only when a person has experienced great injustice and his resentment is not resolved when he dies, there is a relatively small probability that he will become an evil spirit. If the evil spirit causing trouble is really Fang Bojian's sister-in-law, then it means that the former is making up a lie. Song Yuxian nodded, and the three of them followed her deeper into the alley. When he walked to the door, Jiang He found that a lot of cement had not completely dried. This house was recently remodeled. Why should we spend money and effort to rebuild an almost abandoned family compound where someone has just died? There were quite a few people sitting in the yard, and several of them had tense expressions. The others were eating melon seeds and chatting and laughing. The eternal lamp was swaying in front of the black and white photo. There was a frail-looking figure kneeling, dressed in mourning, holding yellow paper in his hand and putting it into the altar in front of him. These are the younger generations who have come here to pay their respects. Just go over and bow to them, Fang Bojian introduced. Song Yuxian and Liu Hui walked forward and bowed. Jiang He stood at the door and showed no intention of coming forward. But Fang Bojian couldn't say anything. He couldn't force the other person to do something if he didn't want to. What's more, in his opinion, this young man was also from the Spirit Control Bureau, so he didn't dare to force it. As he bowed, the frail figure glanced. He is a very handsome boy, and looks to be about the same age as Song Yuxian and Liu Hui. When he raised his head, Song Yuqing and Liu Hui also saw his face. This should be the poor nephew Fang Bojian mentioned, Fang Ren. Fang Ren had a blank expression on his face, a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes, and then he lowered his head again. Keep passing yellow paper into the fire to keep the flames from going out. Liu Hui stretched out her hand unnoticeably. There was a flower in the palm of her hand, which sprouted and grew rapidly and finally bloomed. This process only takes a few seconds. That is Liu Hui's companion evil spirit, a strange flower. A mysterious plant with very little growth potential, so it is rated D. If you can summon a mysterious animal, you can get a C or B rating. The one summoned was a person, so it was at least A. Humans are intelligent, and with the added power of evil spirits, their potential for growth far exceeds that of mysterious animals and plants. However, contract summoning summons plants or animals, which does not mean that there is absolutely no hope of becoming a strong person, it is just very difficult. Soon Liu Hui clenched her hands, and the strange flower disappeared. How is it going? The two people turned and walked out of the morning hall, and Song Yuxian asked. My weird flower didn't react at all, which means there are no evil spirits in this morning hall, and there are no traces of evil spirits ever existing. Liu Hui said. She suddenly felt that this task was not as simple as she had imagined. If there is an evil spirit, it is easy to deal with. They just need to determine whether the level of the evil spirit is something they can deal with. Solve it if you can, and then happily collect your reward. If you cannot solve the problem, give up the task and click report in the Soul Assistant, and someone stronger will come to handle it. But now we can't find the evil spirit at all, and Fang Bojian's words are so weird. What should we do in this situation? Let's wait until night time. Didn't Fang Bojian say that? The strange scene happened at night. The yin energy will be stronger at night, and maybe evil spirits will appear. Song Yuxian said. This is the only way. Liu Hui leaned towards Song Yuxian. You have to protect me at night. This strange flower of mine can only serve as a detector. Don't worry. Song Yuxian patted the back of Liu Hui's hand to comfort her, then walked up to Jiang He and asked, did you find anything? No. Jiang He shook his head. You don't have one either. Song Yuxian was surprised. Even this fierce god didn't notice the problem. Then the problem here is either very complicated or it is just a false alarm. They shared their idea with Fang Bojian, who readily agreed. Then Song Yuxian and Liu Hui walked aside. Why do I feel so uncomfortable here? Something is weird. Liu Hui rubbed her arms. Because this place looks like a tomb. Jiang his eyes fell on the cement that had not yet dried. Song Yuxian's heart moved, and after hearing what Jiang he said, she also discovered the problem. This house, which has experienced decades of wind and rain, was recently modified, and the door leading into the yard has become an arch. When you walked in, it didn't feel like you were walking into a living person's home, but rather into a dead person's tomb. There are decorative patterns on the top of the arch door, but they are pale in color. Why is this happening? Song Yuxian asked. Jiang he didn't say anything because he didn't know either. At night, those immediate relatives were about to leave but were stopped by Fang Bojian. It looked like they had a fierce argument. I don't know what he said, but in the end no one left. After a simple meal, Song Yuxian and Liu Hui became alert. Fang Bojian and the others who were sitting on both sides of the morning hall just stared at each other. None of them were sleeping. The entire morning hall and the huge family compound were shrouded in the pitch-black night, and occasionally the shrill cries of cats could be heard. Just then, Fang Ren, who had been kneeling there, stood up unsteadily. Under the gaze of everyone, he took out a box of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, lit it on the eternal lamp, put it in his mouth and took a deep puff. Then a long cloud of white mist spurted out. What is he doing? Liu Hui was puzzled. Chapter 14 He actually turned into an evil spirit in red. Do you want to stop me? This what happened? Fang Bojian, Liu Hui and others present felt their scalps tingling. The scene before my eyes was so stimulating to the eyes, and it exuded a creepy and eerie atmosphere everywhere. An ominous and painful death, coupled with the thick yin energy in the middle of the night, and inside a morning hall, basically all the elements are gathered. He wants to use these things to transform into a vicious evil spirit and take revenge on these rogue relatives. Song Yuxian said with a complicated expression. In fact, Song Yuxian had just signaled to Jiang He, wanting him to rescue Fang Ren. After all, Fang Ren's approach is too extreme and may not succeed. But Jiang He remained indifferent and had no intention of taking action at all. Fang Ren had set up barbed wire in the yard in advance to prevent anyone from stopping him from completing the process he wanted to complete. Since Jiang He was unwilling to take action, they could only watch Fang Ren go crazy. Hanging on the hemp rope, Fang Ren did not make any dying struggle. All the relatives stared with horror as they watched him until he stopped breathing. Have we killed anyone? What the hell are you talking about? We didn't do anything. He just hung himself and died. That's right, if you want to take the blame for this, don't involve us. Fang Bojian and the others all felt as if they had goosebumps all over their bodies. The scene before them was so bizarre, beyond their understanding and imagination, that it made them feel cold all over. Now I can probably understand why Fang Ren hates his father's relatives so much. Liu Hui said in a low voice. Fang Ren, who was hanging on the hemp rope, never closed his eyes until his death. The white of his eyeballs were covered with red bloodshot, and he was still looking in the direction of Fang Bojian's relatives. What do you think we should do now? You are from the Spirit Control Bureau and you should be able to see clearly. Fang Ren's death has nothing to do with us. He set up a trap in the yard. It's that heavy wire mesh door. We can't save him even if we want to. Fang Bojian suddenly remembered Song Yuxian, Liu Hui and Jiang He, and walked over to ask. At this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in the yard. Chiller, chiller. The lights installed in the yard began to flicker constantly, sometimes off and sometimes on, and the current became extremely unstable. The eternal lamp placed in front of the coffin was shaken by the cold wind, and it lasted for a few seconds before finally going out weakly. Bang! With a crisp sound, the current suddenly became stable and the lights in the yard lit up again. R! A scream echoed in the quiet yard. The person who screamed was Fang Ren's second aunt. Her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Fang fang fang. He stammered and didn't utter a complete sentence in the end. He just kept repeating the last name Fang. However, everyone in the yard reacted quickly and looked inside the morning hall. Inside the heavy wire mesh door, Fang Ren, who was wearing a red shirt and hanging on a hemp rope, was actually standing on the ground. You're not dead. No, this is not Fang Ren. Fang Ren is still hanging on the hemp rope. Evil spirit. He has turned into an evil spirit. Aren't you from the Spirit Control Bureau? Take action now. Fang Bojian and others in the yard were in chaos. There was a corpse hanging on the hemp rope, wearing red clothes, with eyes open, and a heavy weight hanging under its feet. But there was another identical person standing on the ground, with a pale face, blood-stained clothes, and a strong aura of murderous intent emanating from his whole body. In other words, he actually succeeded. Song Yuxian's face was full of disbelief. To transform into a red evil spirit upon death is extremely demanding. I can't imagine how much hatred there is in Fang Ren's heart. Only then can it complete the transformation from a living person to a red evil spirit in such a short time after death. The evil spirit in red is beyond our capabilities. Yuxian, what should we do? Liu Hui was also a little panicked. This is the evil spirit in red, which is considered a ferocious existence in the entire Kyushu. If we consider the strength of the Yuling branch of Qinghe City, they would probably have to come out in full force to have a chance of solving the problem, and this would still be a relatively ideal result. He is not in his right mind. Jiang He, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time. Song Yuxian immediately looked into Fang Ren's eyes, which were indeed a bright red. This is the disadvantage of quickly becoming a red evil spirit under the cover of hatred. Their hatred is so strong that it blinds reason. So now Fang Ren is no longer the young man who seeks revenge for his mother, but a killing machine. Things are getting even more troublesome. Liu Hui was almost in despair. The entire yard had been arranged in advance by Fang Ren, blocking all retreat routes. Perhaps before his death, he had thought that he might lose his mind. Now that they are all trapped inside, they will naturally become victims of the wrath of the red evil spirit. Why am I so unlucky? I just took a simple task and it turned out to be a red evil spirit. Liu Hui hugged Song Yuxian's arm. Yuxian, I'm sorry. You just became an S-level genius, so I gave you some time to grow. This red-clothed evil spirit will naturally not pose any threat to you. It's all my fault for being greedy. Okay. Song Yuxian patted Liu Hui on the back with a wry smile. With Jiang He, the fierce god of hell, around, a vicious evil spirit in red probably won't be a big deal. You have to take action now. If you don't, I'm afraid all of us mortals will die here. Song Yuxian asked tentatively. What worries her most now is that Jiang He will not take action. After all, this great god has a really weird temper, at least Song Yuxian has figured it out yet. The name of Jiang He's mission is, who is the human and who is the ghost? After witnessing the reasons why Fang Ren turned into the red-clothed evil spirit, he roughly understood it. However, if you want to verify whether your guess is correct, you need a very important step. Take a step forward. Jiang He raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and said softly, the field of karma and reincarnation, expand. Then the whole yard shook rapidly, with black fog surging from all directions. Crash, crash. The runners from the underworld stepped forward and directly captured Fang Ren, who had turned into an evil spirit in red. Under the suppression of the morning stick and chains, Fang Ren had no room to struggle at all. Fang Ren, 18 years old, the only child in the family. Because of his poor family background, he only started first grade at the age of 9, but he was very smart in academics and skipped grades repeatedly. After my father became a truck driver, our family's life gradually improved. Jiang He looked directly into Fang Ren's red eyes and began to read about his life. Even the red-clothed evil spirit that had lost its mind still felt as if its 3 souls and 7 spirits were trembling when it looked into the black shadow in front of it. You want to stop me? Under the pressure of the terrifying aura of the superior, Fang Ren's eyes began to regain rationality, and he asked in a resentful and hoarse voice. Chapter 15, a perfect answer sheet, gaining the power of the 9 palaces equality king. You are right. Your father and mother were both miserable people. Especially your mother, who suffered great injustice during her lifetime. She died of injustice. The people you want to kill are indeed the evil of human nature, and they should pay the price for their actions. That is the meaning of the cycle of cause and effect. Jiang He spoke calmly, word by word. Then why are you doing this? Fang Ren raised his head stubbornly and roared, I hate it. I hate it. I can't deal with them while I'm alive. Only by dying and becoming like this can I have the strength to take revenge. I hate it. Even just a look from the other party could make his 3 souls and 7 spirits completely disappear from this world. But the hatred in his heart drives Fang Ren. Fang Bojian's relatives were also enveloped by the field of causal cycle and collapsed to the ground in fear. Especially since Fang Ren looked like a madman at this moment, it made them extremely regretful. If I had known this earlier, I would not have done it. If I had known earlier, I would not have been so hasty. If I had known this earlier, I would not have been so arrogant. If I had known, I would have been a good person. People are always like this. They only regret when they have no other choice. Black fog was swirling around, and the faces of the people dressed as Yarman runners were all pale, coupled with that terrifying shadow. Fang Bojian and the others were not frightened to death, which shows that they have good psychological quality. Jiang He waved his hand, and the Yarman runners who were suppressing Fang Ren immediately scattered and stood in a row on both sides. Fang Ren was stunned, not knowing what it meant. In the shadow, the man smiled, and there was encouragement in his smile. He looked deeply at Jiang He with his bloodshot eyes, and then floated towards Fang Bojian and the others. When a mortal faces the evil spirit in red, it is like an ordinary, unarmed person encountering a tiger that has been hungry for 2 days. A ray of pale moonlight broke through the dark clouds and fell on the yard. It was at this time that Song Yuxian and Liu Hui suddenly woke up. They were no longer in the court, and no one knew when the black fog surrounding them disappeared. The yard was still in front of me, but the ground was covered with corpses. Only one of the bodies was facing the darkness, and his was Fang Bojian. Eyes, nose, mouth, ears, everything was bleeding. His eyes were wide open, and even though he was dead, there was still a lingering trace of deep fear and despair. Why are you helping me? Fang Ren looked at the corpses on the ground in silence. There was more rationality in his eyes. He slowly turned around to face Jiang He and asked quietly. The cycle of cause and effect. If there is cause but no effect, how can the cycle continue? Jiang He asked calmly. Fang Ren was silent again. What are your plans for next? Jiang He asked. Fang Ren was confused. He just wanted revenge, and with boundless hatred, he chose an extreme way and transformed into a red evil spirit. Now that his revenge was accomplished, Fang Ren suddenly lost his direction. This world wasn't like this before. The reason why it revived strangely is because of the imbalance of yin and yang and the collapse of order. Do you know? There are many dead souls in the underworld who have not been reincarnated. Jiang He said. Hearing Jiang He's words, Fang Ren trembled all over and looked at him excitedly. You mean? That's right, maybe you can find your parents when you become stronger. Jiang He nodded. Sir, please help me. Fang Ren knelt down in front of Jiang He and begged, I know you are not a simple person. I am willing to work for you as long as you can help me find my parents. Are you making a deal with me? If you want to be my slave, then this is your chance. Jiang He snorted. Sir, I am willing to be your slave. This is not a transaction. Fang Ren knelt on the ground with his forehead touching the ground. Fang Ren could see clearly that the young man standing in front of him was the black shadow in the court just now. Although we don't know his exact identity now, one thing is certain, he is an extremely powerful being. Only by following him and finding the souls of your deceased parents will you have a chance. As you wish. Jiang He waved his hand, and a rune formed by yin energy flew out from the palm of his hand. It fell directly into Fang Ren's body, and in an instant the body of the red-clothed evil spirit became more solid. Yuxian, I have little education, so don't lie to me. Is this really your friend? Liu Hui asked in astonishment. Yes, this. Song Yuxian was also dazzled and didn't know what to say. It's numb. She was really numb. My heart and legs are numb. I watched Fang Ren go to extremes and turn into a red evil spirit. But Song Yuxian could accept it, after all, she was not a saint. However, the red evil spirit was allowed to complete its revenge plan, leaving the yard littered with corpses. Putting aside whether or not one can pass the psychological barrier, this task was accepted from the spirit control assistant. Now that the employers are dead, how should we explain this? The person in charge of the soul control assistant will definitely report it, and then the people from the Soul Control Bureau will come to investigate, and he will not be able to escape responsibility then. And does Jiang He's behavior count as helping evil spirits harm people? The one helping is an evil spirit in red. Song Yuxian's mind was in a mess. Jiang He has a relationship with her, so she certainly can't escape the blame. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw the evil spirit in red kneeling in front of Jiang He. An evil spirit in red that has killed many people. You said you would take him as your slave. Although Song Yuxian didn't think that Fang Ren, the evil spirit in red, had done anything wrong, the Soul Control Bureau was like a sword hanging over her head. Jiang He waved his hand and directly took Fang Ren into his body. Inside Jiang He's real body, there is a tiny bead that is pitch black and pure. This is the yin pearl that I received as a reward from the novice gift pack when I first acquired the system. It can help him filter out all energy impurities and turn them into pure yin energy that flows into his body, increasing his strength. It also has the function of deforging, such as placing the red evil spirit inside. Just because Jiang He can move freely under the sun doesn't mean Fang Ren can do the same. The red evil spirit has not yet reached the level where it can ignore the strong yang energy during the day. Ding, the mission, who is human and who is ghost, has been completed. Humans and ghosts, good and evil, are like flowers that are not flowers and fog that is not fog. Humans are not necessarily good, and ghosts are not necessarily evil. Their host has handed in a perfect answer. Perfect grade for being able to detect abnormalities at the mission location. Let the despicable get the punishment he deserves. Perfect rating. Harvest 1 red evil spirit, maximize the benefits after the mission, rated perfect. Comprehensive score is perfect, a total of 13,662 Yinder points were obtained, and the reward was successfully distributed. As the system notification sound continued to ring in his ears, Jiang He's eyes were filled with surprise. Just this one task actually rewards more than 10,000 Yinder points. His guess about who was human and who was a ghost turned out to be correct. The current Yinder points are 26707. The mission is completed when the Yinder points reach 20,000. You will obtain the divine power of the King of Equality in the 9 palaces. Chapter 16 White Tiger, Jiaduobao, you are surrounded. The 9th Palace Equality King, whose birthday is on the 8th day of the 4th lunar month, is in charge of the Iron Net Avachi Hell in Fengju City, and has set up 16 smaller hells. Anyone who kills, sets fires, or is executed by beheading or strangling in the Yarn world will be brought to this palace, where they will be chained to their hands and feet with hollow copper stakes, and then be fanned to burn until their hearts and livers are burned. They will then be sent to the Avachi Hell to be punished. After all their victims have been reborn, they will be brought out and handed over to the 10th palace to the 6 paths: heaven, human, earth, Ajura, hell, and animal. In Jiang He's sight, he saw an illusory image, an old man with a long beard, wearing a square crown and a long robe. He held a flute in his arms with his hands clasped in his sleeves. Then the illusory image shook and went straight into the body. There was a hint of understanding in Jiang He's eyes. After obtaining the divine power of the King of Equality of the 9 palaces, his strength took a big step forward. Ding! Current Yinder points 26707. Next achievement, accumulate 30,000 Yinder points, and you can obtain the divine power of the 8 palaces City King. He turned off the system and turned around to look at Song Yuxian and Liu Hui. He keenly saw the deep worry on the 2 girls' faces, and after a quick thought he understood what they were worried about. However, Jiang He didn't care. Qinghe City, Yuling Branch. Some people were standing quietly at the door, as if waiting for something. These 2 experts sent by the general administration really don't play by the rules. Standing at the front, a middle-aged man in uniform raised his arm and glanced at the time. He is the boss of Qinghe City Yuling Branch, his name is Zhu Jiyu. Yuan Qingzhou stood behind Zhu Jiyu and asked, "Are those 2 people very powerful? I wanted to check their information, but I found that I don't have enough authority at my current level. One is called by Lao Hu and the other is called Jiaduo Bao, both are women. How can the people sent by the general administration be simple? Moreover, the purpose of their coming here is to investigate the matter on the Lookout Mountain. By the way, didn't you say that there has been a turnaround in the matter on the Lookout Mountain? How is the investigation going? When they arrive, you will be responsible for the connection work. If you don't know anything when they investigate, it will not only be the people in our branch who will lose face, but also your own face," Ito said with a grin. "This matter is a bit complicated, but I have basically locked onto the whereabouts of the owner of the yin energy on Wangfeng Mountain, and now there is a monitoring team following him." Yuan Cheng also raised his arm and glanced at the time. Originally, he had no intention of coming here to receive the two people from the general administration, and had previously planned to follow along with the monitoring team. As a result, the head of the branch called personally and asked Yuan Cheng to come there immediately. Just as they were chatting, two sedans surrounding a business car slowly stopped at the door. "Here I come." Zhu Jiyu was cheered up, and after the convoy stopped, he was the first to step forward and open the car door. These two leaders from the general administration are not simple people. Their job ranks are far above his. The most important thing is that the information says that the one called Jiaduobao is only 18 years old, and the other white tiger is only in his 20s. Yuan Cheng was also very considerate. He quickly walked to the other side of the business car and opened the door. Two girls got out of the car, with obviously different temperaments. A man with a cold temperament, wearing a smart outdoor sportswear and a pair of military leather boots. She has short hair that looks like a knife, and her slightly pursed lips are like a sharp sword. The other one was wearing a little dress and holding a doll. Her hair was slightly curly and extended from both sides of her head. The seductive double ponytails also suited her temperament. When Yuan Cheng's eyes fell on the doll, he actually felt dizzy. "Juobao." The short-haired woman called softly. "Oh." The girl in the little dress giggled and gently stroked the top of the doll's head with her fingers. The dizziness in Yuan Cheng's head quickly faded away, and he realized at this time that there was something wrong with the doll in the girl's dress. After realizing this problem, Yuan Cheng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. After working in the Spirit Control Bureau for so long, this was the first time he encountered such a terrifying existence. Just a doll in his hand can easily make him become dull. If this was an enemy, killing him would be a piece of cake. However, the brief contact also allowed Yuan Cheng to quickly distinguish the identities of the two of them. The short-haired woman was Bai Lao Hu, and the girl in the little dress was Jia Juobao. Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone in Yuan Cheng's back pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that the note on the screen was the surveillance team sent to track them. He gave White Tiger and Garbo an apologetic look, walked a few steps away, then pressed the answer button and put it to his ear. There was a little accident on the captain's side. There was an evil spirit in red that had just completed its transformation. The person on the other end of the phone recounted the whole incident in a concise manner. "What?" Yuan Cheng's face suddenly changed. After hanging up the phone, he didn't bother to put away his phone and turned around and walked in front of Zhu Jiyu. "What happened?" Zhu Jiyu had worked with Yuan Cheng for many years. Seeing the latter's expression, he could roughly guess that something serious had happened, so he asked. So Yuan Cheng repeated the information that the monitoring team had just fed back in front of the two people from the general administration. "Let's go without further ado and seal off that place completely first to prevent the evil spirit from spreading and harming more innocent lives," White Tiger said immediately. "You two have been traveling all day, don't you want to take a break?" asked Zhu Jiyu. "The incident involving the red evil spirit has already reached a high risk level. If you take any more rest, I'm afraid you'll lose the hat on your head," Bao Lao Hu said, glancing at Zhu Jiyu. Zhou Juobao looked at the old man with half-white hair and an awkward smile on his face with a teasing look. She already knew the White Tiger's character very well. When Zhu Jiyu asked if they wanted to take a break, Zhou Juobao expected that he would be scolded. "Arrange vehicles, gather people, and set off immediately," Yuan Cheng said loudly. "What's a mere Yuling branch? Do I need to explain my actions to them?" After listening to Song Yuxian's concerns, Jiang his face showed no fluctuations, but instead he showed a contemptuous smile. Song Yuxian was speechless. After choosing to surrender, Fang Ren told the method to open the barbed wire door, which was to find the remote control and press the red button. The three people walked out of the yard, and when Song Yuxian was about to emphasize the seriousness of the situation again, the sound of an alarm broke the silence above the family compound. "Listen, everyone inside. You have been surrounded. Surrender immediately and leave the family compound in an orderly manner. Otherwise, we will use violent means to attack and may even kill you on the spot." The stern warning was clearly transmitted throughout the entire family compound through the loudspeaker. "It's over, it's too late." Liu Hui's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 17, Conduct a risk assessment on him. "Would you be willing?" Boom boom. A helicopter appeared in the sky. The dazzling beam of light from above quickly locked onto the figures of Jiang He, Song Yuxian and Liu Hui in the family compound. Facing the searchlight, Song Yuxian and Liu Hui subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands, but even so they still could not see normally. There were 3 other people sitting on the helicopter besides the pilot. These 3 people are naturally Bai Lao Hu, Zhe Juobao and Yu Wencheng. On their way here, Yu Wencheng recounted the whole thing in detail. You mean that what happened on Wangfeng Mountain is related to the girl named Song Yuxian down there? Bai Lao Hu asked after listening. It should be like this, Yu Wencheng said ambiguously. Jiang He put his hands behind his back and looked quietly at the big guy in the sky. At this time, the white tiger's eyes also fell on him. The strong wind created by the helicopter propellers made it impossible for the young man's clothes and hair to move at all. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Captain Yu, you are responsible for the blockade and vigilance. Don't let anyone leave, and don't let anyone break in. Leave the rest to me and Zhe Juobao. After saying this, Bai Lao Hu and Zhe Juobao silently jumped down from the sky in front of the horrified sight of Yu Wencheng and the helicopter pilot. As expected of someone from the general administration, he is indeed very powerful, Yu Wencheng said with admiration. At least there is no one in the police station who is capable of jumping directly from a helicopter. Snap! The 2 people landed almost at the same time, but only one of them made the sound of landing. The girl holding the doll landed silently. Song Yuxian and Liu Hui looked at them anxiously not far away. Who among you is called Song Yuxian? Asked the cold-haired woman. I am Song Yuxian. Song Yuxian replied. She didn't know the other person, but he was able to call out her name accurately. It seemed that the Soul Control branch was well prepared. Is he the owner of the aura on Lookout Mountain? The short-haired, cold-looking woman looked at Jiang He and asked, You should know what I'm asking. Song Yuxian's eyes flashed with deep shock. Who is this short-haired woman? She saw through Jiang He's identity at a glance. Jiang He looked at the other person with amusement. By observing Song Yuxian's reaction, the cold short-haired woman was certain that Yu Wencheng was right. I am from the Spirit Control Bureau, everyone calls me White Tiger, the one next to me is my colleague, her name is Zhe Juobao. He. Zhe Juobao smiled while holding the doll. May I ask your name? White Tiger asked politely. You brought people to surround me, don't you know my name? Jiang He said in a flat tone. Being directly illuminated by a bright searchlight made him feel unhappy, so his words were naturally not so gentle. Bai Lao Hu keenly caught the contemptuous attitude in Jiang He's eyes, which made her angry, and her tone became cold. In this case, please answer how the body in the yard died, and where did the red-clothed evil spirit reported by our monitoring team go? The third question is also the last question, is the yin qi on Wangfeng Mountain related to you? Brother, please stop talking, please. Before Jiang He spoke, Song Yuxian took a step forward after whispering and said politely, I can answer these questions for you. We initially accepted a task on the Soul Control Assistant. From the beginning to the end of the mission, including what happened on Wangfeng Mountain, Song Yuxian told everything without hiding anything. Just made some changes to the specific content. For example, the disturbance on Wangfeng Mountain was caused by Jiang He's efforts to save her and Liu Hui. For example, the things in the yard were all caused by the red evil spirit, and they wanted to stop it but failed. As for where the red evil spirit went, they didn't know either. What Song Yuxian said was somewhat different from the feedback Bai Lao Hu received from Yu Wencheng and the monitoring team. But it can be seen that Song Yuqing and the other girl want to cooperate, so her attitude softened a bit, and finally her eyes fell on Jiang He again and said, We just want to find out the truth of the matter. In order to protect the ordinary people in this city, we hope you can cooperate. No problem, we are willing to cooperate, Song Yuxian said proactively. To provoke the Spirit Control Bureau is like to provoke a hornet's nest. Jiang He knew that Song Yuxian was just an ordinary mortal and was still very wary of some worldly beings. In addition, he was in a good mood, so Jiang He didn't say anything more and tacitly agreed to cooperate. The most important thing is that Jiang He thought of a method that might be easier to trigger the system task. Half an hour later, Jiang He sat in a conference room. In front of him was a cup of steaming water with tea leaves floating on it. The door of the conference room was open and no one was there except him. In the office on the other side, Bai Lao Hu and Zhe Juobao were sitting in front of the computer. The screen showed the surveillance footage of the conference room where Jiang He was. Professor Xia, this is the high-risk target person reported by the Qinghe City branch. There are 2 other people involved, one is Song Yuxian and the other is Liu Hui. They are the people who participated in this year's talent assessment. Song Yuxian is rated S level and Liu Hui is rated D level. After bringing the three people to the branch, we hypnotized them without leaving any trace. Song Yuxian and Liu Hui were all successful, but it had no effect on this person named Jiang He. According to the results of hypnosis, Liu Hui was not aware of the whole thing. We also made a very scary discovery: Jiang He was the evil spirit summoned by Song Yuxian. But his body was like that of an ordinary person, which we had never encountered before. White Tiger frowned and reported the situation. Inside the computer screen there is a man wearing round glasses, probably in his 50s or 60s. He was wearing a white coat and had an unkempt beard. At first glance, he looked like a professor who spent a lot of time in the laboratory. Then let's do a risk assessment on him next. Professor Shear adjusted the legs of his glasses, his eyes showing deep interest. Okay. Bai Lao Hu pinned a miniature camera on his clothes and put on wireless headphones. After getting ready, he stood up and walked out of the office. Jiang his eyes were looking at the teacup in front of him. Just when it was no longer steaming, footsteps were finally heard from outside the meeting room. His eyes moved slightly and looked at the owner of the footsteps, the White Tiger. Zhou Juobao, who was following behind, was also looking at him with interest. Sorry for the wait. After the White Tiger sat down, he said apologetically, I have a lot of things I want to talk to you about. Are you willing? Chapter 18. Is there something fishy going on? I think he is dangerous. Risk assessment is a common practice in the Spirit Control Bureau. Ever since the return of the weird, people all over the world have realized the fragility and powerlessness of mortals in the face of the weird. As the saying goes, use magic to defeat magic. So the call came into being. While using special methods of interrogation, they finally figured out the identity of the evil spirit in red and the corpse in the yard. Professor Shear has read the investigation report, and in his opinion, Jiang He is not an evil spirit. When dealing with evil spirits and special human crimes, the Spirit Control Bureau has dedicated personnel to evaluate the entire case. If the nature of the criminal incidents by evil spirits and special humans is within the acceptable range, a risk assessment will be conducted. If such people are within controllable range, we will try to contain them. The meaning of shelter is self-evident. To put it bluntly, as long as conditions permit, the other party will be turned into one of our own. Special humans refer to those who practice evil methods, Taoists, monks, and the like. No problem. Jiang He nodded. Is the tea not to your taste? We also have juice, coffee, carbonated drinks, and even mineral water. Would you like to drink some? Bai Lao Hu pointed at the teacup in front of Jiang He. The water in it was still there, which meant he didn't drink it. Finding an appropriate entry point is a very important beginning of risk assessment. No. Jiang He's answer was simple and straightforward. Then let's get down to business. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can rest. At the same time, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of myself and the Spirit Control Bureau. Thank you for your willingness to cooperate with us. Jiang He was a little surprised by the White Tiger's friendly and respectful attitude this time. In fact, it is easy to understand if you think about it. It must be that Bai Lao Hu got some information from Song Yuxian, which caused her to change her attitude. Bu Jianghe doesn't care about his secrets being exposed. In his opinion, there is nothing to hide. If you want to explore, you have to consider whether you can bear it. Are you the evil spirit summoned by Song Yuxian, and it seems that you are from the underworld? Asked the White Tiger. The evil god in Yarma, no matter which title is used, it is enough to cause a sensation, provided that it is true. Yes. Jiang He admitted. Are you still the king of hell? White Tiger asked again. In her hand was a piece of information that she had just obtained from Song Yuxian. There were still many mysteries in it. Whether they could be solved depended on Jiang He's cooperation. I thought I was the king of hell in the 10 courts of hell, but actually I'm not. I'm a powerful evil spirit, or you could say a fierce god. If all goes well, I might become a more powerful god than the king of hell in the future. Jiang He thought for a moment and said modestly. White Tiger. Garbo blinked, becoming even more curious. It was well said, but neither of them understood. This question is not something that can be solved by the two of you at your level. I suggest the next one. Jiang He said sincerely. Jiang He could guarantee that he really did not mean to mock or look down on others. Just like the red-clothed evil spirit is powerful enough to bring disaster to a region, but in front of him it can be destroyed with just a flick of his finger. Okay, let's move on to the next topic. Bai Lao, who was actually very upset, but in order to ensure the smooth progress of the risk assessment, he had to suppress his anger. What is the underworld like? After the weird resurrection, evil spirits have become more and more common in this world. But the evil spirits we summoned all existed in this world. As early as the beginning, we have been looking for traces of gods, the underworld, heaven, etc., and finally concluded that they only exist in the writings of the ancients. You should be the first existence from the underworld to the world of the living. If it is true, it can prove that the underworld does exist. I know what you mean, but I can't prove to you that I have lived in the underworld for hundreds of years. During this period, I also tried to find a way to enter the human world, but failed in the end. But I didn't expect that the girl named Song Yuxian summoned me from the underworld through the blood sacrifice method in ancient books. Jiang He spread his hands, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Where is that evil spirit in red now? Asked White Tiger. Inside my body. Jiang He replied. Inside the body. The White Tiger was surprised. That's right. Jiang He nodded. Bai Lao, who picked up a pen and wrote this down in the file, then asked, why did you do that when you were in the family compound? Because this is the justice of cause and effect. Jiang He said. One last question, is your body the body of an evil spirit? Asked the White Tiger. In fact, when entering the soul control branch, she deliberately guided Jiang He through several sophisticated detection instruments. The data displayed on the detection instrument surprised everyone. Yin Qi value, 0. Body temperature, 0. Health, 0. The three most important data are all 0. Let us say Jiang He is a human being, but he has no life value and body temperature. You can say he is not a human being because his Yin Qi value is 0. This was the first time that White Tiger had seen such a situation. But this also proves from the side that Jiang He is definitely unusual. No. Jiang He shook his head. His body indeed had no temperature and no blood. There is an essential difference between him and ordinary people. If I have to explain it, it is like Jiang He's evil spirit, possessing a body without any life fluctuations. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be repaired with Yin Qi. Okay, we have finished asking questions for now. In the end, it's not really a question. If our Spirit Control Bureau invites you, would you be willing to join? White Tiger put away the information and asked casually. Of course I would. Jiang He was shocked. The highlight is finally here. The purpose of his cooperation is to join the Spirit Control Bureau. In order to quickly accumulate virtue points, Jiang He plans to use whatever means possible. The role of the Spirit Control Bureau is to provide many clues he needs, such as the specific location where the evil spirit is causing trouble. Okay, we will review your identity. No matter what the result is, we will notify you at that time. White Tiger's expression was a little strange. Jiang He couldn't help but feel disappointed. It's so troublesome to join the Spirit Control Bureau. After the risk assessment was completed, Jiang He left with Song Yuxian and Liu Hui. Before leaving, Jiang He left his contact information. Professor Xia, what do you think of the risk assessment just now? Do you really want him to join the Spirit Control Bureau? I thought he would refuse, but he agreed so readily. Is there something fishy? White Tiger asked worriedly. How do you feel when facing him head-on? Professor Xia did not answer directly. I couldn't feel his presence at all, it was like I was talking to the air. That was my intuitive feeling. But my eyes told me that Jiang He was sitting opposite me. Bai Lao, who recalled the scene at that time. I think he is very dangerous. The most dangerous person I have ever seen in the Spirit Control Bureau. Zhou Juobao suddenly said. Chapter 19, Are the next few days convenient for you? A Shang Dynasty tomb. Hearing what Zhou Juobao said, Bai Lao Hu and Professor Xia both looked much more serious. In the general administration of controlling spirits, Jia Duobao is one of the best special talents. Even she said so one can imagine how strong Jiang He is. Can you find a comparison? For example, the feeling Jiang He gives you is like, similar to someone in our general administration. Bai Lao Hu asked guidingly. No. Zhou Juobao shook his head bluntly, So he is very dangerous, not because I can feel his oppression or specific strength, but because my detection is like entering a bottomless ocean. This evaluation made White Tiger even more worried. Having used it with Jiaduobao for so many years, I have never heard such high praise. This evaluation even seemed a bit exaggerated to her. Har ha 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 ha. Professor Shear habitually adjusted the legs of his glasses and said, "In that case, we should let him join our Spirit Control Bureau. What if he has other intentions?" White Tiger expressed his concerns. "If we don't extend an olive branch to him, then it won't just be our Kyushu that will send out invitations. We should be well aware of the global situation by now. It's not just our country that other places are recruiting powerful evil spirits." When he said this, Professor Shia's eyes behind his glasses flashed a mysterious light. "Based on my experience in weird research, Jiang He will definitely exceed the world's expectations." The White Tiger was surprised. Professor Shia holds an extraordinary position in the Spirit Control Bureau, but he does have abilities that match his position. That's why she was surprised and gave such a high evaluation of Jiang He. Your worries are not without reason. Jiang He has ulterior motives. Entering Yulin Bureau will definitely cause great harm to us, so we will destroy all his files and let him be directly under our management. Let him be a non-staff member of the Spirit Control Bureau and give him the treatment and remuneration of a formal member, but he cannot be recorded in the personnel files of the Spirit Control Bureau. After pondering for a while, Professor Shear thought of the best way to deal with it. This is not a good idea. It goes against the rules. White Tiger said worriedly. Taoism has already produced a Taoist who is a pure yang body. Buddhism has produced a Buddhist who is said to be the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi. Our Spirit Control Bureau may seem glorious, but in fact, it is just a splendid exterior with rotten cotton inside. It is only because we are an official organization that many examples seem respectable. The most important thing is that there are constant internal struggles within the Spirit Control Bureau. Professor Shear's face showed a hint of fatigue. If no action is taken, the Spirit Control Bureau will have no need to exist. Since the weird resurrection, the 4 words, survival of the fittest, have been interpreted vividly. Now many countries have begun to regard evil spirits as the most powerful weapons of the current era. You must know that the power of some evil spirits completely exceeds the limits of human imagination. I understand. I won't let anyone else know about this except the 4 of us. White Tiger said seriously. From today on, you will be in charge of contacting Jiang He. By the way, you should also pay special attention to that girl named Song Yuxian. She is quite capable as she was able to summon Jiang He from the underworld. From the Taoist disciples to the Buddhist disciples, it has been proved that mortals are not necessarily worse than evil spirits. Professor Shear said with a smile. Okay. White Tiger nodded. The risk assessment is not really over. The face-to-face conversation is just to make sure that the other party's thinking is not confused and can remain clear and rational. Residential area. You mean, Liu Hui and I were hypnotized at the police station? Song Yuxian asked in surprise. Yes. Jiang He sat on the sofa. I didn't feel anything at all. Song Yuxian said fearfully. This method is a bit too terrible. Fortunately, it was someone from the Yuling branch. If he had bad intentions, the consequences would be disastrous. Buzz. Just then, Jiang He's cell phone vibrated and a strange number called. I pressed the answer button and put it to my ear, and a young girl's voice came from the other end. He still remembered the owner of this voice, whose name was Lu Jikue. Hello, Mr. Jiang, do you have time in the next few days? Lu Jikue asked. Some. Jiang He sat up straight instantly and became alert. I have something to do here, and I don't know if it's convenient for you. As for the remuneration, please rest assured that our Lu family will definitely give you satisfactory conditions. Lu Jikue asked again. Convenient. Very convenient. Jiang He grinned. He is so convenient. Lu Jikue seemed not to have expected such enthusiasm and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Lu family. The lights are on. There were many Lu family senior executives sitting in the meeting room, and almost all of them who were local came over. Lu Jian sat at the head of the conference table, with the others sitting on both sides. As everyone knows, since the strange resurrection, many places in Zhuzhou have been invaded by evil spirits and turned into notorious ghost areas. It just so happens that there is a ghost area near Archingher city. The degree of danger there has not been explored clearly so far, and many people and forces are unwilling to set foot there. Lu Jikue stood next to Lu Zhiyun, cleared his throat, and waited until the meeting room quieted down before speaking. Girl Kue, you don't need to tell us uncles and aunts about this ghost area near Qinghe city. Not only our side, but also the neighboring Juning city has sent people there. As a result, when they explored the depths, the entire army was wiped out and no one came back. Since then, not many people and forces dare to go in again, and even if they do, they dare not go deep. A middle-aged man said, crossing his fingers. The reason why I invited all of you uncles here this time is because of this ghost area. An ancient tomb was discovered inside, which was left behind by a wizard from the Shang dynasty. There are not only many valuable treasures inside, but also things that are very useful to our Lu family. Lu Jikue said, the problem is that this ancient tomb is from the deep area of the ghost domain. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The next second it was noisy again, like a vegetable market. There is an ancient tomb from the Shang dynasty deep in the ghost realm. How did you know that? A senior member of the Lu family asked. What Aoi said is true. Lu Zhiyun, who had been silent, spoke up. You should also know that there are not only evil spirits and demons in the ghost domain, but also many living people. After the birth of the ghost domain, many things in it have changed, and many new things have begun to enter our mortal eyes. As the saying goes, the brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. There are quite a few people who survive in the ghost domain. Lu Jikue waved his hand, and someone immediately turned on the big screen in the conference room. Chapter 20, The Attraction of the Infant Spirit Tree. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Images began to play on the large screen in the conference room. The image quality is a bit poor, and these people are all wearing the same expedition clothes. Judging from his skin, appearance, and dry, dusty, or greasy hair, he must be someone who has been doing outdoor physical work for a long time. It can be seen from the video that this team has at least more than 10 people and is fully equipped. Everyone is carrying a package on their back, and judging from the environment shown in the picture, they should be underground. People like the Lu family, who deal with evil spirits and dark things every day, can clearly distinguish various scenes at a glance. We are now in the ghost area at the junction of Qinghe City and Juning City. After half a month of long journey, we have come to the depths of this ghost area. As expected, there are many dangers. We even saw several red-clothed evil spirits. They have their own territories. We dare not go there easily, so we carefully avoid them. Now we have come to an ancient tomb. There are many bronze costumes and other objects here. According to the evaluation of the professionals in our team, it can be determined that this ancient tomb is a relic of the Shang dynasty. When talking about this, the person who filmed the video was obviously very excited. After our exploration, we found that this ancient tomb was owned by a high-ranking wizard in the Shang dynasty. There are many magic tools here, but I don't know if they can be used. The most shocking discovery for me was that there was a living tree in the ancient tomb. Not only that, it was full of fruits. Along with the voice of the video shooter, the picture began to rotate. He must be adjusting the position of the camera. After a few seconds, a tree appeared in the picture. The tree is gray-brown in color and lacks the green color that any plant should have. When the senior members of the Lu family sitting in the meeting room saw the specific appearance of the tree clearly, an older person exclaimed, Is this an infant spirit tree? What is the infant spirit tree? Some people had never heard of it, so they asked curiously. I once read in a book that it is said that in ancient times wizards had a very evil and sinister method of cultivation. It was to sacrifice thousands of infants and then bury them in the same place, which must be a yin place. In addition, this unique method of cultivation was used for fertilization. In time, perhaps 100 years, or 1,000 years, this kind of infant spirit tree will be born. The fruit on the infant spirit tree is very strange, the size of an adult's palm. The shape is like a baby in the belly, so it is called the infant spirit tree. One fruit can increase the power of a person who practices evil magic by at least 20 years. From the video, the full tree of fruits can probably turn an ordinary soul into a red-clothed evil spirit in the shortest time. The older man said. That's right. From this, we can see that the owner of this ancient tomb, the wizard, is definitely not a simple person. Lu Jian saw the greed in the eyes of every pair of Lu family members sitting in the meeting room. He was not surprised. Once the news that there was an infant spirit tree in this ancient tomb spread, various forces would surely flock to the tomb. I have a question. How did the video get out? It can't be a trap to lure us over and then capture and kill all of our Lu family members. When everyone was ready to take action, some people remained rational. The source of the video has been verified and it is indeed true because it came from Jining City. Xiaochang, tell me what happened. Lu Jian shouted. Okay, Grandpa. A young man walked out from the other side, bowed to everyone sitting in the meeting room, and then said, I don't have any talent for practicing evil skills or summoning, so my duty is to help the family manage the secular business and industry, and my network of contacts is naturally wide. Under such circumstances, I met a playboy from the Wang family in the neighboring Jining City. He lost more than 50 million to me when we were playing cards. He couldn't take it out at all, and he didn't dare to let the family know about it. So he used this video to exchange with me. I also sent people to investigate secretly. Several major families in Jining City have formed an alliance. They want to take the risk and go deep into the ghost domain again. The incident with the infant spirit tree has made those guys in Jining City forget the pain once their wounds have healed. Someone in the conference room sneered. The fruit that can cultivate a red evil spirit for the family, no matter who it is, we must take action. If our Lu family can get this infant spirit tree, maybe we can keep it alive and continue to create red evil spirits for our Lu family. At the very least, we can use the fruit on this tree to cultivate 2 or 3 red evil spirits. A man from the Lu family said. Master, should we tell this news to other families and forces in Qinghe City? Someone asked. No need. Since we have those people from Jining City acting as our pioneers, why don't we take advantage of the situation and reap the fruits of their labor? We don't have to share the cake with anyone or any force. Lu Jian showed a cunning smile like a fox. The patriarch is right, I agree. Over the years, our Lu family has accumulated a lot of experience in recruiting soldiers and horses. I think we can give it a try, as the head of the family said. I like cake the most. If you can eat it yourself, don't share it with others. There was a lively discussion in the meeting room. It was called a discussion, but in fact everyone supported Lu Jian's decision. I'll give you all 1 day to prepare this matter in secret and you are not allowed to disclose any information. If the news gets out and I find out who spread it, they will be punished for treason against the family, Lu Jian said sternly. Yes. There was a unanimous response in the meeting room. Lu Jikue and Lu Chang will go to the ghost realm together this time, Lu Jian arranged. Xiaochang is the young man who just came out to explain the authenticity of the video. The people of the Lu family were not surprised at all about letting Lu Jikue go with the team. Because Lu Jikue was extremely talented, many people speculated that the old man wanted to train her as his heir. But why let Lu Chang go together? He is just an ordinary person. Won't he be a hindrance if he goes to such a place? Although Xiaochang is just an ordinary person, he is dedicated to working for our Lu family. He needs to remember manual labor to discover this heroic spirit technique, so I asked him to go with us. After we get the infant spirit tree, I will give him a fruit so that he can also get the opportunity to become an internal member of our Lu family. Lu Jian said. The next day, a fiery red Ferrari stopped at the entrance of the community. The person wearing sunglasses and holding the steering wheel with one hand was Lu Jikue. She took out her cell phone, dialed a number and said to the other end, I'm here, please get off. Chapter 21, Driving a Ferrari, she looks like a rich woman. Residential area, upstairs balcony. Who is this woman? I don't know him. He drives a Ferrari and looks like a rich woman. Isn't he your summoned evil spirit? How does he know a rich woman? Do you think other people as evil spirits are the same as mine? That makes sense. Song Yuxian and Liu Hui stood on the balcony looking down, the former having a dejected look on his face. But you have to be careful. Liu Hui reminded. What should I be careful about? Song Yuxian didn't understand. Be careful that your evil spirit might be abducted. Liu Hui said, the attraction of a rich woman is probably not limited to mortals. What nonsense are you talking about? Song Yuxian returned from the balcony and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Precisely because your evil spirit is different from others, you have no control over him. The most important thing is that he is very strong, very big. I mean very strong and very handsome. Rich women have huge appeal, and Jiang He also has great appeal. Liu Hui analyzed. Song Yuxian didn't say anything else, but glared at Liu Hui. Although she pretended not to believe it on the surface, she still felt a little complicated inside. Just now, when I saw Jiang He getting into that rich woman's Ferrari, I felt as if I was being cuckolded. I believe that you have never seen such a magical fruit. Each one looks like a baby. Most of them still have their eyes closed, and a few have already opened their eyes. Could it be that the state of this mysterious fruit when it matures is to open its eyes? Jiang He was sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, holding a tablet computer in his hand. A video was playing on the screen. The man in the video was explaining this strange plant with excitement on his face. Jiang He was also watching with great interest. The man in the picture reached out to pick one to check. Suddenly, loud screams were heard in the video. The screams contained extreme fear, as if a group of people saw some terrible monster. What's going on? The man in the picture's smile froze instantly and he turned around to look in the direction where the chaos came from. The footage then began to shake and became blurry until it plunged into complete darkness. The video has now finished playing. Why are you showing me this video? Jiang He found a seat in the car and put down the tablet. Because that's what we're here for. Lu Jikue, holding the steering wheel with both hands, explained the Lu family's plan in detail. All the supplies will be prepared by our Lu family. No problem. Jiang He agreed straightforwardly. By the way, have you looked at the photo album in my phone? Lu Jikue suddenly asked. That's right. If she hadn't said it, Jiang He would have almost forgotten about it. His eyes subconsciously glanced at Lu Jikue's legs and then moved upwards. I never thought that with clothes covering her, you couldn't tell that her figure was so good. Lu Jikue naturally noticed Jiang He's unscrupulous look. His face turned red, but he had to endure it. Because she needed his help, she didn't show her anger on her face. Where's your phone? I have some private things in it. Give it back to me and I'll buy you a new one. I didn't bring it. Didn't you tell me in advance? There is no signal where we are going. It would be a hindrance if I carried it with me, so I left it at home. Jiang He shrugged. Lu Jikue had no choice but to say, okay then, when we get out of the ghost realm, remember to return the phone to me. No problem. Jiang He agreed. Lu Jikue drove Jiang He to the Lu family. A lot of people had already gathered in a yard of the Lu family. Once you enter this yard, you are not allowed to leave. If you want to leave by force, that's fine. However, his personal freedom will be restricted by the Lu family, and his freedom will need to be restricted until the Lu family's team returns from the ghost realm. As soon as Jiang He entered the Lu family's courtyard, he found the atmosphere particularly heavy. The fear and unknown of the ghost realm is the biggest and heaviest cloud in each of their hearts. The most relaxed person present must be Jiang He, who can't wait to enter the ghost realm. Since that place is called the ghost realm, there must be a lot of evil spirits or other monsters in it. At that time, you can let go and probably gain a wave of Ender points that will make you quite satisfied. The people in the yard just glanced casually at Jiang He's arrival, then looked away and went about their own business. Jiang He felt relaxed and found a shady place to sit down, waiting quietly for departure. According to our tracking of the target person, the one codenamed the Fierce God entered this courtyard. According to our information, this courtyard belongs to the Lu family, a local force in Qinghe City. The Lu family is in existence in the yin and yang world. They obtained a video not long ago. Someone found an ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty in the ghost domain. There is a suspected living infant spirit tree in the tomb. So they gathered a team to enter the ghost realm and find the infant spirit tree. The people they gathered in the yard were the core members of the Lu family, and the rest were invited to help. This matter also involves the forces of the yin and yang world in the neighboring Jining city. Should we contact the Yuling branch over there and ask them to cooperate with us in the investigation? A large reconnaissance vehicle was parked not far from the Lu family's yard, and members of the monitoring team were reporting the latest developments to Bai Lao Hu and Jia Juobao. This large reconnaissance vehicle looks like an ordinary van. But the detection equipment in the car can be said to be among the most advanced in the country. Jia Juobao was sitting on the other side playing with the doll in her hand. She and Bai Lao Hu were comrades in the same group. When the two of them were on a mission, she never had to use her brain and just did her part when it was necessary. Your mission ends here. The ghost realm is too dangerous. Jia Juobao and I will continue to complete the monitoring mission. You can go back now. All information about the evil god will be top secret and must not be leaked or spread. Do you understand? White Tiger said seriously. The evil spirit. It is the codename that Bai Lao Hu gave to Jiang He. In the Spirit Control Bureau, beings like them all act using code names. Real names are used in real life. This is their way to distinguish between public and private at work, and it is also an unwritten rule in the Spirit Control Bureau. Team leader Bai, please rest assured, we know the rules, said the member of the monitoring team. Next, prepare an off-road vehicle that can travel in the wilderness and sufficient fresh water and food for us, said the White Tiger. Okay, I'll prepare everything for you in 20 minutes, said a member of the monitoring team. The Lu family's team prepared a total of 8 vehicles, 7 of which were used to transport people, and the last one was specifically used to carry supplies. Jiang He and Lu Jikue prepared to sit in the second car. Chapter 22 The biggest suspect, you don't have to thank me. The one with the string of small bottles is called Tongjua, a guest elder of our Lu family. The one who is talking to this guest elder is Lu Buisong, a member of our Lu family. Before getting on the car, Lu Jikue introduced. Yeah. In fact, Jiang He was not interested in these. In his opinion, all the people in the 7 cars were tied together, and except for him, the others were just a mob. Just killing time, just taking a look. Jikue, I didn't expect you to go on such a dangerous trip. But don't worry, although the ghost realm is full of dangers, I will protect you. At this time, a young man came over. With a smile on his face, he stood in front of Lu Jikue and made a solemn promise. Okay, the team is about to set off, let's get in the car. Lu Jikue ignored the young man, opened the car door and made a gesture of invitation to Jiang He. The reason for inviting Jiang He was actually proposed by Lu Zhiyan. Originally, Lu Jikue almost forgot about him, but her grandfather said that at the critical moment, Jiang He might be able to give her a surprise. The key is that Jiang He is really willing to help. The young man also noticed Jiang He at this time. Anyway, I'm used to Lu Jikue's attitude. It's always been lukewarm. However, what made him feel comforted was that Lu Jikue treated him like this not only to him, but also to other opposite sex. Under such circumstances, the young man was able to maintain his psychological balance. But now the goddess he liked actually opened the car door for a strange man, which made him instantly unbalanced. I wonder who this person is. The young man asked. Hello, my name is Jiang He. Jiang He stretched out his hand. Oh, go sit in the car at the back. The young man said with a smile without extending his hand. Why? Jiang He didn't understand. He is in a good mood now, so his attitude is good. As a result, his attitude was good, but others' attitudes were bad, which made Jiang He a little puzzled. You know, it's always Jiang He who has a bad attitude towards others. As a result, the smile on Jiang He's face became a little dangerous. Because you are not qualified to ride in this car, do you understand? The young man said coldly. Tongnian, our Lu family's plan cannot allow any mistakes. Do you want to create some trouble before we set off? Lu Jikue asked with a gloomy face. My name is Tongnian, and my grandfather is Tongjua. You look so strange, this must be your first time in the Lu family. I now suspect that you have ulterior motives. Seeing that Lu Jikue was actually defending Jiang He, Tongnian couldn't stand it anymore. He simply ignored Lu Jikue's questioning and started to attack Jiang He. So what do you want to do to me? Jiang He asked with a smile. If you know what's good for you, withdraw from the team heading to the ghost realm now. Otherwise, once we enter the ghost realm, I have 100 ways to make you die miserably. Tongnian threatened. Being watched from behind with the intention of killing you is a very dangerous thing. Even though you are just a small ant in my eyes, oh yes, your grandfather is also the same, in my eyes he is just an ant who is at most stronger than you. But I am a very cautious person, even though your threat is not scary to me, I should nip this tendency in the bud, don't you think? Jiang He analyzed seriously. What? Do you want to kill me now? Tongnian looked fearless, and even acted as if he was saying, I like it when you are unhappy with me but you can't do anything about it. Yes. Jiang He still looked serious and nodded. It expresses an affirmative attitude towards what Tongnian said. Then you should try it right away. Tong Nian laughed twice. Jiang He raised his hand and slapped Tong Nian directly on the crown of his head. Lu Jikue was shocked to find that Tong Nian still maintained that arrogant smile, but the color of life disappeared from his eyes in an instant. I am a kind person, so I let you die very comfortably. Compared with me, you are simply a cruel devil. Jiang He said with a sigh, as if lamenting that being too kind was not a good thing. Did you kill him? Lu Jikue asked in disbelief. She didn't even see clearly how Jiang He took Tong Nian's life. He wants to kill me, so shouldn't I kill him? Don't worry, it won't affect your Lu family's plan to go to the ghost realm. Jiang He said sincerely. Thump. As if to verify that what Jiang He said was true, Tong Nian fell down. Their face turned grey at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is one of the typical symptoms of a dead body whose soul has been extracted. Swish. Tong Nian's death quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the yard. Oh no. Lu Jikue raised his head and looked in the direction of the first car. In that direction, Tong Nian's grandfather Tongjue was preparing to get on the car, and even put one leg into the car. When he found his grandson lying on the ground, his face changed slightly. He pulled the leg out of the car and walked over here quickly. Lu Buisong also cast an inquiring look at Lu Jikue at the first moment, but Lu Jikue just shook his head at him with a bitter face. This shaking of the head does not mean that he is not aware of the situation, but that he simply does not know how to say it. In short, Jiang He completely offended Tongjue. It's a fight to the death, so of course Tongjue is very powerful. If you are not strong, you cannot become a guest elder of the Lu family. How did my grandson die? Tongjue walked over and realized with just a glance that Tong Nian was dead. His dry face trembled twice, and his fierce eyes looked around at everyone in the yard, especially Lu Jikue and Jiang He. Because when Tong Nian died, these two people were closest to him. The sinister look only stayed on Lu Jikue for half a second before falling on Jiang He. Given his relationship with the Lu family, Lu Jikue would never kill Tong Nian, so the stranger standing next to Tong Nian is the biggest suspect. Jikue, what happened here? Lu Buisong asked with his hands behind his back. I don't know either. Lu Jikue took a long time to utter 6 words. He was really in a difficult situation. After all, Jiang He was invited by his grandfather himself. Originally, I was skeptical about my grandfather's optimism about Jiang He. But judging from what he did just now, what Grandpa said must be true. Jiang He's strength is by no means simple, not to mention that he is still so young. The Lu family must build a good relationship with this person who has great potential. But Tongjue is a guest elder of the Lu family, so it is not easy to offend both sides. Don't embarrass the little girl. I was indeed the one who killed your grandson. Jiang He said frankly, you don't need to thank me, otherwise your grandson's stupid character will bring you death sooner or later. Let's set off for the ghost realm as soon as possible, without further delay. You can come back and tell me what you want to thank me for. Chapter 23 16 Little Hells, which one do you want to enter? The courtyard was quiet. A bunch of strange eyes were focused on Jiang He, and they looked at him as if he were an idiot. Where did this guy come from? Don't you realize the situation? Throughout Qinghe City, any guest elder of the Lu family is well known. The people who can stand in this yard now are all helpers invited by the Lu family to go to the ancient tomb of Shanqiao in the ghost domain to search for the infant spirit tree. How could they not know Tongjue, the guest elder of the Lu family? He actually dared to kill his grandson. He was very brave. Do you know what you have done? Tongjue asked grimly. Kill your grandson. Jiang He said. My son was less than 30 years old when he died. Fortunately, he left me a bloodline. But now you actually killed him. You want me to have no descendants. Tongjue seemed calm, but his eyes were filled with rage that wished he could skin Jiang He alive. Jikue, who brought this person here? Lu Buisong asked. I didn't expect that such a serious thing would happen just when we were about to set off. He must deal with it quickly and get this matter over with as soon as possible. Try not to delay the journey to the ghost realm. If those guys from Junning City get there first, all of the Lu family's plans will be ruined. This person is called Jiang He, and he was invited by my grandfather. Lu Jikue said truthfully. She was considering whether she should invite her grandfather over right away, otherwise Jiang He might be in big trouble. Jiang He is young and has potential, but he is definitely not as good as an old monster like Tongjua. In addition, he hated Tongjua's grandson, so he did not feel sad about his grandson's death. Instead, he felt somewhat happy. Therefore, he subconsciously stood on Jiang He's side. This is the person invited by the master of the family. How come I don't know him? Lu Buisong asked in surprise. For the head of the family to personally invite someone, he or she must at least be famous. There shouldn't be many young people who are famous in the yin and yang world. At least in Lu Buisong's opinion, Jiang He should not be among the group of people that the patriarch could personally invite. How about I call Grandpa over first to see how to deal with this matter? Lu Jikue asked tentatively. No need, wait till I kill this kid and then I'll go explain to the patriarch in person. Tongjua's eyes turned cold and he grabbed the string of small bottles hanging around his neck with both hands. When his hand touched the small bottle, the bottle immediately made a tinkling sound. It was as if something inside was hitting the inner wall of the bottle, trying to break free. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in the yard, causing many people around to immediately keep a distance. They stayed away from Tongjua, and every pair of eyes looking at the string of small bottles was filled with deep fear and dread. In fact, many people know that there is an evil spirit in each of the small bottles hanging around Tongjua's neck. What he used was not the method of summoning and signing a contract, but some unknown secret method to bind the evil spirits to his side and command them. This means that these more than 10 bottles represent more than 10 evil spirits. Lu Buisong originally wanted to say something, but when he thought of Tongjua's strength, he finally swallowed back what he wanted to say. Compared with this guest elder, what does the death of Jiang He matter? What's more, he was the one who committed the offense first. You have imprisoned so many evil spirits around you for your use. This is extremely detrimental to your virtue. Jiang He seemed to not understand the situation. He swaggered out his hand and grabbed the string of bottles. The moment he stretched out his hand, all the bottles stopped clinking. It's a pity. Even if they go to hell, they can't be reincarnated. Following you, they have committed many sins of murder. Jiang He said regretfully, grabbing the bottle with his hand. You? Tongjua's expression changed drastically. When the hand grabbed the bottle, all the evil spirits he had brewed actually hid themselves and trembled. It was as if something extremely terrifying was approaching, and the suppressed evil spirits dared not make a sound. Next, everyone saw thick black fog under Jiang He's feet, which kept gushing out and quickly enveloped Tongjua. Many of the people present either kept evil spirits or had signed contracts with them. When the black fog surged, everyone discovered in horror that all the evil spirits they had kept around them, no matter how they had done so, actually shrank back. It was an overwhelming pressure that filled the evil spirits with fear deep in their bones. Tongjua looked around in the black fog and found that this was no longer the yard where he had stood before. There was only a huge and terrifying shadow left in front of him, and within the shadow there was a pair of eyes emitting sharp and captivating light. In an instant, it seemed as if I saw all the experiences of this life clearly. Avachi Hell, unfold. In the shadow, a voice whispered, 16 small hells, which one do you want to enter? A small hell of cracking bones and burning bodies. The little hell of cramps and bone pounding. A small hell where crows eat your heart and liver. The little hell of dog eating intestines and lungs. A small hell of hot oil splashing on the body. The small hell of brain hoop, tongue pulling and teeth pulling. Take the brain and fill it into the small hell. Steaming head and scratching brain hell. Forget it, let me help you choose, purple red viper drilling hell. Accompanied by Jiang He's cold voice. Tongjua was horrified to find that the black fog around him was rolling rapidly and the scene changed again. There were purple and red poisonous snakes everywhere, which instantly submerged him. The small hell of purple and red poisonous snakes is filled with purple and red poisonous snakes. They don't burrow into the ground but drill holes into people's bodies. There is a reason for this. Anyone who does not seek the right path in life, who exploits legal loopholes, engages in corruption for personal gain, and is greedy for money and harms others is a snake with a heart as vicious as a scorpion. He deliberately slanders others, stirs up trouble, sows discord, and causes people to kill each other. Or he is a person who kills without blinking an eye, hiding knives, diamonds and other hidden weapons, ready to hurt people at any time. There were creepy purple and red poisonous snakes crawling in and out of Tongjua's mouth, ears, belly button. R. Sharp screams echoed continuously from the black fog. The people standing in the yard felt their hearts could hardly bear what they heard. I couldn't imagine what kind of pain it was that could make Tongjua scream so miserably. Jiang He waved his hand, and the black fog dissipated. Only then did everyone see the situation clearly. Tongjua was still standing there, his eyes bulging outwards, covered with dense red bloodshot, and he was no longer breathing. The fluctuations of the soul's existence have also been lost. Lu Jikue keenly sensed something unusual and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. What method did Jiang He use to wipe out other people's souls in such a short moment? Okay, we can set off now. When it comes to going to the restricted area to fight for treasure, it's better to strike first. Those who strike later may suffer. Jiang He said with great experience. It is because of this that he is able to stand out amidst the chaos of the underworld. Chapter 24 New Mission, A Dream of 4,000 Years, the sea turns into mulberry fields. Wait a minute, I'll make a call. Lu Buisong's face twitched twice. At first, many people thought this young man was an idiot. Now everyone's thoughts have changed. This guy is not an idiot, he is a monster, a complete monster. I don't know where the Lu family found it. He had just wiped out a man's soul and made him scream in extreme pain before he died. He must have mastered some terrible means to torture people to the extreme. This is enough to prove this guy's cruel nature. But in the blink of an eye, he was able to stand there calmly, calling on everyone to set off as soon as possible. It felt like, what happened just now had nothing to do with him. Okay, please go ahead. Jiang He nodded with a smile. Pretty polite? Many people's mouth corners twitched. Lu Buisong walked to a nearby place and made a phone call. Of course, he called Lu Zhiyun. On one side is the monster invited by Lu Zhiyun, and on the other side is the guest elder who has been staying in the Lu family for a long time. If he didn't report what happened here, Lu Buisong didn't know whether he should lead the team to continue to the ghost realm. What ability did he use just now? White Tiger sat in the reconnaissance vehicle, watching the real-time images coming in, and asked in amazement. The black fog obscures our vision and we can't get a glimpse of the scene inside, said the technician in the reconnaissance vehicle. He, it seems that Professor Shear has good vision. Zhou Juobao praised. According to the information I have read before, this old man named Tongjua is a very dangerous guy in Qinghe City. The local Yuling branch has been collecting evidence of his crimes, but the other party is too cautious and we have no way to start. I didn't expect that he would die at the hands of the evil god. White Tiger said. Team leader Bai, we have prepared what you want. The door of the reconnaissance vehicle was opened, and the members of the previous monitoring team said. Okay, then let's set off now. White Tiger stood up. The guest elder of the Lu family has just died. Will they go to the ghost realm again? Zhou Juobao asked puzzledly. For such a family in the yin and yang world, the loss of a guest elder is a tragedy. Even if you can bear it, you will probably still feel pain. But the fierce god has shown his great ability and potential, and he will be more valuable than a mere guest elder. White Tiger said. The yard is very quiet. Everyone stood in their respective positions, without moving, nor chatting and laughing like they had been waiting to set off. No way. The young man standing there with a calm look on his face gave off a very strong sense of oppression. Soon Lu Buisong came back and said politely, Mr. Jiang He, I am sorry for not hosting you well. The head of the family has already said that our Lu family team will need your care when we go to the ghost realm this time. We will definitely not treat you unfairly when we come back. Okay, let's set off quickly. Jiang He waved his hand and said indifferently. In fact, it's about entering the ghost realm and finding the treasure. Jiang He's level of anxiety is probably no less than that of the Lu family. Ding! Triggering the mission, A Dream of 4,000 Years, the sea has changed into mulberry fields. Mission location, the ghost area at the border of Qinghe City and Zhening City. Mission duration, 1 month. Mission requirements, the host will be rated based on their performance during the mission. The higher the rating, the greater the reward. There is no penalty or reward for mission failure. Sure enough, the mission has been triggered. Jiang He's emotions were aroused, and he couldn't help but talk to himself excitedly. Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? Lu Buisong didn't hear clearly, so he asked curiously. Nothing. Jiang He shook his head. Mr. Jiang, please take the car in the front. Lu Buisong took the initiative to walk over and open the door. Jiang He didn't hesitate and got into the car directly. Lu Jikue, who was originally arranged to sit in the second car, also took advantage of Jiang He and got into the first car. In fact, there is a 360-degree surveillance camera installed in this yard. Although Lu Jian did not come here, he has been observing secretly. After all, going to the ghost realm is something he attaches great importance to, and it is of vital importance to whether the Lu family can take off. Although people have not personally experienced Jiang He's aura when he takes action, they can sense his fierce strength from the pictures. Therefore, Lu Jian immediately decided that he must establish a good relationship with Jiang He. Perhaps his relationship with the Lu family was as important as the infant spirit tree in the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty in the ghost realm. Lu Zhiyun was also young once, and he knew clearly how to bind a man's heart. It's either power, money, or beauty. Power and money, no time to prepare. But right now there is the best beauty, that is Lu Ziyun's biological granddaughter Lu Jikue. After everyone got on the bus, the convoy started to set off. As for the two bodies in the yard, Lu Buisong didn't have time to pay attention to them. Even though he was once the mainstay of the Lu family, he is now just a corpse. Sitting in the car, Jiang He closed his eyes and rested. Lu Buisong originally wanted to chat with him and get close to him to establish a good relationship. However, seeing that the other person kept his eyes closed and had no intention of opening them, I did not dare to go over and disturb him. So he could only wink at Lu Jikue, hinting her to find an opportunity. In fact, Lu Jikue himself was also quite curious about Jiang He. He wondered where he had learned such terrible skills at such a young age. Only after leaving the urban area of Qinghe City and completely entering the ghost realm did Jiang He open his eyes. He thought that the ghost realm in the world of the living was not much different from the underworld, but he was quite surprised after seeing it clearly. Blue sky, white clouds. There are even a lot of bird calls, which seems full of vitality. The ghost area is exactly the same as the normal area during the day, but it is like two different worlds at night. It is okay for ordinary people to enter the ghost area during the day, but it is almost impossible to survive at night. Not to mention encountering evil spirits or other monsters, even the timid ones will be scared to death. As if he had noticed Jiang He's confusion, Lu Jikue took the initiative to explain. Through the car window, you can see quite a few houses covered by lush green plants. It is obvious that no one has lived there for a long time. After all, it is an area occupied by evil spirits. How many people dare to live in the ghost realm? When the sun was in the middle of the sky, the entire convoy found a location with a wider view and stopped. During this time, Yang energy is at its strongest and evil spirits dare not come out to cause trouble. We are going to eat now and rest for a while. It will be very dangerous at night, Lu Jikue said after getting off the car. Jiang He nodded. After all, they were all mortals. Even if they mastered some secret techniques that were different from ordinary people, they could not reach the level of fasting. Especially in such dangerous places, it is particularly important to eat and drink enough and have strength. While everyone is preparing food, Jiang He found a shady place to sit down, and his spiritual consciousness penetrated into the yin pearl. Owner. The red-clothed evil spirit Fang Ren immediately knelt down. This is the food I bring to you. Jiang He waved his hand, and dozens of evil spirits appeared. One of them was Tongjua. Chapter 25, Night in the Ghost Realm, Various Talismans on the Cordon. The current Tongjua has lost all of the glory he had as a guest elder of the Lu family. There are many holes all over the body, which are the marks left by purple and red poisonous snakes. When he saw Jiang He, his eyes immediately flashed with viciousness. You are not a human, what on earth are you? We have no grudges against each other, yet you torture me like this. With your experience, wouldn't it be a bit stupid to say something like that? Jiang He asked sarcastically. Tongjua was silent, and then he did something that surprised Jiang He and Fang Ren. He actually knelt down and said respectfully, Sir, I was too arrogant before. My grandson has done so many evil things that he deserves to be killed. Now I want to ask you to spare me. I can do anything for you, just spare my life. If you are willing to let me go, no matter where I am in the future, I will come at your beck and call, and I will go through fire and water without even a frown. Fang Ren, eat quickly. For you ordinary evil spirits, devouring each other is the fastest way to advance. Jiang He laughed and said calmly. Yes, master. Fang Ren slowly straightened his back, his red robe exuding a strange evil charm. his eyes quickly turned blood red, and he flew towards Tongjua, the strongest one. No matter how powerful Tongjua was when he was alive, he is now only a soul consisting of 3 souls and 7 spirits. Facing a ferocious evil spirit in red, he has no room for resistance. Amid the screams that lasted less than half a minute, Tongjua was torn to pieces by Fang Ren. The other evil spirits were trembling in fear. Faced with the threat of death, they didn't care about anything else and fled in all directions. However, the evil spirits in red are still the evil spirits in red. No matter where they flee, they cannot escape Fang Ren's grasp. Seeing Fang Ren start eating, Jiang He smiled. His spiritual consciousness moved and left Yinju because someone in the outside world was calling him. After opening his eyes, Lu Jikue was standing in front of him, holding a stainless steel bowl used for outdoor cooking. It contains instant noodles, dehydrated vegetables and steaks. These are the only food in the ghost realm, so just make do with it. Okay. Jiang He took the bowl and chopsticks and nodded. Lu Jikue turned around to get her own food and sat in front of Jiang He. He handed over a cup filled with green juice. The fruit the team just found nearby has been squeezed into juice. Don't worry, it's not poisonous and you can drink it. I spent half an hour eating and another half an hour taking a lunch break. During this process, there are guard groups who take turns on duty. If you are careless in the ghost realm, you might die in your sleep. After resting and tidying up the camp, the convoy continued on its journey. There are still 5 days to the destination. Lu Buisong glanced at the map in his hand and said, "The people from Juning City set out earlier. Even if we drive as fast as we can, we won't be able to catch up with them. They will definitely get there first, so we can only take a shortcut. But this is too dangerous." Lu Jikue glanced at the 2 red lines drawn on the map. One red line represents the normal route, and the other red line is the shortcut that Lu Buisong mentioned. That shortcut was the route that the people from Juning City took when they came to explore the ghost realm and were wiped out. Things are different now. At that time, we didn't know much about the ghost realm, but in recent years, with the development of the yin and yang realm, everyone's strength has been growing rapidly. We have more experience in entering the ghost realm, so I don't think there is any need to be timid like we were back then, not to mention that we have masters like Mr. Jiang in charge. While discussing this matter, Lu Buisong also took the opportunity to flatter Jiang He subtly. "Mr. Jiang, what do you think?" Lu Jikue asked again. "I think it should be fine," Jiang He said modestly. Logically speaking, there should be no one in the world who can be his opponent. However, Jiang He has always been very cautious. The reason for his caution is that those gods disappeared for no reason. Since he was able to obtain the 10 tokens of the 10 kings of hell, it means that the gods really existed. But why did they disappear? What kind of force made them disappear? Or are these gods hiding in the dark, watching how everything develops? No matter which truth it is, it's terrifying. Among the many gods, there are also different levels. Even though Jiang He could be said to be a fierce god now, he didn't think that he would be invincible if gods really existed. It is for this reason that Jiang He wants to improve his strength to the strongest level as quickly as possible. Only then can you be truly free and happy. Lu Buisong and Lu Jikue didn't know what Jiang He was thinking. If they knew Jiang He's true thoughts, who knows what wonderful expressions they would have. But when they heard Jiang He say that there should be no problem, they felt relieved, and the entire convoy started taking the shortcut. The sun gradually sets, and the sunset glow in the sky becomes more and more brilliant. The temperature of the entire ghost realm is dropping at an incredible rate, and the chirping of birds and cicadas during the day have disappeared. It was as if all the lively noises heard during the day were just illusions. There are a lot of yin qi reviving around here. Could it be that they are afraid of the sunlight and the yang qi during the day, so they enter a state of dozing and stay silent in the dark until night falls? The yin qi begins to dispel the yang qi, and these things carrying the yin qi begin to stir. The convoy found a relatively safe place and stopped again. After Jiang He got off the car, he carefully felt the changes around him and speculated secretly. These evil spirits are quite intelligent. Unlike the lunch break. This time, a cordon similar to the one used by public security offices to carry out missions was set up around the camp. But the cordon was covered with various talismans. These talismans are specially used to suppress evil things. Lu Jikue explained. "Oh." Jiang He nodded. Each talisman emits a relatively special vibration. If evil things are like ice and snow, then these various talismans are piles of firewood emitting flames. In fact, theoretically these things can restrain Jiang He, but the divinity of the evil god has already made him transcend the level of evil spirits. Night falls. A wind blew up, blowing the talismans, making a rustling sound. Jiang He noticed that there were clusters of ghost lights floating not far from the camp. Each cluster of ghost fire exudes yin energy of varying strengths. This kind of ghost fire cannot be explained by science. In the distance, there was an off-road vehicle parked in the night. The body of the vehicle was camouflaged, blending perfectly with the ghostly jungle wilderness. If someone passes by, it would be difficult to notice that there is a car parked there if they don't pay attention. Chapter 26. Arriving at the Shang Dynasty tomb, a group of living people are breathing in the dead land. Will-o'-the-wisp is phosphorus fire, which usually appears in rural areas, mostly between graves on dry days in summer. But it occasionally appears in cities, because human bones contain phosphorus, and after the corpse rots, it will change and produce phosphine, which has a very low ignition point and can spontaneously combust. When you walk, it will move behind you, and when you look back, it is very scary, so many people call it will-o'-the-wisp. Bai Laohu leaned on the driver's seat, holding a night telescope in his hand, and recalled the relevant knowledge he had read in textbooks when he was in school. Even in the era of weird resurgence, will-o'-the-wisp fires are rarely seen in the city. This was actually her first time in the Ghostland. In the past, White Tiger's main mission was to deal with strange events in the city. However, when she was receiving systematic training from the Spirit Control Bureau, she had mastered a lot of knowledge about the ghost realm, even more than most people who had been active in the ghost realm all year round. Putting down the night telescope in his hand, Bai Lao, who turned on the lights in the car, took out a notebook and pen and started taking notes. There were no less than 50 talismans for warding off evil spirits within 10 meters around the evil spirit, and all of them were genuine. But he did not feel any discomfort and was even able to chat and laugh with others. Considering that he can stand in the sun during the day, and it's the noon sun, it proves that the evil spirit is not afraid of yang energy at all. Doesn't this mean that most methods used to subdue evil spirits have no effect on him? After recording all this, White Tiger let out a long sigh. So far, nothing has been found that can restrain the evil spirit, which is not a good thing. Although the evil god has not shown any aggressive danger at present, he is, after all, an extremely powerful evil god. From the perspective of society and the people, this is probably something that many people in the Spirit Control Bureau do not want to see. Bai Lao, who now increasingly feels that Professor Shear has a long-term vision, and he may have thought of this in advance. Has anyone seen my head? Has anyone seen my head? Has anyone seen my head? A series of strange sounds came from far away and near. Excuse me, have you seen my head? The last sound came just outside the SUV's window. White Tiger looked in the direction where the sound came from. Even though he had dealt with many strange incidents before, he was still frightened when one happened out of the blue. There was a man standing outside the window of the SUV. To be exact, it was a headless corpse. His hands were weakly beating on the car window, and he kept repeating, "Has anyone seen my head? Excuse me, has anyone seen my head? Where is my head? I can't find it. Can you give me your head? Juobao, I'll leave it to you. You have to act quickly and don't attract the attention of the evil spirit." The White Tiger turned his head away and stopped looking. He. In the previous second, Jiaduobao was still sitting in the SUV, and in the next second, his figure was already standing outside the SUV, and at the same time, a creepy laugh was heard. The headless corpse stopped banging on the car window, then slowly turned around and walked towards the other side step by step. In fact, life is pretty good without a head. I won't look for a head anymore. It's getting dark, so I should go home quickly. He. Along with creepy laughter, Jiaduoba's figure appeared in all directions. Then they moved forward together, submerging the headless body. He. The laughter returned to the SUV again, and Jiaduobao sat in the back seat again. The team formed by the Lu family is quite powerful in the ghost realm. Even on a spooky night, no evil spirits or demons dared to offend. So the night was just a little thrilling, but otherwise peaceful. After dawn, everyone had packed up and continued their journey to the ancient Shang Dynasty tomb. In a blink of an eye, it was the fourth day. Sitting in the car, Jiang He clearly felt that there was an extremely strong yin energy rising into the sky in front of him. If I am not mistaken, the destination of the Lu family convoy is the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty. The convoy also stopped at this time. Lu Buisong did not let the team drive forward, but chose to walk together. Not only Jiang He felt it, other ordinary people also clearly realized that there was a dead aura here that made them very uncomfortable. After all, everyone in the Lu family is alive, and when they are surrounded by a thick aura of death. Not to mention that people like them who live in the yin-yang realm are sensitive, even ordinary children would feel uncomfortable. Everyone, please be on guard. No one can be sure whether those guys from Juning City will take a shortcut. If we move forward rashly, we will most likely be ambushed. Lu Buisong said cautiously. You were indeed ambushed. Jiang He nodded and said appreciatively. What? Everyone in the Lu family, including Lu Buisong and Lu Jikue, changed their expressions. Lu Buisong only said this and made these arrangements out of caution, and it is better to be cautious in everything. But from what Jiang He said, could it be that he was really right? There is a large group of living people hiding over there. Jiang He raised his finger and pointed in the northeast direction of the Shang dynasty ancient tomb. In this ancient Shang dynasty tomb filled with negative energy and death, a large group of living people are hiding there. To Jiang He, it was like there was a group of fireflies in that place in the dark night, flying around together, and it was hard not to notice them. Mr. Jiang, who do you think is stronger, that group of people or us? Lu Buisong was stunned for a few seconds, and then realized that Jiang He was not joking, so he asked solemnly. They are definitely stronger. Their numbers alone are 5 times more than yours. Jiang He said casually. Why are there so many people here? We originally wanted to create a time difference, but the group of people from Juning City got there first. What should we do? The point is not here at all. Who are those people from Juning City ambushing? They are not ambushing us, right? Wasn't it said that this news was secretly obtained by our Lu family? If so, why would they ambush in advance? Could it be that the information we obtained was also known by Juning City? What the last person said shocked everyone in the Lu family. Lu Buisong fell into a fierce ideological struggle. The infant spirit tree in the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty is extremely important to the Lu family, so they spared no expense and spent all kinds of materials to invite many masters. The Lu family has already promised that regardless of whether the mission is successful or not, they will be paid everything they deserve. But the most sensible decision in the current situation is to turn around and go back. If so, the Lu family will lose all their money. If we don't turn back, it would be like heading towards a mountain of tigers even though we know there are tigers there, and we might end up being wiped out. Call out. At this moment, a bunch of fireworks suddenly exploded in the sky. Everyone's faces instantly turned gloomy, as they knew very well that this was a flare. Now it's not a question of whether or not to leave, but that everyone in the Lu family has been discovered. Chapter 27 The Fate of a Traitor. I am going to the Shang dynasty tomb. Your Lu family is truly amazing. It seems that you have invited some very good experts this time, who were able to discover our tracks in advance. Right in front of the Lu family team, there were more than 10 cars with different functions, slowly driving towards them. Similarly, people and vehicles were approaching from the other 3 directions. The speaker was a middle-aged man sitting in the SUV directly in front. The middle-aged man was wearing a windbreaker, with half of his body exposed through the sunroof of the SUV. With sunglasses hanging on the bridge of his nose, he looked at the Lu family members with a teasing look as if he was the leader of a group of cats, surrounding a bunch of little mice waiting to be slaughtered. By Tianming. Lu Buisong's face suddenly sank. Many people in the Lu family team showed surprised expressions, as if they did not expect that this man named Bai Tianming would appear here. Who is he? Jiang He asked curiously. Everyone seemed to be afraid of him. Guess how old he is? Lu Jikue asked. 40? 50. Jiang He guessed, but Bai Tianming didn't look that old, at least younger than Lu Buisong. In Juning City, the forces of the Yin-Yang realm formed an alliance with the purpose of fighting against the Yin-Yang realm of Qinghe City, and Bai Tianming was the leader of this alliance. He was already very famous before I was born, and later, I don't know if it was because of a miracle that his strength increased dramatically. He was already 60 years old at that time, and disappeared for a long time. When he reappeared, he looked like this now. He must be at least over 100 years old now, but it should not be more than 110, right? Lu Jikue said as he recalled. If Lu Jikue had not seen Bai Qianming's photo before, he would not have believed that a man over 100 years old looked exactly the same as he did in middle age. There's something. Jiang He was also a little surprised. Jiang He knows of only two ways to regain youth, or to keep one's appearance relatively young. One is that one's own realm of cultivation has reached a very profound and mysterious level. The other is a more vicious method, such as the common method of taking yin to replenish yang, taking yang to replenish yin, etc. Young man, are you interested in joining our Jining City Alliance? We can give you more than what the Lu family can give you. We also own this Shang dynasty tomb. If you join, we will naturally treat you equally, and you can also go in and share some treasures. Bai Tianming's eyes fell on Jiang He and he made an invitation in front of everyone in the Lu family. Lu Buisong and Lu Jikue both became nervous in an instant. Jiang He was their only trump card and could also be said to be the strongest. If he were to turn against them, then the Lu family's army would be completely wiped out. But the conditions offered by Bai Tianming were so generous that anyone would be easily tempted. What's more, they knew in their hearts that Jiang He had an ulterior motive in helping the Lu family go to the ancient Shang dynasty tomb in the ghost realm. If it were you, what would you choose? In an off-road vehicle in the distance, Bai Lao who could use high-tech equipment to not only clearly see the scene happening over there, but also hear their conversation. He. Jia Duobao just smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, the white tiger also understood what he meant. For evil spirits, for Taoists, and for those who practice things on the yin and yang level. An ancient tomb from the Shang dynasty that exudes a sinister aura can be said to be an irresistible temptation. If Zhe Juobao were in Jiang He's shoes and situation, he would probably agree as well. In addition to the attractiveness of the conditions, there is something more important. Faced with an alliance group of nearly 500 or 600 people in Jining City, the Lu family's people were crushed. Continuing to follow the Lu family would be tantamount to burying oneself. Even if it's not for the conditions, for the sake of your own life, you have to nod and agree. The people from the Jining City Alliance have helped us come up with a good test question. Through this incident, we can analyze part of the character of the evil god. Bai Lao who stared at the screen in the SUV, paying special attention to the changes in Jiang He's expression. Through the observations of the past few days in the ghost realm. Bai Lao who became more and more interested in Jiang He, oh no. This evil spirit. Compared to the people of the Lu family, you are the most immoral one among all of them. You know, although the order of yin and yang has collapsed and revived strangely. The human world and the underworld are both out of balance and out of control, but the cycle of cause and effect is still there. Sooner or later, your lack of virtue will bear evil consequences for you to bear. Jiang He said this earnestly, but he sighed after he finished speaking. It's a pity that you are too late. If we use the degree of illness of the patient to describe it, you are the kind of person who is terminally ill. Even if the great Dr. Hur Tuor is reborn, he can't save your life. Bai Tianming belongs to the category just mentioned. The latter uses a very vicious method to forcibly increase his lifespan and nourish his body, making himself look only in his 40s. The whole audience was silent. The people from the Lu family were better off. They had already seen Jiang He's strange state once in Qinghe City. But the people in the Jining City Alliance had never seen this and were shocked by Jiang He's words. You must know that in the entire Jining City, Bai Tianming is above everyone else. No one dares to disrespect him. So when they suddenly heard what Jiang He said, everyone in the Jining City Alliance was dumbfounded. Bai Tianming was still smiling, but a gloomy fire was already surging in his eyes. Just as the people of the Jining City Alliance thought, he had enjoyed admiration and respect for too many years and had become accustomed to arranging everyone's fate. Now that someone actually said something to him that was almost a curse, Bai Tianming had already decided that he would never let him die too easily. As for the way of death, in just a few seconds, Bai Tianming had thought of no less than 20 or 30 options. He is so familiar with the methods of torturing people that it is no exaggeration to say that he can do it with ease. You, the Lu family, are really greedy. I thought that after this news was leaked to you, your Lu family would unite the yin and yang forces of the entire Qinghe city to come together. At that time, maybe you could jump around for a longer time. Lu Buisong, you have disappointed me so much. Bai Tianming shook his head. Originally, the plan this time was not only to target the Shang dynasty tombs, but also to almost eliminate the yin-yang world forces in Qinghe City. What do you mean by that? Since it was already a dead end, Lu Busong didn't need to show his fear and caution on the surface, so as not to end his life in disgrace, so he asked directly. So you didn't know yet? Did the younger generation of your Lu family tell you that he met a family member from our Jining city when he was doing business, and he lost a lot of money to your younger generation? He couldn't pay it back and didn't dare to tell his family, so he had to sell you a piece of news and that video. Bai Tianming asked with a smile. Lu Chang, what's going on? Lu Busong roughly guessed the truth of the matter, and his hands were shaking in his sleeves with anger. I'm sorry, actually I lost a lot of money to that person. When I was in Jining City, I was controlled by him. My wife and children outside are still in their hands. Senior Bai told me that as long as I do what he said, not only will my wife and children be released, but I can also continue to live a happy life in Jining City. I don't know when Lu Chang appeared on the side of the Jining City Alliance. He looked evasive, still feeling a little guilty. You beast, do you know that you are sacrificing our entire Lu family by doing this? Even if you don't have any talent for practicing yin and yang, we have handed over the family business to you. At least you have our Lu family as your backer. You can still live a life of wealth and glory, and you are not treated unfairly at all. Lu Busong was so angry that he was shaking all over, and his forehead was slightly swollen. Do you think that if you betray the Lu family, Bai Tianming will give your wife and children to you? Bai Tianming must know better than anyone that today you can betray your own family, so wouldn't it be easy and pleasant to betray him? Traitors will never be liked no matter where they are. Lu Jikue was also very angry. The entire Lu family is united in order to achieve better development in the future. As a result, a traitor emerged and caused such a desperate consequence that it was hard for anyone to accept. Lu Chang clenched his fists. In fact, what Lu Jikue said was also something he was very afraid of, but he had no choice. So Lu Chang could only take a gamble according to Bai Tianming's arrangement, betting that Bai Tianming would keep his promise. Har har har, you are very smart, little girl from the Lu family. Bai Tianming laughed twice and said admiringly. Senior Bai, what does this mean? Lu Chang's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a smile. Your wife and children have already been killed. Bai Tianming said indifferently, just as the little girl from your Lu family said, traitors should not exist in this world. You? Lu Chang felt dizzy and wanted to curse, but he couldn't utter a word. Lu Busong also sneered twice and said nothing more. After this battle, the Lu family is finished. They won't have a chance to recover for another 40 to 50 years. In fact, 40 or 50 years is neither long nor short. Although Qinghe City looks like a calm lake, it actually has turbulent undercurrents. When word gets out about what happened to the Lu family in the Ghost Realm, there will be no need for the people from Jining City to take action, as other forces from the Yin and Yang worlds in Qinghe City will swarm in, like a pack of jackals devouring a captured antelope. There was originally a group of people who were having these thoughts. These were the foreigners invited by the Lu family. After hearing Bai Tianming's words, he immediately gave up the idea. They originally wanted to join the Jining City Alliance in exchange for a chance to survive, but now it seems that even if they turn against them, their fate will not be much better. All right, stop arguing. I'm going to the Shang dynasty tomb now. If you have anything to say, wait until I come out and talk. Jiang He raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling everyone to keep quiet, then he started walking towards the Shang dynasty tomb. The confronting forces on both sides fell into silence again. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Or is his EQ too low? Can't he see the situation clearly? Rather than saying he has a problem with his brain, it's better to say he doesn't seem to take our Jining City Alliance seriously. He even dared to humiliate Alliance leader Bai just now. But did you notice that this boy is so young? Could he be the son of a powerful family somewhere else? No matter if he is a young master from a powerful place or not, here the powerful dragon will not suppress the local snake. When he comes to our Jining City Alliance, no matter what his status is, he should at least consider himself. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figure that looked thin but tall. He is walking towards the Shang dynasty tomb step by step. Judging from the posture, it seemed that he had not come to an extremely dangerous place and fallen into a dead end. Instead, it's like arriving at a scenic spot and following a tour group to appreciate the scenery of ancient civilization. This scene was really strange in everyone's eyes. No one knows what Jiang He is thinking, including the Lu family and Lu Busong. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Jikuei's eyes lit up with stars. Maybe Jiang He is not the so-called person with low emotional intelligence, but he is fearless, just like when he faced Tong Zhuo alone in their Lu family. She suddenly remembered what her grandfather said. Perhaps Jiang He will give them a surprise in the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty in the ghost realm. Kill this kid first. Bai Tianming ordered. I originally thought that this kid was a talented person and wanted to win him over to the Junning City Alliance to train him to be my confidant. Now it seems that the time we had contact was too short and I made a mistake in my judgment. But it doesn't matter, it's never too late to mend the situation. Get ready. After we rescue the evil spirit, we will leave as quickly as possible. The white tiger sitting in the off-road vehicle also realized the serious situation. Although the fierce god was extremely powerful, there were simply too many people on the other side. Even if we use human wave tactics, it will probably take the evil spirit a lot of time. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If a sinister and vicious sneak attack comes at this time, it would be really bad. Besides, for people in the yin and yang world, insidious ways of sneak attacks are everywhere. Zhou Juobao, who was sitting in the SUV, grabbed the doll in his hand and just nodded to indicate that he received the order. Wait a moment. Jiang He suddenly stopped, turned around and raised his hand and said, "Do you want to beg for mercy now, kid?" But it's too late. Many people from the Junning City Alliance came out, rubbing their hands, ready to take action against Jiang He. Seeing Jiang He's actions at this moment, they asked with amusement. There are no people in the ghost realm, and there is no modern technology, such as surveillance. I can kill you all and not be held responsible. What's more, you are bad people, and the cycle of karma cannot be counted on me. It can even give me a lot of Yinda points. The more Jiang He spoke, the brighter his eyes became. He looked at the people from the Junning City Alliance again, as if he was a poor man looking at a pile of gold and silver. Chapter 28, The Scared Jiaduobao, The Wizard in the Coffin awakes 2 chapters in 1. Did I hear correctly? This kid actually treated us as prey. I think he really has a problem with his brain. Everyone in Junning City, including Bai Tianming, couldn't help laughing. Senior Bai, can you please let him go? Just consider it as a condition you have reached with me. I can give you what you want. Even if you have to exchange my life for his, it's no problem. Lu Jikuei walked out and said loudly. Jikuei, what are you doing? Lu Buisong asked in surprise. The Lu family was also quite surprised. They obviously did not expect that Lu Jikuei would be willing to sacrifice his own life to save Jiang He. Why? Bai Tianming asked. Because I like him, maybe in the future I won't be able to see the sun rising and setting, the rain, spring, summer, autumn and winter. I won't be able to see all the beautiful things. But I hope that the person I like can see the beautiful mountains and rivers on my behalf. Lu Jikuei said seriously. Jiang He raised his eyelids and glanced at Lu Jikuei playfully. I am really touched, so I decided to let you be buried together. Bai Tianming said excitedly. It is quite in his interest to destroy such things that are related to each other. Forget it, let's make it quick and easy. There's no point in dragging it out any longer. Jiang He raised his head and looked at Bai Tianming from afar. Then, a steady stream of black mist began to appear on his body. Within just a few breaths, it had reached a level that covered the sky and the sun. Many people present looked up in surprise, not knowing why the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Then, a huge shadow appeared in everyone's sight. This phantom was like a demon running out of hell, with its red lantern-like eyes looking down at all living beings. Soon Bai Tianming discovered that the endless stream of biting black fog came from the young man named Jiang He. Facing this young man, he no longer felt the pressure because his body was stiff and numb. The blood in the body seemed to solidify in an instant, stopping the flow of life as it should. Everything has its cause and effect in this world. Now is the time for you to taste the evil fruits that you have sown with your own hands. A strange voice came from the phantom, which seemed to carry an unquestionable arrogance. After hearing these words, the people in Junning City couldn't help but look towards the ground. Black liquid was flowing on the ground, like a black riverbed coming from a distance, spreading rapidly. Many people in Junning City reacted quickly. Not knowing what the flowing black liquid was, they all wanted to run away as soon as possible. As a result, when they tried to lift their legs, they were horrified to find that the black liquid looked like water, but when they stepped into it and tried to pull it out, it was like sinking deeply into a swamp. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pull their legs and feet out of it. It's a sorcery, it must be a sorcery. Even though I can't see through it, I'll break it. Bai Tianming is worthy of being the leader of the Jining City Alliance. Even in such a situation, he can still remain calm and confident. He tried hard to mobilize the evil spirit in his body, but was horrified to find that the evil spirit was completely out of his control. Obviously, those monsters are under their control, but they would rather risk being killed by them than take action. Could it be? Could it be because of that young man? The evil spirits in his body were all afraid of him. There's something on the ground. There's something wrong with the black water flow. Why can't I pull my legs out? Can someone save me? There's someone in the water, everyone be careful. A hand reached out and grabbed my leg. Damn, he's pulling me down by my ankle. Help me quickly, a black hand has appeared over here, it seems to be formed by condensed water. The people in Jining City were in chaos. Some were crying bitterly, some were trembling all over, some were struggling hard, and some were wailing for help. Everyone in the Lu family was dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on, but the sounds of ghosts and wolves howling were frequently heard from the sky covered by black fog. It made everyone who heard it feel their scalp tingling and they wanted to escape from here immediately. From their perspective, they could clearly see that the ground in Jining City had been completely covered by black water. In the surging black water, sometimes hands stretched out from it, twisting and shaking constantly. Then suddenly, as if they had found their target, they grabbed the person standing in the black water and pulled him downwards desperately. These hands seemed to have extremely powerful strength. They watched the people from the Jining City Alliance disappear completely in the black water one after another. In just a few seconds, all the people from the Jining City Alliance disappeared. This process sounds long, but it happens extremely quickly. It was so much so that many people in the Lu family felt like they were still in a dream and that what they had just seen was just an illusion. If there weren't a lot of cars parked there, the people of the Lu family would have suspected whether the people from the Jining City Alliance were ambushing here. Bai Tianming has disappeared as well. Lu Buisong was shocked beyond words. Lu Jikue secretly clenched his fists. Grandpa was really right. Jiang He did give the Lu family a very big surprise. Now he had to admit that age is always more important, and his grandfather's eyes were as sharp as ever. What kind of method is this? The white tiger's upper body stretched out from the car window, holding a camera in his hand, filming everything that had just happened. He said in amazement, "Is this the true strength of the evil god? This is too unbelievable. Now I believe that he is really the king of hell." Zhou Juobao sat beside him with a serious look on his face, not saying anything. She is different from White Tiger. White Tiger is a spirit controller, while she is a pure evil spirit. It was just that an expert from the Spirit Control Bureau used some means to conceal most of the negative energy in her. It also allows her to move around as usual without fear of the strong sun energy during the day. The strength displayed by the evil spirit just now made Jiaduobao, who was far away, feel it. It was an aura that had absolute suppression on evil spirits, something Jiaduobao had never felt before. This kind of suppression is different from the talismans that restrain evil things. It's like, the underworld's evil spirits have come to the human world to capture souls. That is a kind of hierarchical oppression, just like when a criminal sees someone from the security station, he will involuntarily feel afraid. In Jiaduobao's eyes, the figure of a little girl in red slowly emerged. "What's wrong with you?" The white tiger sensed something, turned around suddenly and asked in surprise. Jiaduobao is only seen in this state when facing extremely dangerous situations that threaten their lives. "I sensed something terrible, and I'm very scared now." Jiaduobao's vision was a little dazed, and he muttered. The white tiger's heart moved, and he turned his head thoughtfully and looked at Jiang He, who was in the black fog again. "This person belongs to your Lu family. Let your Lu family handle it." Jiang He spoke. After hearing Jiang He's voice, all the people in the Lu family woke up from their trance and shock. At this time, they found that the thick black fog that filled the sky and the earth had disappeared. The bright sunlight shone down from the distant sky, gradually dispelling the remaining chill in their bodies. "Lu Chang, you should thank Mr. Jiang. If it weren't for him, all of us in the Lu family would have been destroyed here. Considering that you have served our Lu family so well in the past, the drill will not cause any loss to our Lu family." I can let you end it on your own now. After we return to the Lu family, I will not tell anyone else about this matter, so as to preserve your dignity. Lu Buisong spoke up. After he finished speaking, a man from the Lu family pulled out a dagger from his waist and threw it directly over. Looking at the dagger that fell at his feet, Lu Chang bent down and picked it up, trembling all over. This dagger is heavy. It's not like he hasn't played with it before. On the contrary, he is better than most people in using a dagger. I specifically consulted a retired expert from the special department. Because Lu Chang knew that he did not have the talent to practice yin yang secretary, he trained himself to have a stronger physical fitness. The dagger that I usually play with easily. At this moment it seemed extremely heavy, so heavy that he could hardly hold it. Looking at Lu Buisong's resolute eyes, and then at the resentful eyes of the other members of the Lu family, Lu Chang knew that this was the best ending for him, so he closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then suddenly stabbed the dagger into his heart. Okay, now that we have dealt with this matter, let's enter the Shang dynasty tomb now. Jiang He watched Lu Chang's body fall, then he grabbed his soul without leaving any trace and stuffed it into the yin pearl. He took a step forward and walked towards the place in front where the evil energy was spreading. The area of this Shang dynasty ancient tomb is quite large. At the entrance there was a wide staircase leading to the underground, and the stairs were all made of stone bricks of unknown material. Stepping on it gives you a very solid feeling. Originally, Lu Buisong wanted to remind them to be careful. Usually, there are likely to be traps set up in such ancient tombs, which can cause the person entering the tomb to lose his life if he is not careful. Just as he opened his mouth, Lu Buisong suddenly remembered the scene where Jiang He was like a devil descended to earth, so he closed his mouth again. If Jiang He wanted to, it would be very easy to destroy this ancient Shang dynasty tomb. Thinking of this, Lu Buisong discovered something very important. Logically speaking, given Jiang his level of strength, there shouldn't be anything in the Shang dynasty tomb that could arouse his interest and make him make a special trip. If we have to say whether there is something that could make a person like Jiang He come here in person, it would probably be the infant spirit tree. But the infant spirit tree is what the Lu family is determined to obtain. What should they do? The tangled thoughts lasted less than 3 seconds in my mind before completely dissipating. Because he realized that this was not a question worth thinking about at all. If Jiang He wanted to, he could have destroyed them all just now. If Jiang He told him directly now, they just wanted the infant spirit tree and would not give any fruit to their Lu family. What else can Lu Buisong do? Even if all the Lu family's assets were placed here, what could they do to Jiang He? Forget it, forget it. If the relationship between Jiang He and the Lu family can be improved, it will be more important to the Lu family than 1, no, 10, 20, or even 100 infant spirit trees. Lu Buisong fixed his gaze on Lu Jikue and fell into deep thought. The air in the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty was extremely turbid. Many people in the Lu family took out something to cover their mouths and noses, showing uncomfortable expressions. Although they all know the art of yin and yang, few of them are professional tomb robbers, so it is understandable that they are not used to the environment here. After going down the stairs, it is an open square with 8 thick pillars in the middle, supporting the entire square. There are many murals carved around it, which look lifelike. The craftsman who was in charge of this area must have been a master of that era. Look, isn't he that the infant spirit tree? Someone in the Lu family with sharp eyes spotted the target. Chuckle, chuckle. I don't know if it was this person's voice that startled the fruits on the infant spirit tree, and they all started laughing. The voice that came out was that of a child. This scene gave many people present goosebumps. They all found it quite creepy. If they had not known the detailed information about the infant spirit tree in advance, they would have really been scared by this scene. Each fruit is swaying back and forth, just like a baby in swaddling clothes twisting and turning lively, and the children's laughter is just like that of a real baby. Mr. Jiang, in order to repay you for saving our entire Lu family, we have unanimously decided to give you this infant spirit tree intact. Lu Buisong walked up to Jiang He and spoke respectfully and sincerely. Everyone in the Lu family was stunned. Isn't this what they wanted to get after going through so much trouble? But if you think about it again, you will understand that on the one hand, Jiang He did save all of them. If it weren't for Jiang He, they would have been killed to pieces by the people from the Junning City Alliance. This is still a relatively good result. Bai Tianming's thoughts and methods are notoriously vicious, which is why he can become the leading figure in the yin and yang world of Junning City. According to his style of doing things, he should extract the souls of everyone in the Lu family and refine them into evil objects. At that time, you will be unable to live or die. On the other hand, Jiang He's fierceness and weirdness just now are still vivid in their minds, and they can't afford to offend him. It would be better to take the initiative to offer this infant spirit tree to him. Maybe you can even do him a favor. Lu Jikue was not too surprised. When she entered the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty, she had already been thinking about whether to do this. However, the control of the entire team is in Lu Busong's hands, so he cannot speak rashly. Little guy, you're giving my things to others. It's not very honorable to borrow flowers to offer to Buddha. At this moment, a hoarse voice was heard from the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty. The sound sounded extremely uncomfortable, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. Who? Everyone in the Lu family was shocked. There was an inconspicuous coffin placed in the square. The coffin lid was slowly pushed open, and an old man in colorful clothes sat up from inside. His face was covered with corpse spots. His eyeballs were shriveled in their sockets, and there were even maggots crawling in the cracked skin on his face. Chapter 29, You have great strength, you are indeed a zombie. You should have dealt with those little guys outside. No matter how the world changes, the survival of the fittest is the eternal rule. The wizard raised his hand that looked like old bark, and gently pinched out a maggot that was burrowing a hole in his skin and flesh. He said, in order to prolong my life, I turned myself into this ugly, half-human, half-ghost appearance. Are you here now to share what I have worked so hard to save? Everyone in the Lu family looked at each other, not knowing how to explain. Who would have thought that an old guy who had been dead for thousands of years would actually sit up again from his coffin? However, Lu Busong and Lu Jikue keenly sensed something unusual. According to the wizard, he actually knew about the existence of Bai Tianming and others from the Junning City Alliance. And looking at his unhurried appearance, it seemed as if he was deliberately waiting for someone to break in. If this is true, then this wizard who has lived for thousands of years must have ulterior motives. Jiang He was a little surprised. It turns out that such a thing really exists in the world. The wizard slowly climbed out of the coffin, then stood on the ground and looked around. I designed everything here and had the craftsman complete it. I really miss my old friends from the same era as me. I'm afraid there's not even any bones left. If I become a walking corpse, I might as well not live. A man muttered in a low voice. He, you do have a point. I am indeed ugly, and I am probably a monster in your eyes. But think about it, you are not the only ones. Even in my time, if I was found walking on the street, I would have been roasted on the fire and turned into ashes. The wizard stretched out his hands and stroked his face. But from his current appearance, no one could tell whether his face was bitter or indignant. Try to imagine what kind of expression a pile of rotten and shriveled meat can make. The big man couldn't help looking embarrassed, as if he hadn't expected that his whispers could be heard by the other party. Careful! Lu Busong suddenly shouted. Because the figure of the wizard standing next to the coffin disappeared, and at the same time a sound of breaking air was heard throughout the square. This sound of breaking through the air was caused by something moving at high speed and rubbing against the air. The experienced Lu Busong immediately determined that it must have been caused by the wizard. It is very likely that the big man's words just now made the wizard unhappy, and the wizard possessed power beyond that of ordinary people, so he went directly towards the big man. Bang! Before Lu Busong's voice fell, an extremely dull crash was heard in the square. The big man's body trembled violently, and even the dust on his body floated up. The wizard who disappeared at the spot reappeared. Just as Lu Busong expected, standing in front of the big man, a hand easily pierced the big man's chest. The next scene scared everyone in the Lu family even more. The wizard actually opened his mouth and bit the big man's neck directly. Then everyone saw the wizard's throat rolling up and down constantly, swallowing something in big gulps. I finally understand that the structure of this Shang dynasty tomb is a place to keep corpses. Now that you put it that way, it's true. The entire tomb is a formation that is absorbing and gathering yin energy. According to what you mean, this wizard is. Among the masters brought by the Lu family, there are many experienced ones. The construction of this ancient Shang dynasty tomb is indeed quite complicated, but after looking at the wizard's state and image, they gradually understood. What is this wizard? Lu Jikue asked curiously. This wizard is a zombie who has lived for thousands of years. Just as the man just said, this ancient Shang dynasty tomb is a place for raising corpses. It can be said that it is a combination of the right time, right place, and right people that allowed the wizard, who was on the verge of death back then, to successfully transform into a zombie and live until now. The few experts in the Liu family who recognized the wizard's true identity did not dare to speak the whole story, which caused Liu Jikue to be confused. They didn't dare to say that Jiang He had no scruples. The reason why he sucked blood was to be able to restore his body to at least look like a living person. Liu Jikue soon realized that Jiang He was right, because as the wizard's throat continued to roll up and down, the big man's body shriveled up quickly and finally became a mummy. The wizard's body began to rot and became plump like a dead tree coming back to life. Except for parts of the body, there was some decay. You know a lot, little one. The wizard loosened his hand and the big man's body fell down immediately. He licked the blood from his lips and looked at Jiang He with a grin. Swish! The sound of breaking air was heard again, and the wizard's figure disappeared on the spot. Mr. Jiang, be careful, he is coming for you now. Liu Buisong hurriedly reminded. Oh. Jiang He nodded, and turned his head away, smiling kindly at Liu Baisong, thanking him for his reminder. Bang! This time the crash was particularly deafening. When the sound echoed in the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty, many people even had the illusion that it was a loud thunderclap. Just as Liu Buisong said, the wizard's figure indeed stood in front of Jiang He and hit him hard in the chest with a fist. There was also a layer of air waves visible to the naked eye, spreading out between the wizard's fist and Jiang He's chest, forming a layer of wind and wave ripples. Liu Buisong and Liu Jikue's hearts skipped a beat. Since the mysterious revival, the world has discovered monsters and evil spirits, but has never discovered zombies. The appearance of wizards filled this gap and also demonstrated the legendary zombies' tremendous combat power. Facing such a fierce enemy, Jiang He is their only support. Now everyone in the Liu family understands more and more why many people in the yin and yang world are unwilling to go to the ghost realm. Because it is too dangerous. With their strength, running to the ghost realm is no different from a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Looking at Jiang He's chest again, it was obvious that it was sunken. But his figure stood still, without moving back an inch. The fatal injury with obvious chest depression. A feeling of despair rose in Liu Buisong's heart. Having finally escaped from the trap set by the Junning City Alliance and by Tianming, am I going to die at the hands of this zombie monster again? Huh. The wizard let out a slight exclamation because he felt something was wrong. With his strength and speed, he can easily punch through a mortal's body with one punch. But this young man just had a sunken chest and that was all. Of course, this was not the most abnormal thing he felt. The problem was that his chest was already sunken, so why could he still stand there without falling? Even his expression remained normal. You have good strength, worthy of being a zombie. Jiang He opened his coat directly. Revealing his thin but muscular upper body, his chest was clearly visible, and it was indeed sunken. This scene stunned everyone, including the wizard. Chapter 30. Do you long to return to your real hometown? People from the Hometown Association appear. The evil god actually has a real body. I thought he was condensed from a powerful soul. Zombies? Zombies actually exist. White Tiger was amazed twice, then opened the tablet and quickly began to look up information. I thought zombies were only evil creatures that existed in folk legends, but they actually appeared in the real world. Could it be that the strange resurrection is not over yet? Soon information about zombies appeared in front of her. Zombies are devoid of humanity and reason, and because they died with their eyes open, they are filled with resentment. They can absorb the yin energy of the moon. Usually, corpses are transformed by corpse poison or the feng shui properties of the cemetery. They are characterized by their hands stretched out horizontally in front of them, and they keep jumping with their legs, thus moving like a walking corpse. Except for the head and limbs, other parts of the body are difficult to move. It uses its claws as weapons and feeds on the blood of humans or livestock. People who are sucked or scratched by it will be infected with corpse poison, which can be cured with sticky rice. If it is not treated before the corpse turns into a corpse, it will die and completely turn into another zombie, unable to recover. It has the characteristics of infinite strength, invulnerability to swords and guns, and resistance to corruption. After reading this information, White Tiger said strangely, "This is not right. The wizard's body is very flexible. There is no sign of body stiffness, but he is indeed using human blood. Could it be that the dead man will also become a zombie after a period of time? Zombies should also be divided into levels. Zhou Juobao reminded. You are right. There are 8 levels of zombies, from low to high. They are purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, unmelted bones, crouching corpses, and wandering corpses. Could it be that this wizard is the last kind of zombie that has experienced the thunder of heaven, born from the resentment of heaven and earth, and is immortal? Abandoned by the heaven and earth from the 6 reincarnations, he can enter and exit the yin and yang realms, and go up to the 9 heavens and down to the netherworld. He can move with the moon and the seasons. After being in a state of no fixed place for a long time, he will turn into a flying yaksha. But this is a bit too strong. Could it be that this wizard has not yet demonstrated his strongest power? White Tiger was looking at the information and the real-time images at the same time, and he was a little confused. As Jiang He breathed in and out, his sunken chest quickly returned to normal. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. The wizard said in amazement, since you and I may have something in common, I can spare your life. Will you spare my life? Jiang He put his clothes back on and said with a smile, it seems that your strength is just like this. It's not like you can spare my life because you can't kill me. You are right. I am indeed a zombie, and I have reached the highest level of zombies. I can now go in and out of the yin and yang realms, swim in the upper 9 heavens and swim in the lower underworld. I can do anything. Whether in the era I once existed or in your current era, I can be said to be the strongest. The wizard also laughed and said, I was going to let you go, but you are too ignorant. You talk too much nonsense. Jiang He raised his hand, and black mist swirled between his fingers. The wizard's eyeballs, which had just recovered from sucking blood, trembled violently. He actually felt endless murderous intent from Jiang He's simple hand-raising gesture. The wizard knew very well that the fact that he could sense murderous intent meant that the other party really had the power to kill him. The wilderness begins to freeze, the sky becomes clear at dawn. The trees are cold and few birds are sleeping, the mountains are remote and few monks are coming. I clear the snow from the windows and open the stove to thaw the ice on the inkstone. Suddenly I return to my homeland, and I want to live in Shilling alone. Suddenly, a voice chanting poetry was heard in the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty. Their voice was so ethereal and touching that it actually aroused the homesickness of everyone present. Even the wizard forgot for a moment that he was under the murderous intent of Jiang He. This is a work by an ancient poet, called Homesickness in the Mountains in Winter. So please tell me now, do you long to return to your real hometown? A young man appeared in this ancient Shang dynasty tomb at some point and walked towards them. Even Jiang He, who was about to kill the wizard, stopped and wanted to see what the other party was going to do. The young figure finally stood between Jiang He and the wizard, looked at the wizard and asked, do you long to return to your real hometown? Desire, I desire. The wizard said quickly. He had already realized that the monster young man could easily kill him. The young man in front of him who was reciting poems should not be with that monster young man. Maybe he could save him. This young figure had a gentle smile on his face like the warm spring sun. He seemed very satisfied with the wizard's answer and looked at Jiang He again. What about you? Do you want to return to your real hometown? That's someone from the Hometown Association. How come he's here? The white tiger sitting in the Suv's face changed. The Hometown Association is an organization wanted by the Spirit Control Bureau. The people in it believe in their real hometown, which is like the peach blossom spring described by Dao Yuanming. There are people they love and people who love them in the most beautiful environment, with happiness, peace, fairness and heavenly beauty. So they try to win people's hearts everywhere, and many people have already fallen into their trap. But the people in the Spirit Control Bureau knew very well that this was an organization that used evil spirits to commit crimes. But the strength of the Hometown Association should not be underestimated. Even the Spirit Control Bureau cannot do anything to them in a short period of time. Moreover, the people in the Hometown Association are elusive, and it is not easy to catch their trace. Bai Lao, who had only seen some information about the Hometown Association in the archives of the Spirit Control Bureau, and he had never expected to see their people in the ghost realm at the junction of Qinghe City and Zhening City. Do we need to call for support? Jiaduobao asked while holding the doll. Not for the time being. If we call for support, the only ones who will come are the Yuling branch offices in Qinghe City and Zhening City. With their strength, they can't deal with the members of the Hometown Association at all. White Tiger shook his head. Be prepared to take action. The members of the Hometown Association are very good at brainwashing. We must not let the evil spirit become one of their people. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult for our Spirit Control Bureau to deal with the hometown association. Okay. Zhou Juobao looked out of the car window, where the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty was located. Think. Jiang He thought seriously and said sincerely. When he first entered the underworld, he missed his family very much. But in the underworld, there is no way to return to the world of the living, and after hundreds of years of war, the longing gradually faded away. The mention of this modern young man really reminded Jiang He of many past events when he was alive. It was really beautiful back then. Then are you willing to go back to my real hometown with me? Your relatives, your friends, your lover, they are all waiting for you. Only there can you be truly carefree. The young figure said again. I can't do it, how can you? Jiang He narrowed his eyes, stared at the other person and smiled contentiously. Chapter 31, The Power of the King of the Eight Palaces City, Limited Time Additional Tasks. When in the underworld, Jiang He looked for his former relatives and friends. But the underworld is so vast. The number of dead souls is too numerous to count, and there are many places that cannot be visited even after hundreds of years. Part of the reason why he was trying so hard to grow in the underworld was to find his old friends and relatives. Just like in the vast country of Kyushu, finding a person is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Once you have enough social status, it will not be so difficult to find people. As a result, just as he became the evil overlord of the underworld, he was summoned by Song Yuxian using his ancestral secret technique. It seems that you are unwilling to return to your real hometown that you long for, or you do not believe in the ability of our hometown association. The young man stretched out his hand and said politely, Hello, my name is Yu Chanyao. Jiang He just lowered his head and glanced at the other person's hand, still maintaining a contemptuous smile on his face, and had no intention of shaking hands with him. From the mysterious way Yu Chanyao recited the poem just now, every syllable that came out of his mouth was emitting ripples of bewitching. It will produce a hypnotic effect on those who hear it, making them convinced. Our hometown association is very interested in you, so we sincerely want to help you return to your hometown that you most desire and that is the truest white moonlight in your heart. Yu Chanyao was not angry at the other party's impolite attitude, and said politely, I thought it would go smoothly, but it doesn't matter, we will meet again sooner or later. When that time comes, you will definitely be willing to go back to your real hometown with me. It seemed as if every word he said was free of falsehood. Let's go quickly. The wizard reminded, he was worried that something might happen if he was late. Mr. Jiang, then we can only look forward to seeing you next time. Yu Chanyao said with a smile. Do you think you can get away? Jiang He asked back. Mr. Jiang, although we cannot be from the same hometown for the time being, we just have the same origin. There is no need for us to become mortal enemies. Yu Chanyao said in a friendly manner, and if we want to leave, even though Mr. Jiang is very strong, he can't stop us. 16 small hells, the small hell of splashing hot oil is coming. Jiang He stopped talking, spread out his 5 fingers, and spoke loudly. The black fog rolled into shape in an instant, and all the changes around it finally calmed down. Yu Chanyao and the wizard were surprised to find that the scenes in all directions had changed. This is no longer the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty, but an endless sea of boiling oil. It emits scorching heat, and everything in sight is distorted and fluctuating. There are countless dead souls struggling in the sea of oil. The shrill screams echoed throughout the space, causing the wizard's face to change drastically. Die. Jiang He clenched his fingers again. Boom! A terrifyingly hot oil wave suddenly rose up, threatening to cover the sky and the earth. No! The wizard wanted to escape and looked around, but could not find any hope. You are stronger than I thought. Yu Chanyao also tried to find a way out, but unfortunately he didn't. He did not struggle desperately like the wizard, but looked calm. I am always stronger than you think. Jiang He did not hide the sneer on his face. How can you guess the real me? Har har har. Yu Chanyao laughed heartily, not annoyed at all. I said we would meet in our real hometown, and then you would let go of all hostility. The fishing boat is waving, floating on the Wuling River. Dragging the line and throwing the bait, I went with the current and mistakenly entered the peach blossom spring. I searched for flowers in the clear spring and found a path to the cave. The cave gate was dark and smoky, and I walked a few steps in the dark and found the light. The common people were frightened by the fairy. Why did they come to pay a speech here? The poem had not been finished before it evaporated into the boiling sea of oil. Jiang He frowned. Why was this guy named Yu Chanyao so fearless until his death? Maybe he was brainwashed too deeply. Looking at the wizard again, his two legs trembled as he begged for mercy. Mr. Jiang, I was blind before. I admit that I have not reached the level of a true zombie king. Now I am at most half human and half corpse. If I want to become a true zombie king, I still need a very big opportunity. You and I are the same people, you should understand my difficulties. I am just trying to survive, to find a little life that belongs to me in the vague heaven. What does it have to do with me? Jiang He was too lazy to look at him any longer. Compared with Yu Chanyao, this guy doesn't look that good at all. You. The wizard was so enraged that his vicious curse was drowned by the sea of oil before he could even utter it. After taking the little hell back into his body, Jiang He looked at the Shang dynasty tomb and said, "It's finally quiet. Now this Shang dynasty tomb is completely safe. You can happily explore for treasures." After he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the mission, a dream of 4,000 years, the sea turns into mulberry fields has been completed. Falsehood? Truth. Who am I? Who am I? The fog is thick, and one punch breaks it. Highly evaluated, and 8,791 Yinda points are obtained. Ding. The current Yinda points are 35498, and the cumulative Yinda points of 30,000 have been completed. You have obtained the power of the 8 Palaces City King. The divine power of the City Kings of the 8th Palace, City King Wang, whose birthday is on the 1st day of April, is in charge of the Great Hell of Great Heat and Great Annoyance, also known as the Hell of Annoyance and Stifling. There are also 16 small hells. Anyone who is unfilial and causes his parents and grandparents to feel sad and distressed will be thrown into this hell. He will then be sent to the small hells for further punishment, and after suffering extreme pain, he will be sent to the 9th palace, where he will be transformed into an animal forever. A shadow with a fair face and holding a scepter in both hands appeared in front of Jiang He. Then the shadow flickered and entered his mind. Ding! The current Yinda points are 35498, and the accumulated Yinda points are 40,000. You can obtain the divine power of the 7th Palace Taishan King. Ding! The mission, a dream of 4,000 years, the sea turns into mulberry fields, has been released. The time limit is 10 minutes. Limited time additional tasks are randomly released, and you will receive additional mysterious rewards after completing the tasks. No punishment for mission failure. 10 minutes countdown, start. A series of system prompt sounds rang out in a slightly rapid rhythm. What? Jiang He was a little stunned. Without time to think about it, he began to quickly look around the entire Shang dynasty tomb. Since this limited time additional task only lasts 10 minutes, it means he can complete it in a short period of time. 8 pillars. Corpse raising formation. The coffin where the wizard lay. Besides, his heart moved and his eyes fell on the infant spirit tree. Unlike when they first came in, all the fruits of the infant spirit trees have opened their eyes, really like children watching the world innocently. But in the simplicity there is also confusion, hatred, resentment, and numbness. Are they all mature? Jiang His figure flashed, and the next second he stood in front of the infant spirit tree. I saw the countdown timer had only 5 minutes left. He decided to take a gamble and give it a try. Chapter 32, Will the blind box of the 36 methods of Qiangang discover our tracking? Rui gave birth to the emperor's son, and the heavenly book was completed and revealed the mystery. The 36 heavenly gang methods: mediate the creation, reverse yin and yang, move the stars, return the sky and the sun, call for rain and wind, shake the mountains and shake the earth, ride the mist and soar into the clouds, cut the river into land, let the earth shine with golden light, turn the river and stir the sea, point at the ground and turn it into steel, the 5 elements great escape, the 6 Jochaman, know the future in reverse, whip the mountain and move the stone, revive the dead, fly and leave traces, subdue the chi in 9 breaths, guide the primordial yarn, subdue the dragon and subdue the tiger, mend the sky and bathe the sun, push the mountain and fill the sea, point at the stone and turn it into gold, stand upright without a shadow, change the shape, size as desired, flowers bloom in an instant, wander the spirit and control the chi, see through the wall, return the wind and return the fire, master the 5 thunders, shrink the earth under the abyss, fly sand and rocks, carry the mountain and cross the sea, sow beans and turn them into soldiers, and nail the 7 arrows. After opening the Qiangang 36 Methods Blind Box 1, the host will randomly obtain one of them based on his luck. Detailed explanation of the system. But this is the true magical power of a god. Jiang, his eyes lit up. Activate it. All my efforts just now were not in vain. The reward for this task was quite a surprise. Ding! The Qiangang 36 Methods Blind Box 1 was used successfully, and is being randomly drawn. Please wait patiently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical power of turning beans into soldiers. It's actually the second to last one. Jiang, his eyes were on the number 1 ranking, but he was also quite satisfied. Among the 36 Qiangang methods, none of them are too bad. However, he did not have the opportunity to try out this new magical power at the moment. All the information about turning beans into soldiers had already appeared in his mind. In the ancient tomb of the Shang dynasty, the Lu family members are busy. When Jiang He stood in front of the infant spirit tree, they did not have any dissatisfaction. Because of the strength displayed by Jiang He, everyone in the Lu family has completely surrendered, and they don't even dare to have any rash thoughts. Even if they just thought about it in their hearts, they were afraid of being discovered. Jiang He's deterrent power had already penetrated into their hearts. Mr. Jiang, take a look at this ancient tomb to see if there is anything else you need. We will put it in a special car and deliver it to your residence after we return to Qinghe City. Lu Jikue walked over and asked attentively. No need, you can take them all away. Jiang He shook his head and said. Just as the wizard said, he is not at the level of a zombie king in the true sense. The things inside are all treasures in the eyes of ordinary people, but in Jiang He's eyes, those things are just like ordinary people. Mr. Jiang, our Lu family is very spacious. Why don't you move in with us? All these things will be sent to our Lu family first. You will have plenty of time to choose them. After all, you haven't seen all the things. Maybe there will be 1 or 2 treasures that will make you fall in love with them. Lu Jikue came over and spoke softly. Lu Jikue, you are a smart girl, but I am not a fool. Do you think that if you say you like me, I will really think you like me? What I said may sound a bit confusing, but you must understand it. Jiang, he said lightly. The smile on Lu Jikue's face froze. It's recorded that the members of the Hometown Association appeared in the ghost area at the junction of Qinghe City and Zhening City, and encountered the evil spirit. The evil wizard and the Hometown Association member Yu Chanyao in the ghost area have all been dealt with by the evil spirit, but we still have to send people from the Yuling branch to investigate. Who knows if there are other accomplices of the Hometown Association hiding here? Sitting in the off-road vehicle, the white tiger looked relaxed and recorded some details in his notes. The task of tracking, monitoring and analyzing risks has been completed. Zhou Juobao said while holding the doll. Of course. White tiger nodded. You said the evil god is so powerful, maybe he has already discovered that we are following him. Zhou Juobao asked curiously. This. The white tiger was startled. She actually ignored the problem that Jiaduobao mentioned. It took a whole day to explore the entire Shang dynasty tomb. Without the wizard and the mysterious fellow townsman who appeared later, the traps and mechanisms in the entire tomb were useless in the eyes of the Lu family. Everyone in the Lu family was feeling miserable, not because their strength was too weak, but because after entering the ghost realm, they met no one worse than them. Zhening City Alliance and by Tianming. Wizard. The mysterious Hometown Association member Yu Chanyao. Plus there is this monster sitting there with a relaxed look on his face, Jiang He. Let alone the Lu family, if they went to any place randomly. While daydreaming, everyone in the Lu family loaded everything they could into the car. This thrilling journey finally came to an end and we were ready to go back. The way back is naturally faster than the way here. By the time we arrived at the Lu family in Qinghe City, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Tonight the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. In response to the Lu family's repeated expressions of gratitude and cordial invitations, and as it was getting late, Jiang He decided to stay in the courtyard arranged by Lu Jian himself. Qinghe City, Yuling branch. Too strong, really too strong. Professor Xie himself had already rushed over and was sitting in an office, watching all the surveillance footage. With relish. I don't want to fast forward even a minute, even though most of them are long and boring clips. This year, there is a weird education reform. Those who perform better in the summoning assessment will go to a high-risk ghost domain to participate in a more demanding selection. The Buddha, the Taoist, and geniuses trained by other forces will also participate, and the evil god will inevitably be forced to go. Handsome men and beautiful women, rare and uncommon, young and passionate, it will be more exciting than they imagined. Professor Xie laughed excitedly again. Mr. Jiang, are you asleep? There was a knock on the door. No. A lazy voice came from inside. Crunch. The door was pushed open, and the first thing that came in was a leg as smooth as jade. Jiang He suddenly stood up. Chapter 33 How can a mortal control him? You don't want anything to happen to the Lu family, do you? The moon is bright in the sky, but there are few stars. When the door was opened, the night breeze brought a faint fragrance into the room. Even if there are no lights on inside or outside the house, you can still see the scene clearly. The person who came was naturally Lu Jikue. For some reason, she was only wearing a loose pair of pajamas, and when she came in, she deliberately left her slippers outside the door and walked on the ground barefoot. What he saw made Jiang He suddenly realized something. No wonder Lu Jikue looks so good in socks of different shapes and colors, with a unique alluring charm. It turned out that she was born with a pair of beautiful legs and feet. The legs are delicate and smooth, just the right amount of slenderness without a trace of excess fat. The feet are slender and upturned, and the wrists and ankles are of moderate fatness and thinness, which is naturally beautiful. In terms of appearance, Lu Jikue is actually not as good as Song Yuxian. But these legs are enough to add some points to the slightly inferior appearance. Only. What is she doing here at this time? Mr. Jiang, why aren't you asleep yet? Lu Jikue had already come in and sat on the ground and asked. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Jiang He leaned down on the mat again. The pajamas were so loose that they began to slip off her smooth shoulders as soon as she sat down. There's a saying that goes, every family has its own problems. Lu Jikue said with a seductive look. At this rate, are you going to recite to me the difficult story of your Lu family or yourself? Jiang He smiled jokingly. Lu Jikue's charming eyes froze. Before coming to Jiang He's yard, I practiced facial expression management and control in front of the mirror for a long time. Although she was a little forced, she thought she had more than most girls. For example, figure and appearance. Otherwise, how could Tongzhuo's grandson Tongnian be so bewitched and infatuated with her? But she couldn't find any sign of affection in Jiang He's eyes, and her self-confidence was a little undermined. Lu Jikue hardened his heart, put his hands on the ground, and leaned forward. I'm not that vulgar. In fact, I did have this idea in mind when I came here tonight, just like many men on WeChat will meet the poor girl selling tea. However, when he saw the indifference in Jiang He's pupils, he immediately dismissed this thought. Perhaps this man did not have a single bit of mercy in his mind. Jiang He didn't know what she was thinking, he only knew that the beautiful scenery of the plum blossoms on the snow was like a picture scroll, slowly unfolding. But, only half of it was displayed. I know it is not snow from afar, only the faint fragrance comes. Jiang He now suddenly feels that this poem is very well written. Just say what you want to say, he said. I would like to invite Mr. Jiang to become a guest elder of our Lu family. This is also the idea of our Lu family's head, Lu Zhiyun, that is, my grandfather. Lu Jikue got closer and closer. In the future, I will become the next head of the Lu family. No matter what happens, I will lead the Lu family to stand behind Mr. Jiang. Are you done? Jiang He asked. Say. I'm done. Lu Jikue's tone paused again. Everyone is a young man. I was killed by someone. I could be said to be a young man when I died. Jiang He said with a smile, you are very smart, and perhaps you are very talented in practicing yin and yang, otherwise why would your Lu family let you, a woman, be the next head of the family? Whether it is your Lu family, the smart Yu, or by Qianming from Jining City, or the wizard who has lived for more than 4,000 years, they are all sitting in a well and looking at the sky. The only difference is the size of your well mouths. After saying this, he also realized something. Since coming to the world of the living, the habits acquired in the underworld have undergone many changes. At least now he can explain calmly. If he were in the underworld, he would have killed Lu Jikue long ago. Life is wonderful as you enjoy people while pursuing the supreme god. Lu Jikue was a little confused and a little frightened. What Jiang He said was so confusing, and what did he mean when he was killed that year? Could it be that the Jiang He sitting in front of him is not a human? Miss Lu, or should I call you the head of the Lu family? Jiang, his voice brought her back to her senses. Mr. Jiang, just call me Jikue. Lu Jikue forced a smile. She had already tried her best, but it didn't have any effect on Jiang He. Does this mean that I have to give myself up completely? You don't want anything to happen to the Lu family, do you? Jiang He asked with a flash in his eyes. Yes, yes. Lu Jikue nodded, not knowing why he asked that. Then please just listen to me from now on, is that okay? Jiang He gave a wicked smile. Lu Jikue. The next morning. The newly rising sun is the color of salted egg yolk, and the rays of sunlight passing through the sky have given the earth new vitality. Many people from the Lu family stood respectfully in Jiang He's yard, waiting in advance. After 3 rounds of drinking last night, the top management of the Lu family held an emergency meeting. Finally, they unanimously decided that no matter what the cost, Jiang He must be tied to the Lu family. In front of him, a mere infant spirit tree is nothing. When Lu Jikue and Jiang He walked out of the room together, many people in the Lu family showed strange expressions. The faces of the senior executives who knew about the situation were calm, and even looked a little relieved and surprised. What will happen when a man and a woman are alone in a room one night? We are all adults, there is no need to be shy and hinder the extension of our thinking. Those who understand will understand. Great, that's great. It will bring honor to our Lu family and honor to our ancestors. The sentimental old man in the Lu family's senior management couldn't help but burst into tears. The look he gave Lu Jikue was the same as the look he gave a younger generation when they were admitted to a prestigious university. Jiang He and Lu Jikue, who had just walked out of the room, couldn't help but show surprised expressions when they saw so many people standing in the yard. Looking at the strange expressions on the faces of the senior members of the Lu family, including his grandfather, Lu Jikue understood immediately and couldn't help blushing. Although she is very brave and smart, she is willing to give everything for the Lu family. But she is a young girl after all, and she is still very thin-skinned. Faced with the Lu family's attempt to retain him, Jiang He did not stay. Instead, he asked them to prepare a car and left directly after getting in it. Watching the car leave, Lu Jiyan asked hurriedly, "What happened last night? How was your talk with Jiang He?" In front of a group of Lu family executives and his grandfather, Lu Jikue closed his eyes. Then a black rune appeared between her eyebrows, and then a murderous aura burst out in her body. In an instant, everyone in the Lu family felt as if they were covered with a thick layer of icy white frost. He left his seeds in my body. God is not something that mortals can control. From then on, I became his devout believer. Chapter 34. They claim to have God. Is that dirty guy here? Professor Xia, I don't understand why you let such a group of newcomers who have just entered the yin-yang practice go to their high-risk ghost area. White Tiger said doubtfully. You have to know that the ghost area at the junction of Qinghe City and Zhening City can only be barely described as low risk. It is a high-risk ghost domain. Even if the Spirit Control Bureau wants to go there, they have to form an elite team, and they generally won't go there unless it is necessary. What's the difference between sending a group of newcomers there and sending them to get killed? This is not talent selection at all, it is simply strangling all the talents that have not yet grown in the cradle. This was a decision made by the bigwigs in the education system. Although I also think it is very dangerous, I have heard some information about the ghost area. That place is newly discovered. As you know, since the weird resurrection, not only the world but also many places here have completely become ghost areas. It is difficult to figure out the specific situation. Professor Xia was sitting in front of the computer, editing videos with great interest and compiling them into the personal profile of the evil god. However, some things have been researched abroad. During the strange resurrection, some spatial planes seem to overlap with our real world. In other words, if the original area of a place is 100 square meters, after the strange resurrection, this place may become 10,000 square meters or 100,000 square meters. It sounds a bit exaggerated, but according to the investigation of our Spirit Control Bureau, it is indeed the case. Bai Lao who knew about this matter, but he didn't say anything and waited quietly for the next words. It was obvious that Professor Xia had not finished speaking. Could it be that the expansion of the area due to the strange revival is somehow related to this selection competition? Releasing the mouse, Professor Xia took a sip of water, stood up and stretched his waist. That high-risk ghost area seems to have been discovered during the investigation, but it is a broken ghost area. It is called a high-risk ghost area because only a few areas are extremely dangerous. The rest are easy to deal with. All candidates participating in the selection will be equipped with a communication jade stone. If they are crushed in danger, someone will come to rescue them immediately. Sometimes strange forces will affect the signals of human communication technology. Therefore, the Spirit Control Bureau joined forces with some forces that practice yin and yang to produce this communication jade in large quantities. As long as it is crushed, a strange energy wave will spread out, which can allow the person who receives it to locate it accurately. You can quickly go to the specific location where the wave is emitted to complete tasks such as rescue and reinforcement. Don't worry, even a high-risk ghost domain is nothing to the evil god. I just don't know whether his host Song Yuxian will participate. If she doesn't participate, she won't be able to enter the truly top-notch universities in our Zhuzhou country. Professor Xia said. But I'm a little worried. Said the white tiger worriedly. What are you worried about? Professor Xia didn't understand. I'm worried that the evil god's behavior is too much like schizophrenia. Haven't you noticed? Sometimes his attitude is very gentle, just like an ordinary young man who is harmless to people and animals. But sometimes he strikes hard and leaves no grass or chickens alive. If another contestant makes him unhappy during the selection, wouldn't it cause a big disaster? White Tiger frowned and said, especially when you meet those talented people with deep backgrounds, such as Buddhists and Taoists. Your worries are not without reason. I have watched all the surveillance videos you shot, but I still haven't been able to produce a character analysis report on the evil spirit. Professor Xia sighed. Justice, simplicity, cruelty, gentleness, loveliness, laziness, kindness, goodness, many qualities are mixed together, completely determined by his emotions. Many times, the brilliance of human nature cannot be seen in the evil spirit. However. But what? Asked the white tiger. But the only thing that is not in the evil spirit is stupidity. Professor Xia said calmly, his seemingly arrogant and domineering behavior is based on his invincible strength. I'm really curious about how much of a stir the evil god will cause to the so-called blood clan, werewolves and other forces in the West when they face them one day. White Tiger nodded and said in agreement and excitement. Some Western countries, relying on the powerful and strange events in their own country, are stirring up trouble around the world. I'm also looking forward to that day. People in the West claim that they have God. Professor Xia adjusted his glasses. For example, the ancestor of the blood clan, Cain. For example, the Pope who enjoys divine power. For example, Sakyamuni in India has countless believers. By the way, Professor Xia, are all the information you compiled going to be put into the archives of the Spirit Control Bureau? White Tiger asked curiously. No, I want to keep it for myself. If I put it in the Spirit Control Bureau, it will definitely cause a sensation. Once there is a sensation, the news will leak out. We don't know whether the power of the evil god is worthy of the word God. After all, we have never seen him use his full strength so far. Professor Xia shook his head. If he is really placed in the Spirit Control Bureau, he has the power of a god, then it will not be a big deal. If he is just strong, it will bring him disaster. Bai Lao who understood what Professor Xia meant. After all, the gap between the strong and the gods is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. The heaven and earth are natural, the foul air is dispersed, the mysterious void in the cave, the bright Taiyuan. The mighty gods of the 8 directions make me natural. The spiritual treasure talisman is announced to the 9 heavens. Gan Luo Dana, the cave Gang Taishian. Kill the demons and bind the evil, and save thousands of people. The sandalwood incense was curling in the air, and Song Yuxian, wearing a Taoist robe, was kneeling in front of the incense burner. I don't know if it's because of the exorcism spell, but the slender figure that cannot be covered by the Taoist robe actually emanates a holy glow. What she was chanting was the divine mantra for purifying heaven and earth. About 1 meter behind, there was a girl kneeling. She was Song Yuxian's best friend Liu Hui. Liu Hui also followed suit, reciting the somewhat difficult spell with Song Yuxian. Crackle, clackle. There was a sudden strong wind outside the community and the temperature dropped suddenly. Oh no, is that dirty thing coming? Liu Hui asked in horror. How is this possible? How dare such a dirty thing appear in broad daylight? Song Yuxian opened her bright eyes and said majestically. But Jiang He is just walking around in the sun all day long. Liu Hui said in a low voice. Song Yuxian glared at Liu Hui unhappily. How can this be compared? Who is Kang Har? He is the evil god of the 10 courts of hell. Before he could finish his words, a bone-chillingly cold aura suddenly surged in from the window. Crash, crash. The Bagua mirror, talismans, 5 emperor's coins, jade gourds, all arranged in the house began to shake violently. Bang! 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 Then, under Liu Hui's horrified gaze, the Bagua mirror, talismans, 5 emperor's coins, jade gourd all exploded one after another. Dirty creature, there must be a very powerful dirty creature that broke in. Because she was too scared, Liu Hui cried out in tears. Chapter 35, The person who pats your back may not be alive. When Jiang He is not at home, Song Yuxian studied the ancient books left by her grandfather every day. Ever since she summoned this evil god, she discovered that the things her grandfather left behind were really quite useful. If I think about it carefully, I actually don't know that much about my grandfather. Although that immortal-like demeanor of a Taoist master had already been deeply rooted in Song Yuxian's mind. She followed her grandfather to help others solve their problems, pray for blessings and longevity, liberate the souls of the dead, exorcise ghosts and evil spirits, and read feng shui. How could she understand the mysteries of her grandfather at that time? When I was young and ignorant, I would secretly hold back my laughter, which made my employer doubt whether my grandfather had any real ability. But now Song Yuxian found that she underestimated her grandfather. I'm afraid that Grandpa's skills have reached a level that is even more powerful than I imagined. The contents of ancient books are so vast and fascinating. Just at this time, her best friend Liu Hui came to the door and she encountered something dirty. According to Liu Hui's description, that dirty thing followed her day and night. However, the things she summoned could only play a supporting role and had no way to harm or even directly kill the dirty things like other spirit masters. So I turned to my good friend Song Yuxian for help. It just so happened that Song Yuxian had made considerable progress in her spiritual practice recently, so she decided to help Liu Hui exorcise evil spirits and make some arrangements at home. Since that dirty thing follows us all the time, it is better to lure it into the trap and then clean it up. Result. Song Yuxian was also a little shocked. The dirty things had been bothering Liu Hui, but she had not taken any action yet, because she was afraid that there might be some evil things on her body that also emitted the same negative energy. From this aspect, we can infer that the strength of that dirty thing should not be that strong. The Bagua mirror, talismans, 5 emperor's coins and jade gourds hanging in the room are not ordinary items sold in street stalls. They are all truly effective in warding off evil spirits and bringing good and evil. As a result, before the dirty things even arrived, the yin qi that arrived first caused these treasures to explode without being able to withstand it. It came in. The dirty thing in the room, in the corner, when did it come in? Liu Hui suddenly turned around, pointed at the corner, and spoke incoherently. Song Yuxian also turned around and looked in the direction where Liu Hui was looking, and couldn't help but reveal a wrong expression. A cloud of black fog slowly dissipated, revealing a tall and evil figure inside. "How dare you call me a dirty thing?" an unhappy voice came from among them. Liu Hui shuddered all over, and then she saw clearly that the person standing there was actually Song Yuxian's contracted evil spirit Jiang He. The fear in her heart immediately dissipated. In Liu Hui's eyes, Jiang He is Song Yuxian's contracted evil spirit, so he is harmless. As for the identity of the evil god Yarma, she knew nothing about it, and being ignorant meant she was fearless. "You're back." Song Yuxian also breathed a sigh of relief and said in surprise. Because she happened to have something to ask Jiang He, she used the contract to contact him many times during the time when Jiang He was away, but was unilaterally rejected by Jiang He every time. "Why is the room arranged like this?" Jiang He looked around and asked. "Does it make you uncomfortable?" Song Yuxian asked. "How is that possible?" Jiang He laughed. If such a fierce god is afraid of some simple magic weapons to ward off evil spirits, then he would be disgracing such a resounding name and would not be worthy of being called a god. We encountered a dirty guy these days. To be exact, it was Liu Hui who encountered him. Song Yuxian glanced at Liu Hui and nodded. "You experienced this, so you can explain it more clearly." Liu Hui also understood what Song Yuxian meant, even though she knew that Jiang He was the contracted evil spirit of her good sister. But he also vaguely realized that this evil spirit was very different from other evil spirits. For example, Jiang He could stand in the sun and had no feeling for things like the Yang Qi Bagua mirror. She couldn't help but sigh that the S-level evaluation was indeed strong enough. There is a statue of a deity enshrined in my home. We usually place offerings and burn incense all the time. During festivals, we also give extra food to the statue. Just a few days ago, my father had a dream that the statue appeared and asked him to offer his own blood. Liu Hui said in fear, "We went to find an expert, who said that this is no longer the original statue. It was possessed by an evil spirit, stealing offerings and incense, and then it gained some spiritual power. The reason why they let us offer blood is because its cultivation has reached a threshold and needs to undergo a transformation." Since the strange resurrection, more than 90% of families have a statue of the deity to protect their home and their family members. Seeing that Jiang He had no intention of expressing his opinion, Liu Hui continued, "So we invited the expert over, and he used the Taoist finger technique to smash the statue. After returning, he broke his leg and came to us. He said that this thing was a bit powerful and he was unable to solve it, so he asked us to find another expert. He returned all the money to us and kowtowed 3 times in front of the damaged statue before leaving. The person you invited is of some ability. It would be a bit of a stretch to call him an expert. If he really is an expert, he can help you solve the problem." Jiang He sat down on the sofa and said with a smile, "Is it a god or an evil spirit inside that statue?" Liu Hui asked. "If it is really a god, why would it allow you to offer blood and food as sacrifices?" Jiang He said disdainfully, "How many statues of a god would there be in the world? Can every one of them be visited by God? Perhaps some statues can be imbued with some divine charm, but it is obvious that the one in your house does not. On weekdays, you use incense and food to worship it, which attracts dirty things passing by. Slowly, you nourish it and give it the ability to do evil. Then what should we do?" Liu Hui asked. "Go find someone more capable." Jiang He said lightly. "Jiang He, why don't you go over there?" Song Yuxian asked tentatively. Jiang He was about to speak when he suddenly smiled. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a strange sound was heard in the room. It's like someone clapping their hands. But there were only 3 people in the room, Jiang He, Song Yuxian, and Liu Hui. So why would someone stand in the room and clap their hands? Yes, that's the sound. This sound occurs every day in our house. These days, sometimes I hear this sound when I'm walking on the road, in the bedroom, sleeping, or taking a shower in the bathroom. It must be that dirty thing coming." Liu Hui looked around excitedly. "She's in the bathroom." Jiang He's eyes fell on the bathroom door. Song Yuxian grabbed a peachwood sword on the table and walked straight over. Compared with the timid Liu Hui, she is braver. After all, she has been through many occasions with her grandfather since she was a child and has been influenced by him. What's more, there is a ferocious god sitting next to him. No matter how powerful that dirty thing is, can it be more powerful than Jiang He? Crunch! He held the peachwood sword in his right hand, placed his left hand on the door handle, twisted it hard and pushed it open. The lights in the bathroom were flickering constantly, and there was a crackling sound of electricity. And sure enough, there was a woman standing inside, clapping her hands continuously. The slapping sounds were made by the backs of her hands. There is a saying among the people that if you meet someone who claps with the back of his hands, he is definitely not a living person. Bang! 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 The woman lowered her head, her hair disheveled, and continued to pat the paper. When Song Yuxian saw this scene, she couldn't help but take a breath and stabbed forward with the peachwood sword in her hand. Unfortunately, the peachwood sword seemed to pass through a chaotic air and did not cause any substantial harm to the woman. The woman kept clapping with her head down, like a numb machine, tireless and insensitive. "Okay, stop filming," Jiang He said impatiently. There was no rhythm to the clapping. It would be fine if it were 1 or 2 sounds, but the endless sound of them was really irritating. Bang! 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 The woman seemed not to hear Jiang He's words and continued to do her own thing. "Fang Ren, go eat her, and remember to torture her a little," Jiang He said coldly. Hearing that Jiang He seemed to be about to take action, Song Yuxian was delighted. She immediately came out of the bathroom holding the peachwood sword, nimbly retreated and stood aside. Then she and Liu Hui saw a blood-red figure slowly crawling out from behind Jiang He, revealing a bloodless and hideous face. This face was exactly that of Fang Ren whom they had seen with their own eyes in the family compound that day, a genuine evil spirit in red. In just half a month, Fang Ren's blood-red figure became more solid, and his ferocious aura became much more powerful than before. You dare to be disrespectful in front of my master, damn it! Fang Ren said this in the coldest and most ruthless tone, and then moved at an extremely fast speed in the sight of Song Yuxian and Liu Hui. In an instant, he stood in front of the woman, and Rushua's palm directly grasped the woman's neck. My master told you to stop clapping, but you kept clapping. You like it, don't you? Fang Ren smiled cruelly and grasped the woman's wrist with his other hand. The sharp nails clenched violently, tearing the hand apart. No matter how powerful the evil spirit is, it is still made up of 3 souls and 7 spirits. It directly tore off the soul of the right hand and caused serious injuries to the woman. This is pain that touches the soul. The woman stopped moving and suddenly raised her head to look at the evil spirit in red in front of her, as if she had just come out of a state of numbness and was terrified. What is she in front of the evil spirit in red? At best, he can only be described as a dirty guy who took advantage of others. After tearing off the woman's hand, the red-clothed evil spirit Fang Ren set his eyes on her other hand. So he tore the dirty thing into pieces bit by bit in front of Song Yuxian and Liu Hui. This dirty thing actually doesn't have much intelligence. It just follows its instinct to complete its transformation through a large amount of fresh bloodstone. Unexpectedly, I met a tough guy. Is this the problem? Liu Hui asked in astonishment. Less than half a minute after the red-clothed evil spirit took action, the dirty thing had completely disappeared. This efficiency was too shocking to her. How much slower do you want? Song Yuxian put down the peach-wood sword in her hand and asked helplessly. She felt a little heavy. Because Song Yuxian knew very well that there was only one possibility that could allow a bloody figure of a red-clothed evil spirit to become so solid in a short period of time. It is to let this red evil spirit devour a large number of other souls in a short period of time, either of high quality or large quantity. During the time that Jiang He was away, it is estimated that a lot of cells were killed. As a result, Song Yuxian felt a little numb. This fierce god was so powerful that she was excited, and it was also an opportunity for her to make rapid progress in her cultivation. Song Yuxian also knew that it was probably in equally huge trouble. She felt a headache when she thought about what she was going to tell Jiang He. Seeing that the matter was solved smoothly, Liu Hui was in a good mood. A short separation is better than a new marriage. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'm leaving first. Bye. After winking at Song Yuxian, Liu Hui ran away. Because she needed to tell her family about this matter as soon as possible. After all, it was good news. The family members have been deeply troubled during this period, and they will be happy in knowing that the dirty things have been dealt with. You're talking nonsense again. Song Yuxian said in feigned anger. Bang! Seeing Liu Hui close the door, Jiang He retracted his gaze. You are so anxious to find me, it's not just for this matter, right? It's not this. There was a mistake in my admission. They added a tryout and they want to select the best candidates. They mean to select the better ones from the good ones. Do you think I should participate in this tryout? The location is a high-risk ghost area. Song Yuxian sat down opposite and asked. She felt a little strange. This scene was totally wrong, and there was something wrong with the dialogue. When other people summoned evil spirits, they were clearly required to obey their host, so why did I have to negotiate with this evil god to please him? What level is the ghost area at the junction of Yorqinghe City and Zhening City? Jiang He asked. Song Yuxian didn't know that Jiang He had actually gone to the ghost area at the junction of Qinghe City and Zhening City during this period, and replied, it's just a low-risk one. I heard that Zhening City formed a team and went to that ghost area, but the whole army was wiped out. From this, you can imagine how dangerous a high-risk ghost area would be. I really don't know why the selection competition was held there. Then go and join us. Jiang He said. If I go, there is no doubt that I will die. If you want me to go, you have to follow me, otherwise I won't go. Song Yuxian said firmly. Don't worry, since I let you go, I will naturally protect you. What are you afraid of? Jiang He saw through Song Yuxian's thoughts at a glance and said coldly. Song Yuxian immediately smiled. With this fierce god following him, maybe he could get a very good ranking in the selection competition and enter a truly top-notch school. Jiang He naturally had his own considerations. His goal was to go to dangerous places to trigger system tasks and get more rewards. 7 days later. A bombshell news swept across the entire Kaioshu kingdom. New students with a level rating and above from 9 states will go to a broken and high-risk ghost area to complete the selection. When the news came out, it was the day for this group of freshmen to set off. Many people were caught off guard and it attracted the attention of everyone across the country. This audition has become a much-anticipated stage for the rise of new talents. Song Yuxian went downstairs carrying a bag containing essential items for survival in the wild. There is already a car waiting downstairs, and a special car will take her to the meeting place. Jiang He followed secretly. The two had already agreed that he would appear again after entering the high-risk ghost area. Chapter 36. Not only should you be wary of evil spirits, but you should also be careful of people. When Song Yuxian got out of the car, there were already quite a few people of the same age at the gathering point, sitting or standing together discussing. Many curious glances were immediately cast over, and many young boys' eyes lit up instantly. Among all the girls present, the new girl must be the most eye-catching. However, many girls are not as united as boys. The eyes looking at Song Yuxian were filled with jealousy, envy, curiosity and surprise. "You are so impressive that you made so many of us wait for you." An unpleasant voice came from the crowd. Song Yuxian was puzzled. She had just arrived and took a look at the time when she got off the car. Not only was he not late, he even arrived more than 20 minutes early. How could he be so arrogant? So many people were waiting for him. When Song Yuxian saw clearly who was speaking, she suddenly understood. This person was none other than Yang Qian, my mortal enemy in college, the one who was rated A. I have been against her in everything since school, and I didn't expect that she is still the same after graduation. There were also some well-informed young people present who recognized Song Yuxian's identity at a glance, and Yang Qian took the lead in taking action. Soon the information about the two people spread among the crowd, and everyone understood why their relationship was so hostile. As the two young girls are both school beauties, it is natural that they will be compared by others. In the theoretical course, both of them were equally ranked, one first and the other second. However, during the contract summoning assessment, Song Yuxian received an S-level evaluation, the only one in their area. Yang Qian only has an A-level rating. A and S seem to be a little different, but the future potential has already created a huge gap that is invisible now. Song Yuxian carried her things and walked into the crowd and stood still, ignoring Yang Qian. Yang Qian crossed her arms, and seeing that the other party did not respond, she snorted coldly and turned her head to look away. "Now that everyone is here, we need everyone to sign a contract before we start." At this time, a group of staff members came over, and the one standing in the front said loudly, "My name is Zhang Bailu, and I am one of the persons in charge of this Jinhaisu selection. This contract can be understood as a life and death agreement. You should have learned in your textbooks what a high-risk ghost area means, so I don't need to repeat it. You still have a chance to withdraw now. If you still want to continue to participate, then sign this contract. No matter what accidents happen to you, you will not hold us responsible for anything." After the person in charge finished speaking, the young people present fell silent, and while he was speaking, other staff members began to distribute contracts. We were all young people, and most of them had not thought deeply about what a high-risk ghost area meant. They just felt high-spirited and their blood boiled. But in front of Zhang Bailu, after being reminded so seriously by him, many people began to feel heavy in their hearts and became hesitant. "You will only be given 30 seconds to think. We will take back the contract after 30 seconds. Those who have signed will follow us to the assessment and selection location. For those who have not signed, we will arrange a bus to take you back the same way." Zhang Bailu announced expressionlessly, then walked aside and took a leisurely rest. He didn't lie. 30 seconds later, the staff came in and started collecting contracts. A contract screened out 1/3 of the people. They got on the bus dejectedly, and soon the bus disappeared from the area. "Congratulations to everyone for passing the first round of the trials. That place is indeed dangerous. If you don't even have the courage, you will be throwing your life away in vain." Zhang Bailu walked back and ordered the staff to put away the contracts. "Before we set off, I want to tell you some things to note. Everyone present should be able to use Yin Qi to some extent. If you don't know how to use it, you can raise your hands now." "Yes." Everyone nodded. Zhang Bailu was not surprised by this answer, as the lowest rating among the young people present was A. In other words, they all successfully possessed their own evil spirits in the contract summoning assessment, and they all had strong potential and strength. Your communication jade slips will be distributed now. After Zhang Bailu finished speaking, the previous group of staff came on stage again. Everyone soon got a red jade slip in their hands, and everyone played with it curiously. You just need to inject yin qi into it to emit the fluctuations. When the time comes, there will be special people in the high-risk ghost area to look for this kind of fluctuations and come to rescue you. When he said this, Zhang Bailu's expression became more serious, and his voice became much louder. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the communication jade slip in your hand. This red represents Jinhaisu, one of our lower 3 states. You should know very well. You don't know it now, but you will know it in the future. There is a clear hierarchy between the upper 3 states, the middle 3 states, and the lower 3 states. Maybe you will suffer a lot of unfair treatment in the ghost domain, but there is no way. Only when you become strong can you change it. A situation may happen that the vibration of the communication jade slip is emitted, and you have been killed before the rescuers arrive. Zhang Bailu's last words chilled the hearts of many young people present. Perhaps noticing the tension on everyone's faces, Zhang Bailu relaxed his tone and said, "If everyone has no objection, we will set off immediately. I hope you can unite as one and win glory for our Jinhaisu. More importantly, I hope you can come back alive and safely." Are you also from Jinhaisu? Song Yuxian asked curiously. Yes. Zhang Bailu looked at Song Yuxian with appreciation and said, "You should also be careful not only about the demons and monsters in the ghost realm, but also about other people." He had also read the girl's information in advance. After all, she was the only S-level 1. I didn't expect that his mind was so sharp and he could grasp the information inadvertently revealed in the words, so I gave him a few more instructions and reminders. The journey to that ghost place was very boring and it took 5 days of searching to arrive there. It's like a wilderness here. Occasionally, strong winds blow, blowing up the grass and dust on the ground. You have 3 days to prepare. If you don't go in after 3 days, the place will be completely closed and you will be disqualified from participating in the trials. Your information is recorded in each communication jade slip. Just show your identity to the staff when you go in. After Zhang Bailu gave the reminder, he took Jin Haijiu's staff back. This is the rule, they can't stay here for long. Why don't we go together? There's strength in numbers, a young man suggested. No, I'll go in first, you guys can do whatever you want. Yang Qian glanced at Song Yuxian, took a step forward, and walked towards the place where identity verification was carried out. After confirming that everything was correct, the staff let her in. After entering, Yang Qian stopped and glared at Song Yuxian viciously. As if to say, "So what if it's S-level? See you in the Ghostland." Chapter 37. Are you from Shangsansu? He is not even from the world of the living. So are the rest of us going to leave? The young man was silent for a while, and waited until Yang Qian's figure completely disappeared in the wilderness before he continued to ask. "Everyone, look at me and I look at you." It was obvious that he had no intention of leaving, and the young man's expression relaxed a little. This high-risk ghost area is called the Tombstone. The name alone is enough to give you a glimpse of its danger. The young man took out a map, unfolded it, pointed at the name at the top, and said in a heavy tone, "Do we really want Yang Qian to go alone?" When asking this question, the young man's eyes fell on Song Yuxian. "Do you think I forced her to leave?" Song Yuxian looked at him and asked back bluntly. When getting on the bus, Song Yuxian also noticed this boy. His name is Chen Bubo. Although I haven't met him closely, the brief contact has left me with some impression of him. For example, Chen Bubo likes to be in the spotlight. On their way here, he intentionally or unintentionally organized some things. They introduced themselves to each other, told everyone the precautions in the high-risk ghost area, and ran around to help Zhang Bailu do things. Many people in Jin Haijiu's team are already very unhappy with him. Even so, more people are convinced by Chen Bubo. Because when he was in the car, he received praise from Zhang Bailu. This shows that although Chen Bubo was a bit pretentious, what he said was not wrong. No. Chen Bubo quickly shook his head, looking embarrassed. He realized that he had said something wrong, and that what he said would easily make others think too much, so he explained, "I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask if you guys want to stay. After all, we all came from Jinhaisu, and it's reasonable for us to help each other." After all, Song Yuxian is the only S-level genius in Jinhaisu, and her achievements are limitless. The Ghost Realm is full of dangers. There are more than 50 people in this team. He is the real top student in Jinhaisu's contract summoning assessment this year and the hope of their hometown. Stand out in the selection and achieve good results. The Strange Education Department will reward outstanding students with hometown resources. What are you trying to keep her for? You don't know, I was sitting next to her in the car. I accidentally saw the screen of Yang Qian's phone, and she has already got close to him. How could she look down on people like us from the lower 3 states, said a girl with a pout. What do you mean? Chen Bubo asked. What can it mean? Literally. The girl's name is Xu Rong. She is also an A-level person like Yang Qian, and she is also arrogant. Yang Qian knows an S-level person from Liu Guanzhou, one of the 3 central states. She has already communicated with him in the message. When she arrives, she will rush to Liu Guanzhou as quickly as possible to join him. I really didn't realize that Yang Qian was this kind of person. What can't you see? With that sarcastic look, it's not surprising that he changes his attitude according to the situation. It doesn't matter. We have an S rank here too. She will regret it later. What Xu Rong said caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the Jinhaizhou team, and they were all one-sided in blaming Yang Qian. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. We, the people of Jinhaizhou, must unite as one and pull our strength together. We will definitely not be worse than those in the upper 3 states and the middle 3 states. Chen Bubo clenched his fists and spoke loudly. You're right, we in Jinhaizhou are not bad. The young people also shouted in response. Song Yuxian stood by and said nothing. Taking into account the level of the lower 3 states, the threshold for the selection competition has actually been lowered invisibly. For example, their team seems to have more than 50 people, but in fact there is only her who is S level, 3 who are level, and the rest are below a level. With Yang Qian's departure, there were only 2 A-level players, Chen Bubo and Xu Rong, left in the team. According to previous intelligence, not to mention the lower 3 states, in the contract summoning assessment in the middle 3 states alone, there can be at least 15 A-level people emerging every year, and no less than 2 or 3 S-level people every year. As for the performance data of the upper 3 states, with the power of the lower 3 states, they could not find out at all. Isn't there a saying that goes? The backbone of Kyushu Kingdom is only the upper 3 states. While it is still early, should we quickly enter this ghost land and find a safe place to set up camp? Chen Bubo asked for everyone's opinions. Wait a moment. Song Yuxian said. Crash. Everyone's attention immediately focused on her. It's nothing serious. I have a friend coming and he should be here soon. Song Yuxian said. Okay, then let's wait a moment. Chen Bubo said. Before he finished speaking, a thin and lazy figure slowly walked over. This figure is naturally Jiang He. Why are you here so late? Song Yuxian took the initiative to walk over and asked in a low voice, we need to wear a communication jade slip that can prove our identity when we enter the ghost realm. If you don't have it, you can only find a way to sneak in. I do. Jiang He stretched out his hand, and in his palm lay an emerald green jade slip. Is this a jade slip? Chen Bubo walked over and asked in surprise. Then he looked at Jiang He with suspicion, as if he wanted to guess his identity through the jade slip and his clothes. What is a jade slip? Xu Rong asked puzzledly. The question she asked was also the same question that others were wondering. Although many people do not know the value of jade, they can see that the communication jade slips sent to them are made of ordinary or even rough jade. What is jade? It is a high-end jewelry known as the King of Jade, and is also one of the 7 major gemstones defined by the world jewelry industry. Rich and colorful colors, gorgeous yet steady tones, exude a luxurious and expensive luster. How do you distinguish the quality of jade? As the saying goes, a 1-point difference in color means a 10-fold difference in price. Red and yellow are jade, and emerald is green. Emerald is the most valuable. Generally, green is the most valuable color for jade, with positive green being the best, followed by spicy green, yellow green, blue green, and red, yellow, purple, black, and other colors. As far as I know, only members of the upper 3 states can use jade as the raw material to create communication jade slips and use them. After Chen Bubo finished speaking, there was an uproar in Jin Haizhou's team. The friend that Song Yuxian said she was waiting for turned out to be from Shangsansu. For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang He with awe. Song Yuxian was also dumbfounded. Jiang He is not from the upper three states at all, and he is not even from the Yang world of Zhuzhou. I guess so. Jiang He nodded with a confident look on his face. So you want to join our Jinhaisu team? Chen Bubo chose his words carefully and asked tentatively. Is there any problem? Jiang He asked back. No problem, of course not. Chen Bubo was overjoyed. In this way, the strength and background of their Jinhaisu team would increase dramatically.